Chapter 2890. Swish, 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 swish. After a few rounds of arrow rain, the cavalry of both races suffered some damage. The distance between them had been wiped out, and the cavalry of both races officially began to fight. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and bones and flesh were torn apart. One after another, the cavalry of both races were knocked to the ground. Those who lost their mounts would usually die on the spot in less than 10 breaths. This was the case for both the barbarian race and the demon race. Arrows were still being shot, but the targets were no longer the cavalry of the other side. Instead, the archers of both sides began to shoot at each other. This was a competition of archery. Whoever had better archery and more agile would have the advantage. The barbarian race suffered quite a bit. The archers were all riding on the flying monster beast, so they had to rely on their mounts to dodge. On the other hand, the demon race's archers were all flying demons, so they were undoubtedly more agile. The dull sound of war drums continued to sound, as if it was a call from ancient times, stirring up the blood in the hearts of all the barbarians. The cavalry of both sides fought for an incense stick, leaving behind large amounts of corpses and blood on the ground. Following closely behind, the ordinary soldiers collided. The millions of barbarians and the demon race charged at each other as if they had agreed beforehand. Everyone only had one thought in mind: kill all the enemies and obtain the final victory. With heaven and earth as the furnace, flesh and blood as the charcoal, the flames of war burned fiercer and fiercer. The wizard's bull tribe had not moved, quietly standing behind their own camp, watching the battle in front of them. The 100,000 people of the tribe could not hold back the impulse in their hearts. Bring this to the bottom of the boundary path. Butterfly suddenly came to Xianxia's side and handed him a ball of 7-colored mud. Xianxia took it and turned to look at her, slightly stunned. This is the key to victory, Butterfly said seriously. Why are you here? Xianxia asked her. Butterfly shook her head and did not answer. Instead, she urged, go. Xianxia gathered his thoughts and did not have time to ask too many questions. He held the 7-colored mud tightly in one hand and raised the myriad's sword with the other. He shouted in a low voice, kill. As soon as the order was given, the 100,000 people of the Witch Bull tribe became excited. Their excitement was evident on their faces. They had been waiting for too long. They watched as all of their clansmen charged forward. Seeing so many of their clansmen die under the demon race's slaughter, their hearts were filled with the desire to rush forward. Even if they died, it was better than standing there and watching the show. Xianxia's order came at the right time, or rather, Butterfly's message came at the right time. The wizard's bull tribe's 100,000 people's morale was at its peak. Xianxia rode his magic beast and charged at the front. Tiger led a few thousand cavalrymen and followed closely behind. In the army, hundreds of wizards of different levels chanted incantations. First, a nimble light spell enveloped the army so that everyone could keep up with the pace of Xianxia and the cavalrymen. Then, all kinds of wizard spells were cast. All of a sudden, multicolored lights flashed. The myriad sword was still held high. Xianxia's dazzling sword light was like an eye-catching flag, guiding the wizard's bull tribe forward. His mind was immersed in the colorful mud in his hand. He wanted to see what it was. Butterfly was no doubt the messenger of the wizard's holy ground. Xianxia didn't understand why it was her. But at this moment, it was meaningless to think about it. What he wanted to understand now was why the key to the war was in a ball of mud. In the end, Kaiyang didn't know what material this 7-colored mud was made of, but he knew that its grade was extremely high. If it was placed in the future, it would definitely be an extremely rare treasure. Once it appeared, it would definitely cause a reign of terror. But that wasn't the key. The key was that Xianxia felt a life force in the colorful mud. It was a familiar life force, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember where he had encountered it. The colorful mud undoubtedly had the special effect of blocking telepathic thoughts. Even if Xianxia held in his hand, he couldn't see what the life force in the mud was. The wizard saint was counting on this thing in the mud to block the world passage? Xianxia couldn't help but doubt. He felt that it was too childish. But a few days ago, the wizard's holy ground didn't look like it was joking. The arrow was on a string, so it had to be released. The wizard's bull tribe shouldered a heavy responsibility. Now was not the time to be suspicious. Xianxia gathered his thoughts and led the army forward. With a rumbling sound, the earth and sky suddenly trembled at the same time. A destructive aura rippled out. This aura was so strong that it made everyone feel frightened and cold. The two tribes were fighting to the death. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They turned their heads and saw that behind the barbarian race, a colorful dragon suddenly flew up. Its body spanned thousands of feet. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward the demon race. Another terrifying aura spread out. Behind the demon, a pitch-black energy pillar shot into the sky and met the seven-colored dragon head-on. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. The wizard saint and the demon saint had made their move. The attacks of the two sides collided in the sky above the battlefield, making a shocking sound. The colorful and black light began to fight, neither side backing down. A crack appeared in the sky, as if it was another world passage. It was a shocking sight. Everyone felt that their footing was unstable. The space they were in seemed to have turned into a vast ocean in a violent storm. The deadly seawater could swallow them at any time. At this moment, everyone felt extremely small and insignificant, and their hearts trembled. The first round of confrontation between the saints of the two tribes ended in a tie. The colorful dragon and the jet-black energy pillar disappeared together. 9 figures with distant auras suddenly appeared in midair. 5 demon saint and 4 wizard saints looked at each other from a distance. The demon saint had a sinister smile on his face, while the wizard saints looked indifferent. The 9 saints exchanged glances for only a moment before they clashed. At first, it wasn't too intense because they were all wary of their clansmen below. However, as they rose into the air, every move they made was filled with the power to destroy everything in the world. The 9 saints were nowhere to be seen as they fought a decisive battle in the heavens. No one could see the situation clearly. They could only hear a series of rumbling sounds coming from the sky. Occasionally, there would be a dazzling burst of light, like an illusory sun that was being extinguished. The bloody battle between the two tribes began again. From the beginning, it had entered a white-hot level. The 100,000 voodoo bull tribe warriors were thrown into the battlefield, where millions of people were gathered. They were like pebbles thrown into a lake. They only raised a few ripples before they disappeared. The allies seemed to have received clear instructions. Wherever the voodoo bull tribe passed by, their allies would surround them from all directions. Voodoo bull tribe warriors used their own bodies to open a way for the 100,000 voodoo bull tribe warriors. As a result, all the demons in their way were killed. Looking down from the sky, the voodoo bull tribe was like an awl that fiercely pierced into the battlefield between the two races. All the way, they were like a hot knife cutting through butter. Their allies constantly came over from both sides to support them, taking over the demons who were rushing towards them, allowing the voodoo bull tribe to pass through quickly and safely. In half an hour, other than the hundreds of demon race that died under the sword of Xianxia, the wizard bulls did not encounter any battle. In such a fierce battle, this was unimaginable, and all the credit should be attributed to the fast reaction of the allies. But half an hour was almost the limit. Relying on the support of the allies, the wizard bulls successfully advanced 100 miles. But because of this fast advance, the battle line was stretched. The barbarians had to fight on their own, and the allies who came to support them were getting fewer and fewer. The wizard bulls were almost in a situation where they were fighting alone. Xianxia had expected this. The 10 demon kings were all sent out by him to guard the flanks of the wizard bulls. The strongest ones, Felix and Makoto, were arranged to cover the rear. So even without the support of the allies, the wizard bulls did not stop advancing. Instead, they moved faster. The demon race was everywhere. The 100,000 wizard bulls finally saw the scene they wanted. They excitedly waved the weapons in their hands and followed behind Xianxia, killing the demon race along the way. Makoto, Felix, you dare to betray the demon race. You are the disgrace of the demon race. You will die here today." An angry roar came from the front. More than 20 demon kings gathered in one place. Every one of them had a strong aura. The gathered demonic chi was like an insurmountable wall in front of the wizard bulls, blocking their way. Xianxia drew his sword, and the light of the sword swept towards the 20 demon kings. The terrifying power made the demon kings' faces change, and they scattered without hesitation. The wall of demon kings that blocked the way was shattered. Before they could regain their footing, a barrage of spells blasted towards them. The demon kings were furious and counterattacked. Xianxia's figure flashed and disappeared from the back of his mount. When he reappeared, he was already behind a demon king. The myriad's sword fiercely chopped down. This existence that was comparable to a mid-ranked wizard king didn't even have time to react before it was cut in half. His innards spilled all over the ground. Xianxia didn't even look and teleported behind another demon king. He chopped off its head with a sword and shattered its body with a palm. Like cutting vegetables, Xianxia attacked 3 times and killed 3 demon kings. This made the remaining demon kings turn pale with fright. Not long ago, the demon kings were high and mighty existences. When had they ever been killed so easily? No one knew what was going on with this strange race, and why he had such powerful strength. The morale of the demon kings fell to rock bottom. If it weren't for the demon saints' orders, they would have immediately turned around and fled. Fortunately, after killing the 3 demon kings, the strange race seemed to have consumed a lot of energy and had no intention of tangling with them. He returned to his mount. The remaining demon kings looked at each other, suppressed the fear in their hearts, and once again surrounded him. "Stop them!" Xianxia shouted. Bao Qi and Xianxia, who were guarding Xianxia, hesitated for a moment. Kaiyang fiercely glared at them. Only then did Bao Qi and Xianxia clench their teeth and charge towards their former comrades. Chapter 2891. It was impossible for Bao Qi and Xianxia to stop the dozen demon kings. Everyone knew this. The demon kings knew this, and so did Xianxia. Although they were the first demon kings to submit to Xianxia, they didn't do it willingly, so their loyalty was greatly reduced. Xianxia never expected them to submit to him wholeheartedly and obey his orders. He only needed to control the life and death of these demon kings. They were outnumbered, but if they disobeyed Xianxia's orders, they would probably die on the spot. That was why Bao Qi and Xianxia only hesitated for a moment before intercepting the demon kings. Fortunately, these demon kings seemed to be afraid of Xianxia's strength. They wanted him to pass through, so they didn't immediately attack Bao Qi and Xianxia. Instead, they chased after Bao Qi and Xianxia and tried to buy time. This made Bao Qi and Xianxia overjoyed. They used their strongest abilities and broke through the encirclement of the demon kings. The 100,000 wizard bull tribe continued to advance. This was an extremely difficult advance. The further they advanced, the more resistance they encountered. Although the demon kings they encountered didn't dare to get too close, they followed behind them from afar. They constantly used their abilities to disturb the wizard bull tribe's pace. Tribe members kept falling behind, like snowflakes falling on the ground and quickly melting away. Even if the tribe had demon kings like Makoto and Felix protecting them, they couldn't change the situation. Looking at the location of the world passage, it was still far away. Xianxia raised his hand and took out the insect enslavement bracelet, releasing the soul-eating insects. The soul-eating insects had grown a lot in the past 2 years of war. Most of the time, the wizard bull tribe relied on these exotic insects to achieve glorious victories. The soul-eating insects weren't very effective against existences above the Demon King level, but against the demon race below the Demon King level, they were very effective. Large swarms of insects flew out, producing a series of buzzing noises. Wherever the swarms of insects passed, the demons let out miserable howls and fell to the ground dead. The soul-eating insects ate almost everything. Demonic chi and divine souls were their food. The seemingly weak insects were extremely tenacious. Even if they were cut by the sharpest weapons, only a white mark would be left. When the insect cloud appeared, the demon race around them retreated, greatly reducing the wizard bull tribe's losses. Muffled, thunderous sounds continued to resound in the sky. Those were the sounds of the saints fighting to the death. The sky changed color and the wind and clouds changed. The actions of the saints had already changed the laws of the surrounding 10,000 miles. The Voodoo Bull clan continued to advance. Almost every step they took, they had to pay a heavy price. The 100,000 people gradually became 90,000, 80,000, 50,000 after an hour. When the Wizard Bull tribe rushed to the bottom of the world passage, Xianxia looked back. Of the people who followed him here, there were less than 30,000 left. This was the center of the demon race's army. There were no more allies in sight. The Wizard Bull tribe had truly fallen into a situation where they were fighting alone. Of the 10 demon kings, only Makoto and Felix were left. The other 8 were sent out by Xianxia halfway. Xianxia could sense that half of the 8 demon kings were dead, and the other half were not in good condition. Defend! Xianxia raised his sword and shouted. The 30,000 people immediately formed a formation. With Xianxia as the center, they formed a circle and defended with all their might. The insect cloud gathered at the outermost part of the formation. These strange insects had previously displayed terrifying killing power, so they were a great deterrent to the demon race. The Wizard Bull tribe had fewer people, but their formation was more compact, and their defense was more effective. Xianxia flipped his hand and took out the rainbow mud. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Right above him was the location of the world passage. The gap in the sky had not healed for many years. Xianxia could even feel the rolling demonic chi. It was an extremely cold and violent aura that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. I hope it works, he muttered softly. Then he threw the rainbow mud on the ground and stared at it. His actions undoubtedly attracted the attention of the demon kings around him. Although they did not know what he was doing, the demon kings instinctively felt uneasy. The Wizard Bull tribe's goal was clear. They rushed all the way to the bottom of the world passage. It was obvious that they wanted to use the world passage. How could the demon kings just sit back and do nothing? After the orders were given, the demon race that surrounded the Wizard Bull tribe finally launched their attack. The insect cloud surged and swallowed large areas of the demon race. However, it was still unable to stop the flood of steel. The 30,000 Wizard Bull tribe defended their positions. The wizard chanted incantations and buffed all their people with wizard enhancement spells. The bloody battle began in an instant. Makoto's figure suddenly disappeared. Other than Xianxia, who could sense her position, even the strongest demon king could not catch her trace. She disappeared in a flash in the demon race's camp. Every time she attacked, someone would die in her hands. She was the strongest assassin in the demon race. She was an assassin on the level of a demon king. Other than those who were on the same level as her, no one could survive her assassination. One by one, the demon kings who were commanding outside died under Makoto's assassination. The demon race's camp was in an uproar. Felix also made his move. The netherworld ghost fire that was waved out of Skeleton's hands was something that even the demon kings did not dare to touch. Wherever the ghost fire passed, groups of demon race members were burned to ashes. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on the rainbow mud. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at Butterfly, "Why is it useless? Is it going to be buried underground?" Butterfly said that this was the key to victory and the opportunity to seal the world path. However, Xianxia found that the rainbow mud did not react at all. Butterfly looked at him and said lightly, "It will be useful." When? Xianxia asked. 100,000 Wizard Bull tribe members had rushed into the heart of the demon race's army under his leadership. They had only reached here after losing 70% of their members. If this rainbow mud was just a trick, or if it was just a trick used by the wizard saints to attract the demon race, then the price to pay was too high. Not getting a response from Butterfly, Xianxia suppressed the anger in his heart. He raised his hand, and several moon blades flew out. In an instant, They plowed open a wide area among the demon race's army. He withdrew his attention from the rainbow mud. He did not care whether this could really seal the world path. Right now, he just wanted to kill to his heart's content. He was the leader of the Wizard Bull tribe. His target was not the demon race's soldiers, so he turned his eyes to the demon kings hidden in the surroundings. Xianxia's figure began to flicker in and out of the battlefield. Wherever the myriad's sword swung, the demon race's soldiers would be thrown off their feet. All the demon kings that were targeted by him died under his sword. Not a single one was able to escape. He was like the Grim Reaper, and the myriad sword was his weapon of choice. The death of the demon kings caused the demon race's camp to become even more chaotic. The pressure on the Wizard Bull tribe decreased rapidly. The defensive circle even showed signs of expanding, but this was just a facade. Countless demon race soldiers were gathered in all directions. The 30,000 Wizard Bull tribe members could not win in this environment. Even if Xianxia was invincible, in the end, all 30,000 would be killed. At this moment, a strange sound was suddenly heard. It was like a heart that had been awakened from ancient times. It beat fiercely. The sound was directly transmitted to people's hearts. Everyone who heard this sound could not help but feel their chests tighten and their blood boil. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the source of sound. Xianxia also took a glance, and soon revealed a look of surprise. Because the seven-colored mud he threw on the ground finally reacted. A seven-colored light bloomed, and there was a faint surge of vitality contained within. This strange scene made the two clansmen very surprised. The seven-colored brilliance slowly dissipated and was replaced by a soft green light. A small sprout suddenly grew from the ground. It was so green that it seemed to break at the slightest touch. Xianxia flashed to the side of the green sprout. He felt that this aura was more and more familiar. "It's useful," Butterfly said softly. Her eyes stared at the green sprout with a complicated expression. Just by relying on this, Xianxia showed a doubtful look. What could a green sprout like this do? How could it block the world path in the sky? Before he finished speaking, the green sprout suddenly grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a sapling appeared in front of Xianxia's eyes. This was not the end. The sapling grew at an astonishing speed. In the time it took to take another breath, it had grown into a small tree that was 10 feet tall. The canopy of the tree was fluffy, and the branches and leaves were lush. Moreover, the growth speed was getting faster and faster. There was no sign of it stopping. Kacha, asterisk cracks began to appear on the ground one after another. Those were the roots of the tree. Xianxia could not help but retreat. The more he retreated, the farther he went, the higher his eyes looked. 10 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, that patch of green sprouts had turned into a towering tree that reached into the clouds and connected the heavens and the earth. The lush greenery formed an extremely sharp contrast with the surrounding pitch-black demon chi. A green light was emitted from the tree, forming a strong and powerful layer of protection. It shrouded the surviving wizard of the Ox tribe, shielding them from the wind and thunder. Large swaths of demonic chi were purified by the green light and dissipated into the sky. The demon race members were dumbfounded. Their minds were in a daze. "Senior Green," Xianxia cried out in a low voice. He finally understood that the tree in front of him did not grow out of thin air. There was no such miraculous tree in the world. It was the evergreen god tree, the guardian god of the snow frost tribe. In the beginning, Xianxia felt that the vitality wrapped in the rainbow-colored mud was somewhat familiar. However, he did not dare to associate with green. After all, there were some differences between the two. However, when the 500-foot-tall tree appeared in front of him, Xianxia immediately recognized it. Green was the method used by the barbarians to block the world path. Green did not stop growing. Instead, it continued to grow taller and bigger. The green protective circle it formed also became more and more magnificent. From the looks of it, it was going to grow to the front of the world path and use its imposing body to block it. Chapter 2892. Hearing Xianxia shout, An old face appeared on the trunk in front of Xianxia. He smiled slightly and said, "Wizard Ox, we meet again." "Yes, we meet again. I didn't expect to meet you here." Xianxia wiped the blood on his face. The old face said amiably, "I wasn't wrong. You're growing very fast. Perhaps the world will be yours in the future." Xianxia shook his head and did not comment on this. He asked curiously, "Senior, aren't you in Snow Frost City? Is this your avatar?" "Avatar? No, no, no. This is not my avatar. This is me." Xianxia's expression turned solemn, and he immediately realized something. "Senior, are you going to sacrifice yourself for a noble cause?" Qing laughed heartily. "The world path is too mysterious. This is the only way to seal it. I have lived long enough and witnessed the invasion of the demon race twice. The last time, I couldn't do anything. This time, I want to do something. Over the years, I have received a lot of care from the barbarians. Maybe there are other ways." Xianxia frowned. The face on the trunk shook as if shaking his head. "I left Snow Frost City, and I can't go back anymore." At this moment, Xianxia understood a lot of things. The evergreen divine tree had guarded Snow Frost City for tens of thousands of years and had never left. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. There should be some close connection between him and the land. But this time, in order to seal the world path, he left the land that had nurtured him for tens of thousands of years. He condensed all his essence into a point and hid it in the colorful mud, letting Xianxia bring it to the bottom of the world path. This was an irreversible process. Qing's current growth was just a reflection of the setting sun. Xianxia was in awe. He held his chest and said, "The barbarians will see Senior's sacrifice, and future generations will remember your contributions." Qing laughed. "You don't have to comfort me. I am ready." After a pause, Qing became more serious. "Before that, I need your help." "Senior, don't worry. The Wizard Ox tribe will guard this place." "All right." The old face nodded and then disappeared. Xianxia turned to look at Butterfly. "Why aren't you talking?" Butterfly asked. "What do you want to say? Did you already know?" Butterfly said, "That's right." Xianxia looked at her strangely, trying to find some clues from her face. But Dai's expression was indifferent, as if she and Qing were strangers. Butterfly was very different from when they first met 2 years ago. Her personality had undergone a huge change. Xianxia even doubted if she was still the same Butterfly as before. He shook his head. "Don't do what he wants." Qing's rapid growth didn't stop at all. While he was conversing with Xianxia, the huge evergreen divine tree had already grown from 500 feet to 300 feet tall. If one looked up, they wouldn't even be able to see where the crown of the tree was. Everyone on the battlefield noticed this unusual situation. The barbarians cheered. Many people recognized that it was the guardian of Snow Frost City. Under the excitement of shouting, more people learned this information. For a time, their morale was greatly boosted, and everyone seemed to be reborn. Although Qing was only the guardian of the Snow Frost tribe, his fame had already spread throughout the barbarian tribes. Although no one had ever seen Qing display his power, everyone said that he was a powerhouse comparable to the wizard saint. Because he wasn't a barbarian, the barbarians only had 4 saints. But he was another saint. At this moment, such a powerful helper suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Moreover, he went deep into the heart of the demon race's army, which naturally made the barbarians excited. Everyone seemed to see the demon race's army being defeated like a landslide. The appearance of Qing made the barbarians' morale soar. The stalemate of the battle was faintly tipped in favor of the barbarians. On the other hand, the demons looked as if they had lost their parents. Although they didn't know what that huge tree was, the unknown was the most terrifying thing. Especially that huge tree, which was huge and majestic, gave people a strong visual impact. Moreover, it grew taller and taller, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. The dark green light that enveloped the giant tree also seemed to have a miraculous purification effect. All the demonic qi that drifted past was purified completely. Many demon race members wanted to rush over and destroy the growth of the giant tree. Instead, they were all killed by the great wizard of the bull tribe. The sudden appearance of the evergreen god tree caused the demon race to panic for a while. However, the situation soon stabilized. It seemed that someone had given an order. The demon race began to form a formation and attack the evergreen god tree in an orderly manner. The center of the battlefield suddenly shifted to the bottom of the world path. The wizard bull tribe was under unimaginable pressure. The demon race rushed over from all directions like a tsunami. They weren't afraid of death. Even the soul-devouring bugs couldn't stop them from charging forward. Under the leadership of Ahu, the cavalrymen of the Voodoo Bull clan had been constantly circling around the gigantic tree. They were like a long steel whip that was circling around the gigantic tree. Wherever they passed by, they would destroy everything in their path. Their weapons were all bent, and each of them was covered in thick blood stains. The 4 demon kings who were still alive broke through the encirclement and returned. All of them had exhausted a lot of energy, and their faces were pale. Xianxia wasn't dead, but she was missing an arm. Bao Qi was gone. Yang Kai sensed that Bao Qi's flame of life had been extinguished. It was obvious that Bao Qi had been killed by his former comrades. There were less than 30,000 wizard bull tribe members. 1 wizard king, 6 demon kings, and 3 great wizard. This was basically the entire strength of the wizard bull tribe. However, they had to face a demon race with millions of demon kings. This was a war with a huge disparity between the two sides, but it was also a war that could decide the final outcome. There was no need for Yang Kai to mobilize them. All the barbarians knew that they were shouldering a heavy responsibility. They bravely killed the enemy, disregarding their own lives. They tried their best to kill as many enemies as they could. More than 20,000 demon race members died at the hands of Yang Kai. There were even 5 or 6 demon kings. However, in the face of such a large-scale battle, no matter how strong an individual's strength was, it was still too insignificant, unless one had the strength of a wizard saint. The wizard bull tribe gradually couldn't resist the encirclement of the demon race. Their defensive circle shrank. 30,000 people became 20,000, and then 15,000. Tiger's cavalry was reduced to less than 1,000. Every one of them was covered in blood. Some of them were their own, and some of them were the enemy. The cavalry had changed their weapons several times. Yang Kai continued to take out pills and medicines and fed them to the witchcraft bull tribe sorcerers. Even the 6 demon kings were able to replenish their energy. It was because of these pills that everyone was able to hold on until now. The crown of the evergreen god tree had already reached the clouds. He couldn't see it at all. As long as he had enough time, he would eventually reach the world path. Time. The most important thing now was time. The demon race obviously wouldn't give the wizard bull tribe this chance. An even more ferocious attack was launched. Although the wizard bull tribe tried their best to defend, they couldn't stop it. The huge disadvantage in numbers made the wizard bull tribe unable to do anything. There was a commotion. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the wizard bull tribe members had suffered heavy casualties. The demon race finally broke through the perilous defensive circle. A large number of demon race members poured in through the gap and killed wantonly. Yang Kai rushed over. Myriads of swords flew out and blocked the gap with his own strength. This gave the surrounding people a chance to cushion the attack. However, in the next moment, another gap appeared on the other side. Yang Kai shouted. Felix immediately rushed over. The pitch-black skeleton burned with green flames as if it wanted to burn everything in the world. It blocked the demon race's attack. A third gap appeared. The wizard bull tribe's defensive circle was like a dilapidated house. It was leaking everywhere on a rainy night. Countless demon race members broke through the defensive circle. A portion of them stayed behind to hold back the wizard bull tribe members while the rest rushed towards the evergreen god tree. Some of them gathered under the tree roots and waved their weapons desperately. It was as if they wanted to cut down the evergreen god tree. Many of the demon race members leaped onto the tree trunk and started destroying it without restraint. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open. He wanted to split himself into 1,000,000 clones. At this crucial moment, a commotion suddenly came from the periphery. At the same time that the ground trembled, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. It was mixed with miserable cries. A badly damaged barbarian team suddenly appeared in Xianxia's vision. The leader was a wizard king. Xianxia thought that he looked familiar. He seemed to be a wizard king from the Snow Frost tribe. In the past 2 years, Xianxia had interacted with many wizard kings. Even if he didn't have a deep relationship with them, he had seen them face to face a few times. He didn't remember wrongly. This wizard king was definitely from the Snow Frost tribe. The wizard king had an ice dragon in his hand. It wandered around the battlefield and greatly relieved the wizard bull tribe's urgent situation. He then shouted, "Kill!" The Snow Frost tribe members shouted in response. The wizard bull tribe's morale was boosted. They cooperated with the barbarians from the inside and outside and quickly led them into the defensive circle. There weren't many people from the Snow Frost tribe, only 5,000 of them. However, they had clearly paid a heavy price. The Wizard Bull tribe was able to advance all the way here by relying on the 10 Demon Kings and Xianxia's powerful strength. However, the Snow Frost tribe clearly didn't have that many Wizard Kings to squander. When they set off, they might have had 100,000 or 200,000 people. However, when they arrived, they were only left with 5,000 people. After paying an unimaginable price, they finally arrived in front of the divine tree. The Wizard King nodded at Xianxia as a greeting. He then said, "Now it's our turn to protect the divine tree." The evergreen divine tree had protected the Snow Frost tribe for tens of thousands of years. It prevented the Snow Frost tribe from suffering natural disasters and allowed them to live peacefully. Today, after tens of thousands of years, the Snow Frost tribe had come in gratitude. They would use their own flesh and blood to build an iron wall to protect the divine tree from harm. "You've come at the right time." Xianxia grinned. The Wizard King lightly nodded. When he waved his hand, the 5,000 people behind him automatically scattered to the sides. The strong warriors joined the defensive formation, but there were still 1,000 people left. Xianxia's gaze swept across the 1,000 people. His body trembled as he revealed an expression of disbelief. This was because he discovered that these 1,000 people were all wizards. Chapter 2893. The 1,000 Snow Clan's Magi spread out. 1/3 of them sat down in a circle around the roots of the tree, while the other 2/3 leaped onto the tree trunk and rushed into those tree holes, disappearing without a trace. The last remaining Frost tribe, Wizard King nodded at Xianxia. "Give us some time." After saying that, he flew up and rushed into one of the tree holes. The Evergreen God Tree had protected the Frost tribe for tens of thousands of years. They had supported each other and helped each other. If there was anyone in this world who knew the most about the Evergreen God Tree and could use its abilities, it would be none other than the Frost tribe. At this moment, all of Green's energy was used to grow. He wanted to reach the horizon and seal the world passage. He did not have any extra energy to deal with a nearby demon race. However, no matter what, he was still a powerhouse comparable to a sorcerer's saint. The sorcerers of the Snow Frost tribe could use his power to defend against their enemies. However, this was a secret technique of the Snow Frost tribe, and the price to pay for using it was extremely high. Xianxia had obtained Green's memories and inheritance, so he knew a little about this secret technique. So, when he saw the actions of the Frost tribe wizards, he knew what they were planning. When he turned around, Xianxia's expression was solemn. He shouted at the remaining Wizard Ox tribe members and the Frost tribe members who had come to support them, trying to boost their morale. The demon race's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Relying on the mysteries of the soul-eating insects, the Wizard Ox tribe held on with great difficulty, blocking wave after wave of attacks. Every time they resisted, they had to pay a huge price. Every wizard's face was extremely pale, and they staggered. It was a sign that they had overdrawn their power, but they still gritted their teeth and chanted incantations, activating the little remaining wizard power in their bodies. They formed wizard spells of varying power and smashed them into the dense demon race members. Yang could not hold back anymore. He kept firing moonblades, and every Moonblade was able to kill hundreds of demon race members. The huge evergreen divine tree suddenly shook, following which the shaking became even more violent. Green leaves fell from the sky, and many branches withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wizard Bull, underground. The voice of the Wizard King of the Snow Frost tribe came from somewhere in the tree trunk. Some sand devils were destroying the roots of the evergreen god tree underground, hoping to use this method to destroy this towering tree. Xianxia turned his head. After searching through the crowd for a while, he fixed his gaze on a figure and shouted, "Azak!" Upon hearing Xianxia's call, the figure who was resisting the demon race's attacks with the shaman bull tribe's clansmen immediately withdrew from the battle and disappeared. With a flash, he turned into a pile of loose sand and disappeared into the ground. Sand Devil Azak was also one of the 10 great demon kings that Xianxia had subdued. He was not the strongest, but he was not the weakest either. However, he was the most proficient in preserving his life. This was because he was a sand devil, and his innate divine technique was the earth-burrowing technique. He was one of the 6 demon kings that were still alive. Right now, the sand devils that were wreaking havoc underground were of the same race as him. It was best for him to deal with them. As expected, after Azak burrowed underground, groans could be heard coming from underground. It was obvious that the sand devils had suffered heavy casualties under his hands. The crisis of the evergreen god tree was greatly alleviated. However, Xianxia soon realized that Azak had met an opponent. It was a demon king that was also from the sand devil race. The 2 demon kings were fighting a bloody battle underground, and Azak quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. After realizing this, Xianxia immediately took a step back. He held his breath and concentrated his powerful divine sense on one point. It turned into an indestructible sharp blade and pierced into a certain spot underground. Being blocked by the deep ground, the power of this divine sense attack was greatly reduced. However, it created an opportunity for Azak to kill his opponent. Xianxia felt that Azak, with his help, had killed his opponent. He had killed his opponent. When he raised his head again, Xianxia's expression changed. The wizard's Ox tribe's defense circle had been broken once again. This time, it was even more serious than before. If the situation just now was like a roof that was leaking rain everywhere, then the roof would have completely collapsed by now. The defense circle had completely collapsed. The demon race that surged like a tide roared and rushed over from all directions. No matter how hard the wizard's Ox tribe tried, they could not stop their advance. Only the place where Xianxia stood was impregnable. However, this was already useless. He could protect a little, but he couldn't protect all of them. "Are you done?" Xianxia shouted as he held the mountains and rivers bell in his hand. If he couldn't get a positive answer, he would have to launch an all-out attack. The power of the mountains and rivers bell was too strong, and he still couldn't fully control it. Once he activated the power of this ancient exotic treasure, the clansmen of the Witch Bull tribe would definitely be affected, and they might even die from the impact. Xianxia did not want to be stained with the blood of the barbarians. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he did not have the intention to use the mountains and rivers bell. However, he could not care less now. There was no reply. The demon race that was charging quickly had almost reached the roots of the evergreen god tree. The demon race raised their weapons and slashed at the wizard of the Snow Frost tribe. The mountains and rivers bell flashed. The mysterious patterns on the bell lit up, and an ancient aura began to spread. Right at this moment, the evergreen divine tree suddenly shook, and a branch suddenly drooped down from the top of the tree. The branch was extremely long, and it was as thick as a person. It was like an enormous dragon that had awakened from its slumber, and it shook its head as it moved over. The branch swept across. All the demon race that were swept by it were sent flying. Some of them even exploded into a cloud of blood in midair. The demon race that did not die did not have a good time either. The huge impact caused their bones to break. Their chests caved in. Blood gushed out from their mouths as they fell to the ground. Their auras were weak, and they did not seem to have much longer to live. With a single attack, Thousands of demon race were either killed or injured. The demon race that broke through the defense circle were shocked. They all took a few steps back. Every demon race member stared at the branch that swept out. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. Swish, 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 more and more branches drooped down from the top of the tree. They were like the long whips controlled by the evergreen god tree. Those were long whips that could roll from the sky to the ground. The long whips danced in the air. They seemed to be in a mess, but in fact, they were very orderly. They were not related to each other, but they were able to complement each other. The shadows of the whips flickered. With the evergreen god tree as the center, everything within a radius of 50 zhang was swept away. All the demon race members that rushed over were swept away. However, the Wizard Ox tribe and Snow Frost tribe members that were guarding at the side were not injured at all. Seeing this scene, all the barbarians were shocked. Xianxia also immediately put away the mountains and river's bell. He knew that the wizard tribe members of the Snow Frost tribe had begun to control the power of the evergreen god tree. With such a tyrannical power, no one from the demon race could get close. After all, the evergreen god tree was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a saint. Its power was not something that an ordinary demon race member could withstand. Even the demon king would not be able to do so, unless a huge palm suddenly appeared in the sky. That palm print seemed to be able to cover the heavens and earth. When the palm print appeared, the wind and clouds changed color. Heaven and earth trembled. It directly slammed towards the crown of the evergreen god tree. It looked as if it wanted to destroy the evergreen god tree. The whips that were sweeping the demon race members clearly sensed something. They all changed their direction and went straight towards the palm print in the sky. Xianxia also raised his head to look. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. With a loud bang, the huge palm print slammed down. The dozens of whips that were heading towards it exploded. Muffled groans could be heard from various parts of the tree trunk. Clearly, the wizard tribe members of the Snow Frost tribe had suffered heavy injuries. After being obstructed by the dozens of whips, the speed of the palm print slowed down. However, it did not disappear. At the crucial moment, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared between the palm print and the crown of the tree. In front of him, an ancient bell spun and turned into a huge object. It enveloped the crown of the tree that covered the heavens and earth. Asterisk clang. Asterisk with a piercing sound, the phantom of the mountains and rivers bell shattered. Xianxia could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning as he plummeted to the ground like a meteor. However, after being repelled by the power of the mountains and rivers bell, the huge palm print finally disappeared. Oh! A surprised voice suddenly rang out as a person abruptly appeared in midair. He lowered his head to look at Xianxia, then raised his head to look at the evergreen divine tree, a cynical smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia stabilized himself in the air and coldly looked at that person. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Moto!" His voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone in the battlefield that had just fallen deathly silent. Moto's words caused the expressions of all the barbarians to change. On the other hand, the demon race members who had been beaten black and blue earlier all roared, their confidence greatly boosted. "You? What was your name again?" Moto put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at Xianxia. He revealed a serious expression and suddenly said, "Yes, you're called Wizard Bull." Xianxia grinned. His mouth full of blood made his smile somewhat sinister and terrifying. "It's an honor to have the demon saint remember my name." Moto chuckled. "I've always had a deep impression of people who are different from the rest." Xianxia turned his head to look at the battlefield further away and curled his lips. "Shouldn't the demon Saint Master be fighting over there? Why do you have time to come here? Don't you care about the lives of your companions?" "I don't need to worry about their lives. You should worry about yourself." Xianxia cursed inwardly. He really did not know what Ruin and the others were up to. They had actually let a demon saint come here. Originally, as long as the 4 barbarian saints could delay the 5 demon saint from the demon race, there would still be some hope in this battle. The Wizard Bull tribe had escorted the evergreen god tree here to take root, and the thousands of wizards from the Snow Frost tribe had also come to help. As long as there was enough time, the previous plan could be completely carried out. However, Moto had suddenly come here. It was like a group of children were having a good time, fighting, when a large adult suddenly appeared. He could sweep through the entire scene with one hand. Chapter 2894. Under the World Path, beside the evergreen god tree, the demon Saint Moto suddenly appeared, instantly extinguishing the glimmer of hope that had just appeared on the barbarian side. Facing a saint, unless the evergreen god tree personally took action, no one could stop him. Not even Xianxia could. How could Qing have the strength to fight a demon saint? He had already used all of his power to grow, sealing off all of his senses to the outside world. The current Qing was burning the life essence he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, wanting to use his own power to seal the passage between the two worlds in the sky. I'm just a wizard king. Master Moto, do you have to bully the weak? Huh, Moto chuckled softly. That smile was harmless to humans and animals. If someone who did not know his identity saw it, they would definitely feel that this person was amiable and radiant. He was completely different from the demon race, who were covered in demon chi. You're not weak at all. Xianxia curled his lips. I'll never be stronger than you. You have your battlefield, and I have mine. Everyone plays their own game and doesn't interfere with each other, okay? Moto revealed a troubled expression. I'm afraid that won't do. This tree of yours is a bit strange. If we really let it continue to grow, we probably won't be able to communicate with the demon territory, so I have to destroy it. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression didn't change, but he was overjoyed inside. Because of the information that Moto had unintentionally revealed, he knew that Qing did indeed have the ability to seal the world path. The prerequisite was that he could create enough opportunities for Qing to continue growing. Xianxia let out a long sigh and said helplessly, I understand what senior means. Moto still smiled and nodded. Are you ready to die? After a pause, he said, Actually, you can join me. That way, we won't have to fight. Xianxia said solemnly, Wizard Neo Xian appreciates Master's kindness, but I, Neo Xian, am a barbarian and will die as a barbarian. I definitely won't join the demon race. When the wizard members of the Bull clan heard this, they were filled with pride. They looked at Xianxia with even more reverence. Moto shrugged and said, Then there's nothing we can do. All right, enough talk. I'm going to kill you. His casual tone was like a butcher facing a lamb. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Xianxia. This strike seemed ordinary, but under this grab, it actually caused the laws of heaven and earth to shake. Xianxia inexplicably had the illusion that the surrounding space had been imprisoned, as if he was suddenly in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The demon saint and the wizard saint were both existences comparable to the great emperors. At this level, every move of theirs was in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, the more ordinary an attack was, the more profound the mysteries it contained. Beside Xianxia, the power of the space principles surged, and after a slight pause, he suddenly disappeared. A soft thud came from where he had been standing. It was as if something had been scratched. After the soft thud, everyone could clearly see that the space there had collapsed. Moto tilted his head and looked to the other side, his eyes flashing with interest. The space divine technique is truly impressive. I'm even more reluctant to kill you. If the great demon god can obtain your help, it will be much easier for him to break through the world paths of the other great worlds. He might even be able to completely descend. If you can't bear to kill me, then don't make a move. Xianxia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. It's good for everyone to stand here and chat. Leave the matters of the battlefield to the others. Moto shook his head and said, My mission is to kill or capture you, so I'm afraid I can't continue chatting with you. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a pitch-black energy suddenly charged at Xianxia. Xianxia met the attack with a moonblade. There was a collision in midair, and the two attacks vanished into thin air. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, Master, there seems to be something wrong with your strength. Are you holding back against me? Ha! Moto smiled, his hands not stopping. As his demonic chi surged, a giant demonic chi blade suddenly chopped down at Xianxia. Without any warning, he said, "This is all of my strength. I'm not holding back." Xianxia frowned slightly. He instinctively didn't want to believe it, but he felt that Moto wasn't lying. Although the strength he was displaying was very strong, Xianxia felt that it wasn't so strong that he couldn't deal with it. Right now, his strength was about the same as when he had first ascended. 2 years ago, when Moto had first arrived in this world, he had paid a price to pass through the world path. His strength had been greatly reduced, allowing Xianxia to use the space divine technique to escape from him. In these 2 years, Moto's strength should have recovered to its peak, but in reality, his performance wasn't much different from 2 years ago. The only difference was that he didn't feel weak. The Demon Saint's strength definitely wasn't like this. Xianxia secretly made a note of this. He teleported again, dodging Moto's attack. But at this moment, Moto's eyes suddenly flashed as he stared into the endless void. He immediately caught sight of Xianxia. The space divine technique wasn't omnipotent. Although it could banish one's body into the void to escape, there were still some rules in front of experts. Moto was such an expert. He raised his hand and pointed at a certain spot in the void. With a rip, the entire void seemed to be torn apart. Xianxia's figure staggered out. At the same time, a pitch-black net suddenly covered the void. From the looks of it, it wanted to envelop Xianxia as well. Xianxia's expression changed. He raised his hand and sent out a flowing time, Great Emperor's seal, unleashing all his strength. With a rumble, the pitch-black net was blocked for an instant. Xianxia took the opportunity to slip back, avoiding the net. After steadying himself, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Sigh. Moto had attacked twice without any effect. He sighed helplessly. 50% of my strength really doesn't seem to be enough. 50%. Xianxia glared at him, exasperated. Didn't you just say this was all your strength? Now you're saying 50%? Which part of your words are true? Moto said indifferently, "It's all true." He raised his hand and beckoned in a certain direction. Xianxia thought he was going to use some kind of divine ability or secret technique again and was on high alert, but after Mo waved his hand, he didn't sense any trace of an attack. Instead, he saw a jet black light fly over and rush into Mo's body before disappearing. Mo, who was already powerful enough to give Xianxia a headache, suddenly had his aura soar. The sudden increase in strength seemed to cause his mentality to change, and a ferocious look appeared on his face as he grinned and said, "This is 70%. Xianxia gritted his teeth. "You're a clone?" Moto said, "I am me. There's no priority. That's also me." That was naturally the battlefield of the saints. Only then did Xianxia realize that it wasn't the barbarian wizard saints who had carelessly let Moto over. Moto was still fighting with the wizard saints. It was just that this guy had a clone. His clone was clearly an emergency measure left behind by the demon race. Reality proved that this method was very effective. If Moto hadn't interfered, the evergreen god tree wouldn't have been disturbed at all. However, because of Moto's sudden appearance, Xianxia had to be careful. It was as if he was walking on thin ice. What made Xianxia even more troubled was that Moto's power seemed to be able to freely switch between his main body and his clone. 50% of his strength couldn't stop Xianxia's teleportation, so he had no choice but to use 70%. If one side was strong, the other side would naturally be weak. "I know what you're planning," Moto said casually. "You're just stalling for time with me, so that your tree can seal the passage between the two worlds. However, you don't have a chance now, because you're no longer a match." With that last word, Moto suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. He raised his hand and poked at his chest. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Moto's figure was clearly still in his vision. He hadn't expected the attack to be so close. In his panic, he instinctively used the space divine technique, but he was shocked to find that the space around him was impregnable. He couldn't move. A cruel smile appeared on Moto's lips. The demonic chi surging hand pierced through Xianxia's chest. There was no blood splattering as he had imagined, nor was there any feeling of touching flesh. Moto frowned. Only then did he realize that Xianxia's body had turned into a dim shadow at some point. His hand had passed through this shadow without any resistance. Xianxia's expression was savage, as if he was enduring immense pain. His body, which was so indifferent that it almost merged with the air, suddenly jumped back, breaking free of Moto's control. His body reappeared, but Xianxia seemed to have been heavily injured. He spat out blood. He took out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Cold sweat poured down his head like a waterfall. Is this also the space divine technique? Moto frowned slightly. The fatal blow that he had been certain to land had actually been neutralized by this wizard in a way he couldn't understand. Even though the other party seemed to be heavily injured, the result was very different from what he had expected. This was not what Moto wanted to see. The space divine technique isn't just teleportation. Xianxia swallowed the pill in his mouth. He was very willing to chat with Moto for a while to buy himself time to recover. I call that move nothingness. Banishing yourself into the void to avoid some very powerful attacks. Moto's eyes lit up as he praised, not a bad divine technique. Xianxia said, but you're too strong. Even though most of your power wasn't effective, a portion still broke through the void and reached me. I was almost killed by you. So that's how it is. Moto revealed a thoughtful expression. Looks like it won't be easy to kill you. Chapter 2895. Xianxia chuckled. Do you want to withdraw all of your avatar's power? Against a true saint, I shouldn't have much power to fight back. No need. Moto coldly snorted. Against an existence equivalent to a demon king, using 70% of his strength was the bottom line he could accept. If he really was forced to use all of his strength, that would be a disgrace. He was a mighty demon saint and had his own pride. As he spoke, a pitch-black metal hook suddenly appeared in his hand. The metal hook was suffused with a dense and pure demonic chi. Just looking at it made one feel uncomfortable, as if the evil hidden in the depths of one's heart could be awakened. Xianxia stared at the metal hook, his heart thumping. The feeling this metal hook gave him was somewhat similar to the demonic warhammer that his avatar currently possessed. Although their forms were completely different, they truly had the same aura. A divine artifact. This should be the divine artifact that Bao Qi and the others had spoken of. In demon territory, only demon saint level experts could use it. In other words, this metal hook was in existence on the same level as the demonic warhammer. Xianxia's expression turned stern as he inwardly raised his guard. Moto had suddenly taken out a demonic Dao divine artifact. Clearly, he was about to do something big. He had no choice but to be on full alert. To Xianxia's surprise, Moto did not immediately attack him after taking out the divine artifact. Instead, he raised the metal hook and slashed it through the air. East, west, left, right. There seemed to be no order to it at all, as if he was doing it on a whim. His expression and actions were extremely casual, but they were extremely arrogant and conceited. However, it was this extremely casual action that caused Xianxia's expression to sink. He suddenly sensed that the space around him had inexplicably become isolated. It was as if a large part of the world had been separated from this great world by Moto and isolated into another space. He could still see the scenery outside, but in this isolated world, he could no longer casually teleport. The space divine technique was an extremely troublesome ability for a demon saint, so Moto had to break this ability first. His actions just now were the way to break it. After doing this, Moto turned around. He looked coldly at Xianxia, slightly raised the iron hook in his hand, and pulled it into the void. A huge hook shadow suddenly appeared, as if it was a sharp weapon that could reel in one's soul. He hooked his finger in the direction of Xianxia. A strange phenomenon appeared in the entire world under this hook, and an extremely gloomy aura suddenly filled the air. Xianxia hurriedly retreated. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. He didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands together. Under the power of the law of space, a massive moon blade suddenly took shape and slashed toward the hook shadow. That was not the end of it. He murmured, and the law of time began to flow. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the flowing time great emperor followed closely behind the moon blade and blasted forward. Space and time. The two profound laws of space and time came one after another, making the already ever-changing heaven and earth even more mysterious and unpredictable. A look of shock appeared on Moto's face. He had clearly seen some clues and revealed a look of disbelief. A person who cultivated both the law of space and the law of time was something he had never heard of before. Since ancient times, there had been 3,000 great Daos and countless laws of heaven and earth. However, whether it was the law of space or the law of time, they were both in the territory of a very small number of lucky people, and almost no one had ever been able to touch these two territories at the same time. This was no longer something that could be described as just luck. Perhaps only those who were blessed by the heavens would have unparalleled luck. And this kind of person, since ancient times, all of them were experts who ruled the heavens and ruled the earth. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the moon blade and the flowing time great emperor collided with the huge hook shadow. They directly scattered in the void, and violent energy swept out in all directions. It caused the isolated heaven and earth to tremble, giving people the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. The shockwaves from the collision spread out for hundreds of kilometers. Whether it was the barbarian race or the demon race, they were all knocked back, unable to stand steadily. As for Xianxia, he was sent flying back dozens of meters by the force of the recoil. His expression was dispirited, but he still stubbornly said, "Moto, 70% of your strength is probably not enough. Hurry up and show me your full strength. Don't hide it anymore." As he spoke, he madly swallowed pills, cutting an extremely wretched figure. Moto's usual elegance and gentleness had completely vanished. After being mocked like this by Xianxia, he finally revealed a look of anger. He turned his head to glance at the evergreen god tree. While he and Xianxia had been entangled for a while, this strange tree had grown several hundred meters taller. It was simply unreasonable. "Let's see how many times you can block." Moto roared angrily, once again hooking at Xianxia. The massive hook shadow appeared a second time. The corners of Xianxia's eyes twitched. He cursed, but his movements were not ambiguous at all. Just now, he had clashed head-on with Moto, making him deeply realize the difference between him and his opponent. Even though Moto had only used 70% of his strength, he was not his opponent at all. Blocking once was a fluke, but it was impossible to block a second or third time. "You only know this move? Can't you do something new?" Xianxia had a look of mockery. Moto sneered. "It doesn't matter if it's new. It's fine as long as it's effective." He clearly saw where his advantage lay. He prepared to use his divine technique to directly crush Xianxia. The hook's shadow slashed through the air, causing the void to crack. The sun, moon, and stars all paled under this hook. Xianxia let out a muffled groan. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and golden light erupted. A massive golden dragon head appeared behind him. Its majestic dragon eyes looked down at the world, as if everything in the world was insignificant. The golden dragon phantom only appeared for an instant before returning to Xianxia's body and disappearing. Xianxia's originally dispirited aura suddenly soared, reaching a new height. He seemed to be much stronger than when he was at his peak. Moto was greatly shocked. He stared behind Xianxia as if he wanted to see more clearly, but the phantom had already disappeared. He revealed an expression of disbelief. "Holy Spirit? How do you have a Holy Spirit source?" Even in ancient times, Holy Spirits were synonymous with power, especially the dragon race. It was an existence that even a demon saint could not ignore. There is also a dragon race in demon territory. They were demon dragons, and each one was an expert comparable to a demon saint. Each one had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. "You're meddling too much." When the golden light faded, Xianxia's figure reappeared. At this moment, he was no longer that weak human. Instead, He was 6 feet tall and covered in scales. He had short horns on his head, and his hands had turned into sharp claws. His face was covered in scales, and one could vaguely make out traces of his past. The hook's shadow attacked. Xianxia raised a myriad sword and slashed down. After dragon forming, Xianxia's strength had clearly increased. Under the myriad sword, the seemingly invincible hook's shadow suddenly paused, as if there was an unbreakable barrier in front of it that was blocking its advance. Xianxia stumbled back. He used all his strength to activate the myriad's sword light. It collided with the hook shadow, creating a rumbling sound. Moto sneered. The hook in his hand silently slashed out, targeting Xianxia. A moment later, Xianxia's eyes widened, a blank expression on his face. It was as if he had lost his soul. Even his movements to block the hook shadow became weak and powerless, allowing the hook shadow to lunge at him once more. A moment later, Xianxia couldn't help but tremble. He angrily roared, "Soul hooking? Moto, you bully the weak because you're strong, yet you're so despicable. You call yourself a demon saint in vain." Moto clenched his teeth, becoming angry out of humiliation. "What the hell are you?" Just now, he had used the soul-hooking technique. Not only could the hook in his hand use the powerful divine technique, but could also directly affect the enemy's soul. That silent hook had transformed into a chain that hooked onto Xianxia's soul. This was why Xianxia had been dazed for a moment and almost lost consciousness. As long as Moto could hook his soul out of his body, Xianxia would definitely be reduced to a walking corpse. The massive hook shadow that attacked the second time was just a pretense to attract Xianxia's attention. However, Moto had never expected that his painstaking efforts would fail to achieve the desired effect. For an existence on the level of a demon king, to barely block 70% of his strength in a head-on clash was already inconceivable. Even though he hadn't used his full strength, from a bystander's point of view, the other party had done well enough. The fact that the soul-hooking technique hadn't had any effect was what Moto found hard to accept. This fellow in front of him was definitely not just an existence on the level of a demon king. Even as a demon saint, Moto had never encountered such a monster. Xianxia coldly snorted and ignored him, still feeling lingering fear. Although the scene just now had been brief, it had been the most dangerous moment of his battle with Moto so far. If it weren't for a supreme treasure like the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, his soul probably would have been hooked by Moto. Although his soul was powerful, it wasn't enough to block Moto's secret technique. At the crucial moment, the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus had pulled back his soul, allowing him to react. Xianxia was infuriated by his own weakness. The myriad swords soared to the sky, suppressing Moto's hook images in one fell swoop and shattering them while Moto was distracted. In the dazzling light, everything in the world lost their luster. Moto seemed to still be in a daze. This was extremely unusual for a demon saint. The main reason was that Xianxia's performance had been too shocking. At this moment, Xianxia had already charged in front of him with a ferocious expression. He clenched one of his dragon claws into a fist and smashed it down. Wherever the fist passed, the void churned and the universe collapsed. It was like a hot iron had left an imprint on delicate skin that didn't disappear for a long time. Moto raised his head, his eyes emotionless as he stared at Xianxia. He said indifferently, "You will pay the price for your rashness." As he spoke, he raised his fist to meet the attack. Chapter 2896. The demon race was the same as the barbarian race. They both placed great emphasis on body tempering, especially a demon saint like Moto. Even if his body was not indestructible, he had already cultivated it to the limits of his body. If Xianxia had competed with him in the divine technique, he might have had to expend a little more effort, but he had actually charged straight at him, as if he wanted to fight him in close combat. This made Moto feel both laughable and angry. Laughable was that his enemy was too stupid, and angry that he would be underestimated one day. Moto did not hold back when he attacked. When the two fists collided, Moto's body swayed. while Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. Yang Kai, who had used the dragon form secret technique, was still no match for the demon saint, who only had 70% of his strength. The strength of the demon saint was evident from this. The massive recoil was like the water of the pugilistic world, sweeping into his meridians and flesh. Yang Kai felt unprecedented pain, causing his eyes to bulge. Before he could stabilize himself, Moto's counterattack had already arrived. A punch wrapped in a destructive aura heavily slammed into Yang Kai's abdomen. As the demonic chi surged, Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He instantly lost the ability to breathe. This was not the end. Moto punched Yang Kai in the face again, sending him flying. He tumbled through the air, spitting out countless mouthfuls of blood. If not for the fact that his physical strength had greatly increased after using the dragon form secret technique, just these 2 punches alone would have been enough to take the life of a third-layer Emperor Realm expert. Even so, Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable. His stomach churned as the demonic chi that had invaded his body wantonly wandered through his meridians and flesh, causing his mind to become unstable and his vision to blur. After falling to the ground in a sorry state, Yang Kai hurriedly got up. Before he could regain his balance, Moto had already appeared in front of him and punched him again. Yang Kai's seemingly delirious face suddenly revealed a hint of slyness, and as his eyes flashed, he had already summoned the mountains and river's bell. It directly enveloped the place where he was standing. Moto's eyes widened. He wanted to pull back his fist, but he was powerless to do so. Yang Kai had used the mountains and river's bell at the perfect time. It was when his attack had reached its peak. Clang, the destructive punch landed on the mountains and river's bell. A layer of visible ripples spread out from the ancient bell, and a prehistorical aura spread out from it. Moto's fist that had smashed into the mountains and river's bell was instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Even though he was a demon saint, it was extremely difficult for him to withstand the backlash of his full-strength strike. This was only secondary. Most importantly, as the mountains and river's bell rang, Moto suddenly felt like he was being suppressed. It was as if countless towering mountains had descended from above, pressing down on him until he could not straighten his back. The sound of the bell suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the aura of the Emperor reversed the universe. This was the evaluation of the mountains and rivers bell by the apex experts of various eras. The greatest divine technique of this prehistoric treasure was suppression of all things in the world. Moto's aura plummeted. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai savagely lunged forward, his dragon claws sharper than the sharpest weapon in the world reaching for Moto's chest. At this critical moment of life and death, Moto angrily snorted. He circulated the demon sovereign righteous technique with all his strength, dispelling all the discomfort brought about by the mountains and river's bell. He grabbed at Yang Kai's dragon claws as fast as lightning, clearly wanting to block his attack. But at this moment, the mountains and river's bell that had disappeared reappeared. This time, it did not envelop Yang Kai. Instead, it transformed into the size of a copper bell and was held in Yang Kai's other dragon claw. With a flick of his finger, the mountains and river's bell rang out again. The sound waves condensed into an invisible attack that charged at Moto. Moto's body shrank. The state he had just recovered from was instantly shattered. With a hiss, Yang Kai's sharp claws pierced through his chest and came out from his back. Above the dragon claws, a fiercely beating demon heart, as red as blood. You? Moto stared at Yang Kai, who was just inches away. He was enraged and opened his mouth to roar. An unimaginable force erupted from his mouth, condensing into a force visible to the naked eye that slammed into Yang Kai's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Yang Kai flew high into the air like a kite. Moto staggered, blood spurting from his chest. A massive hole had pierced through his chest and back. His internal organs could be vaguely seen, but his chest was completely empty. He lowered his head to look, his expression savage and terrifying. Yang Kai crawled up from nearby, spitting out blood. He held the demon heart in his hand and grinned at Moto. I heard that experts like you have more than one demon heart. As long as the demon heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die. How many demon hearts do you have? Moto narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold light that had never appeared before. As his demonic chi surged, the flesh in his chest wriggled and quickly healed as if he had never been injured. Give it back, he said in a low voice. Although he had more than one demon heart, and losing one of them would not put his life in danger, the destruction of the demon heart would affect his strength somewhat. Xianxia had already displayed the strength to face him head-on. One less demon heart meant one less chance of victory. Xianxia grinned. What did you say? Did I hear wrong? Or did you say something wrong? Didn't you just tell me to give it back to you? You didn't hear wrong. Give it back. Moto said coldly. Ha! Xianxia laughed loudly. You really like to joke. You and I fought to the death, each using our own methods to determine the victor. I stole your demon heart, and you actually want me to give it back to you? Let me ask you one question. Are you a retard? Give it back to me, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will taste something even more terrifying than death. Xianxia's expression immediately became serious. Your demon heart is in my hands. It's fine if you don't beg me, but you actually want me to give it back to you and give me a quick death? Xianxia's expression turned to one of mockery. You really are a retard. Moto did not say anything else, his gaze fixed on the demon heart. The next moment, Xianxia's heart jumped as if he had sensed something. His expression changed, and he clenched his fist. With a loud bang, the demon heart exploded. There was no blood or flesh. The demonic chi contained within surged out, turning into a black fog that enveloped Xianxia. This black fog seemed to have a life of its own. Without any regard for anything else, it drilled into Xianxia's pores, entering his body through his orifices. Xianxia's expression was ugly. Although he wanted to stop it, he was powerless. No matter how he circulated his strength, he could not stop the corrosion of the demonic chi. Moreover, the explosion of the demon heart had not been caused by him, but by Moto's strange method of self-destruction. At the same time the demon heart exploded, Moto groaned. His aura weakened, as if he had been heavily injured, but he still said, I know you have a way to resist the corrosion of ordinary demonic chi, but you definitely cannot resist my demonic chi. You will lose yourself and become my slave. I will fulfill my promise and let you taste everything in this world that is more terrifying than death. Wizard, kneel down and beg. Perhaps I will show you some mercy. As if confirming his words, Xianxia's expression became extremely pained. His eyes bulged as if they were about to explode. An abnormal black color appeared on his body. Moto stood to the side and watched coldly. From time to time, he would look at the evergreen god tree in the distance, as if he was considering when to destroy this strange tree. The demonic chi had already disappeared. It had all surged into Xianxia's body, as if it had become one with him. Moto lost his patience. He raised his hand and pointed at Xianxia. Although it was difficult for him to accept that an enemy like this had destroyed a demon heart, and he wanted to torture him to vent his anger, he had more important things to do at this moment. The giant tree had already reached the sky and was not far from the passage between the two worlds. If this continued, it would be troublesome. Moto decided to kill Xianxia first before dealing with the tree. But just as he was about to make a move, a shocking scene appeared. Xianxia, whose face was contorted in pain, suddenly let out a long groan. Along with his groan, a thick, pitch-black demon chi gushed out from his mouth. It was endless, as if there was no end to it. Moto was stunned. This demonic chi was clearly the demonic chi contained in his demon heart. Logically speaking, it should have invaded this wizard's body and fused with him. Why had he spat it out again? More and more demonic chi was spat out. This seemingly alive demonic chi showed extremely flustered movements, as if there was something in Xianxia's body that they were afraid of. Moto found it hard to accept what he was seeing. He instantly fell into a daze. After a while, Xianxia finally spat out all the demonic chi. He patted his stomach and said in disdain, "What the hell is this? It's not delicious at all. How can you? Moto wanted to ask for an explanation, but he knew that the other party would not answer him. This wizard had secrets, so he stopped mid-sentence. Xianxia indeed had no intention of answering him. After spitting out all the demonic qi, he raised his hand, and the mountains and rivers bell flew toward Moto. As it spun, the mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size and covered Moto, intending to suppress him in one fell swoop. How could Moto just wait for death? He knew how powerful this small bell was, so when he saw Xianxia's movements, he immediately dodged to the side. Xianxia had already caught up to the mountains and rivers bell and slapped it with both hands. Clang! A visible sound wave gathered into an attack. Under Xianxia's control, it cut through the air like a sharp blade, slashing at Moto. Moto could not dodge. The moment the sound wave touched him, his body froze, and he revealed a pained expression. The mountains and rivers bell had been able to suppress his movements before. After losing his demon heart, Moto found it even harder to block the mountains and rivers bell's power. With this pause, Xianxia was already in front of him. He grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Moto instinctively leaped back, but Xianxia grabbed his arm. A terrifying force came from his iron-like dragon claws, causing his arm to crack. XH 234, 44, 19. Chapter 2897. Moto's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and looked at Xianxia in front of him. However, what greeted him was a heavy punch. A huge force slammed into his face, distorting his facial features and causing him to tumble through the air. The feeling of being suppressed finally disappeared. Moto hurriedly stabilized himself, but just as he steadied himself, the strange bell rang in his ears again. The suppression that had just disappeared enveloped him once more, causing his power to slow down slightly. It was this pause that made it impossible for him to make a reasonable dodge. His chest was punched again, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Moto's chest caved in, and he was sent flying. The mighty demon Saint was like a sandbag being sent flying by a wizard king in the air, unable to fight back at all. This was a great humiliation. Moto's chest was like a volcano brewing, and his fury could erupt at any time. Even though the other party's attack was not fatal, Moto could not tolerate losing face in front of millions of members of the demon race. All of this was because of that strange bell. With the wizard's strength, Moto was not afraid at all, but that strange bell could even suppress the demon saint's power, causing him to lose the initiative at the beginning. After that, he made one wrong step after another, and he had no chance of turning the situation around. Every time the bell rang, the aura and power that Moto had just raised would be suppressed, and then Xianxia would attack him like a storm. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, Xianxia had already attacked Moto more than 1,000 times. Each time, he used his full strength, enough to instantly kill the Emperor Realm. However, such concentrated attacks only made Moto look miserable. He did not even show any signs of being seriously injured. No matter how much his chest caved in, no matter how many of his bones were broken, he seemed to be able to recover in an extremely short amount of time. Demon Saint Moto had an incomparably tenacious vitality. Xianxia was both physically and mentally exhausted, panting heavily. Although his strength had greatly increased after dragon forming, the consumption of his strength had also increased exponentially, not to mention that he had to use the mountains and rivers bell in advance every time he attacked, which was a heavy burden. If it weren't for his solid foundation, he would have long since died of exhaustion. However, he was still not in a hurry. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to win with a single strike. The opportunity came quickly. Moto had already gone berserk from the torture. His face was twisted as he gritted his teeth. His eyes were red as if he had lost his mind. The mountains and rivers bell rang again, and a visible sound wave surged towards Moto. But this time, Xianxia didn't seem to have a good grasp of the timing. When the sound wave hit, Moto had already dodged ahead of time. Without the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell, he could finally deal with Xianxia freely. He grinned, and his demonic chi rolled as he flew at Yang Kai. A hint of panic appeared on Yang Kai's face as he hurriedly retreated, but he was unable to open up the distance between him and Moto. Moto flew above his head and slapped down with his palm. A destructive aura surged from his palm and enveloped Yang Kai. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand, and the sealed world bead flew out. Under his control, the sealed world bead disappeared into the void. At the same time, a vortex-like passage appeared between him and Moto. His divine sense surged out like a tide and wrapped around Moto, turning into an invisible net. Moto was the big fish in this net. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, his feet rooted to the ground as he urged his spiritual energy to close the net and catch the fish. As long as he could capture Moto into the sealed world bead, he would be able to control Moto's life and death. Even if he was a genuine demon saint, a demon saint who could only display 70% of his strength should not be his opponent in the sealed world bead. The most important thing was to bring Moto into the sealed world bead. When the vortex appeared, Moto's expression changed slightly. Clearly, he had also realized something. Warning bells rang in his head. He hurriedly pulled back, wanting to retreat, but the space around him was viscous, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He was unable to break free. This stickiness was caused by Yang Kai's soul and the space divine technique. Moto reacted quickly and poured out his demon, saint-level spiritual energy, turning it into sharp awls that shot out madly in all directions. The large net condensed from Yang Kai's spiritual energy was instantly riddled with holes. Not only that, but his soul was also severely damaged, blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, a terrifying sight to behold. What a fool, competing with my spiritual energy. Moto had a confident look on his face, a look of ridicule on his face. He was in no hurry to escape this place. He found that this wizard bull had spun a cocoon around himself and wanted to use his spiritual energy to trap him. The invisible confrontation continued, and Yang Kai's soul was damaged more and more severely. The invisible net had long since been shattered, but he still refused to let go. Moto's ridicule turned into shock because Yang Kai's persistence had exceeded his expectations. The soul was the source of wisdom for every living being. If the soul was too severely damaged, a living being would become a walking corpse. His attacks were violent and dense. Logically speaking, this Wuxia in front of him should have lost his divine sense and become an idiot, but he found that the truth was not as he thought. The Wuxia's face was ferocious, and he was obviously suffering from the pain of his divine soul, but he was still rational and clear-headed. Something was protecting his soul. Moto was a demon saint, after all. Although he did not know the existence of the soul-warming lotus, he guessed the truth in an extremely short amount of time. It was because of the existence of the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai dared to use this method to fight to the death with Moto. Moto was also shocked and excited by his guess. He suddenly activated his spiritual energy and looked directly into Yang Kai's eyes. His deep gaze seemed to penetrate all barriers and see all the secrets in Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. A treasure that could protect a person's divine soul from being destroyed was worth a look to him. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's pained face. His left eye suddenly turned into a golden light, revealing a dignified vertical pupil. Then a budding lotus flower flashed and rushed into Moto's sea of consciousness. Moto snorted angrily. Just as he was about to block the blossoming lotus secret technique, he was shocked to find that the net he had destroyed was suddenly pulled back. The power was so strong that he was almost caught off guard. He was quickly pulled toward the whirlpool. Moto was shocked. His body involuntarily rushed toward the entrance of the sealed world bead. The blossoming lotus secret technique exploded in his mind, giving him a splitting headache. If the other party succeeded, that would be a true humiliation. Although Moto did not know where this whirlpool led, seeing how Yang Kai was pulling him in without holding back, he knew that it was definitely not a good place. Perhaps he would never be able to come out after going in. He endured the pain in his head and roared, "Enough! His angry roar shook the surroundings. The power pulling him paused slightly. At the same time, in the sky above the saint's battlefield, a pitch-black light flew over and disappeared into Moto's body. Moto's already terrifying aura exploded. Kai Yang's face changed greatly, his mouth filled with bitterness. It was as if he had eaten a gold thread. He had used all his methods and was about to pull Moto into his sealed world bead to do whatever he wanted, but at the last moment, Moto summoned back the power of his clone. At this moment, Moto was a true demon saint, a peak demon saint. The stalemate was instantly broken. Moto, who had recovered his strength, did not even need to use his full strength. Just his aura alone was enough to disperse Yang Kai's spiritual energy and space divine technique. On the battlefield, millions of demon race and barbarian race soldiers turned their heads and saw a scene they would never forget. A black shadow suddenly stood in mid-air, and then, like a balloon, it quickly grew bigger. 10 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. This black shadow only stopped when it was 300 meters tall. Moto had transformed into a behemoth with two slightly curved horns on his head. The tips of the horns were sharp and seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. His feet had also transformed into two giant hooves that stood on the ground. Everything in the world seemed extremely small in front of him. His body seemed to be made of copper and iron, giving off a metallic luster. He gently exhaled from his nostrils, and a tornado visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the air. Demon Saint Moto, after recovering all his strength, had transformed into a monster that looked like both a man and a cow. A thick demonic chi surrounded his mountain-like body, rolling and wriggling as if it was alive. Yang Kai had disappeared, and even the sealed world bead had disappeared. The moment Moto recovered his strength, he had hidden his whereabouts. Moto's window-sized eyes swept around casually, piercing through the void and finding Yang Kai's fleeing figure. He reached out and plucked a strand of hair from his body. He gently pinched it as if he was pinching an embroidery needle. Then, he threw the strand of hair forward, his movements extremely casual. With a whoosh, the hair pierced through the void and disappeared. A muffled groan came from 5 kilometers away. Then, Yang Kai's figure staggered out and fell to the ground. His abdomen was pierced through by a pitch-black energy, nailing him to the ground. The pitch-black energy was clearly formed from Moto's hair. It possessed an extremely strange energy. Being fixed by this energy, not only did Yang Kai feel that his body could not move, but even thinking was extremely difficult. Dong, dong, dong. Moto strode forward. He seemed to be walking very slowly, but in fact, he was extremely fast. The distance of 5 kilometers was closed in just 3 breaths. Standing in front of Yang Kai, Moto looked down at him as if he was looking at an ant. To be able to force me like this, you could be considered very capable. When he first appeared, he had used 50% of his strength to deal with Yang Kai. They were evenly matched. Then, he used 70% of his strength and was actually not a match for him. After recovering to his peak, he finally crushed him. Chapter 2898. Yang Kai laughed bitterly. He looked up at Moto, who was like a mountain. You won. What are you going to do now? Kill me? Then hurry up and do it. Otherwise, there will be a surprise for you later. Moto's expression was cold. He raised his foot and stomped down on Yang Kai. For an enemy who had caused so much trouble for him, this kind of death was too easy. However, Moto had already wasted too much time on Yang Kai. He did not have the time to torture him, so he could only kill him first. When his foot landed, the ground cracked for hundreds of kilometers. Crisscrossing ravines appeared. Moto frowned slightly. When he raised his foot, he left a giant footprint on the ground, but there was no trace of flesh or blood. He had just sensed a spatial ripple. That wizard bull had clearly escaped again, and this time, it was even more secretive. Moto glanced around, but could not immediately find any trace of him. Shaking his giant head, Moto strode toward the evergreen god tree. He no longer paid attention to that ant-like existence. After being hit by his divine technique and being heavily injured, that ant could no longer obstruct him. Now, the most important thing was to get rid of that giant tree. His massive body, which was 30 feet tall, rampaged through the battlefield. All creatures in his way became meat patties under his feet. Whether it was the barbarian race or the demon race, there was no difference to Modo. With every step he took, members of the two races died under his feet. At first, he did not walk very fast, but as he strode forward, he became faster and faster. Gradually, he began to run as fast as lightning. Dong, 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 like the beating of war drums, the sound echoed through the wilderness. Everyone's hearts began to beat violently. Wherever Modo passed, the barbarian demon race retreated. No one dared to stand in his way. The clansmen who had died under his feet were the best proof. The Wizard Bull tribe still had less than 8,000 people left. At this moment, they were all gathered around the evergreen god tree, using its power to block the attacks of the demon race. And the demon race around them numbered more than 800,000. With such a huge difference in numbers, if it wasn't for the protection of the evergreen god tree, the remaining members of the Wizard Bull tribe would have been wiped out long ago. When Modo rushed towards the evergreen divine tree, everyone saw despair appear on the faces of all the barbarians. The 6 demon kings who were still bitterly holding on became the first batch of deserters. Although Xianxia had previously ordered them to defend to the death, they still lacked the courage to face a demon saint head-on, especially an enraged demon saint. The demon king had escaped, but the barbarians could not. The evergreen divine tree was their only hope of sealing the passage between the two worlds. It was not easy for them to hold on until now. So how could they be willing to give up halfway? The Wizard's Bull tribe's defensive circle shrunk once again as they all retreated to the bottom of the tree roots. Low chanting sounds came from all over the tree trunk. The Wizard of the Snow Frost tribe began to use their power. They wanted to borrow the power of the evergreen god tree to block the attacks of the demon Saint Modo. A layer of dark green light suddenly appeared, covering an area of 500 feet, forming a thick curtain of light. This curtain of light looked extremely sturdy, and all the demon race were blocked outside. The secret techniques used by the demon commanders, demon general, and demon kings could only create ripples on this curtain of light. They could not break through it at all. This gave the barbarians a bit of hope. But this hope quickly turned into fear. Modo charged over. His massive body was like a small mountain as he slammed into the dark green curtain of light. With a boom, the curtain of light trembled. The hearts of every barbarian surged to their throats as they looked up at where Modo had collided with the curtain of light. They forgot to breathe, and their faces were filled with worry. They were afraid that this curtain of light would be broken. Once it was broken, no one would be able to stop the destructive power of a demon saint. The evergreen god tree might be destroyed here, and the barbarians' last hope would vanish like smoke. The curtain of light was still there, but its color was clearly dimmer. The barbarians first let out a sigh of relief, but this was quickly followed by even more worry. The curtain of light could block one of Modo's collisions, but 2, 3, countless times? There would be a moment when Modo would break through this barrier and charge his massive body under the god tree. Under the worried and nervous gazes of the Wizard Bull tribe, Modo retreated a few steps, then tilted his head to look at the dark green curtain of light. He slightly pulled back a fist, and in the next moment, like a fully drawn bow, his fist shot out like a dragon. Boom! The curtain of light trembled again, and its color dimmed a bit. Without waiting for the curtain of light to stabilize, Modo's second punch had already arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the house-sized fist smashed into the curtain of light, it produced an incomparable impact. The Wizard Bull tribe members felt their blood boil, and their chests felt stuffy. It was as if Modo was not smashing into the curtain of light, but into their chests. Crack! Finally, a crisp sound entered everyone's ears. All the barbarians' expressions changed. They could clearly see a crack appear in the curtain of light. Modo laughed sinisterly, as if he was proud of his masterpiece. His final punch landed right in the middle of the crack. With a crash, like a mirror shattering, the curtain of light provided by the evergreen god tree finally could not withstand the demon saint's repeated attacks and collapsed. Without the protection of the curtain of light, all the barbarians were exposed to the demon saint. No one could withstand his breath. Moto only needed to blow at them to wipe them all out. Moto did not care about these ant-like existences. He was the demon saint. There was no need for him to care about the life or death of these small fries. He only had one goal, the evergreen god tree. Taking large strides, Moto crashed into the tree. Amidst the terrified shouts and screams of the barbarian race, the 300 feet tall demon saint rammed into the trunk of the evergreen divine tree. Boom! The evergreen divine tree trembled violently, and countless green leaves fell from the sky, turning into dried leaves before they could even touch the ground. At the same time, the wizard tribe members hiding in various parts of the evergreen god tree were struck by lightning. Countless groans rang out, and a dozen wizards were killed by this crash. They had been hiding in the tree the entire time. Although they could borrow the evergreen god tree's protection and activate its power, they were also closely related to the evergreen god tree's life and death. This was a secret technique that the Snow Frost tribe had developed after coexisting with the evergreen god tree for tens of thousands of years. The force of Moto's crash was dispersed to various parts of the tree. Naturally, some wizard could not withstand it and died suddenly. However, Moto was extremely dissatisfied with this attack. A hint of anger appeared on his face. It was as if he believed that he should have crashed into the tree with this crash, not just a few leaves. Before he could attack a second time, the Snow Frost tribe's counterattack arrived. Soft branches drooped down from the crown of the tree, turning into long whips that lashed at Moto. Previously, the wizards of the Snow Frost tribe had relied on this method to help the wizard ox tribe survive the encirclement of hundreds of thousands of demon race until now. They had killed countless demon race members. However, this kind of attack was clearly a little weak against the demon saint. The seemingly destructive whips did not have any effect on him. Instead, they only stimulated Moto's ferocity. He reached out and grabbed the branches, pulling viciously and snapping them. After snapping dozens of branches, Moto was a little tired. He ignored the attacks that were lashing at him and slammed into the tree. Boom! 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 With each collision, the evergreen god tree would shake violently. More leaves would fall, and more Snow Frost wizard would die. However, no matter how hard Moto tried, the evergreen god tree was still like a pillar that supported the heavens. Moto was finally enraged. He no longer slammed into the tree. Instead, he used his hands and feet to climb up the tree. As he continued to ascend, he displayed his powerful destructive power. He tore off branches one by one and threw them to the ground. The Snow Frost wizard could no longer stop his destruction. Wherever Moto passed, only the main trunk of the evergreen god tree was left. The side branches were all destroyed. When a nearby demon race saw this, they all followed Moto and rushed toward the evergreen god tree. Those who could fly flew high and destroyed everything they could. Those who could not fly climbed along the tree trunk, using their mouths to bite and weapons to chop. They did everything they could. The evergreen god tree, which was the guardian of the Snow Frost tribe and had existed for tens of thousands of years, was instantly filled with the demon race. It was like a candied haw on the ground that attracted countless ants. Looking down from the sky, it was a magnificent sight. The wizard of the Snow Frost tribe could only do limited things. Even with the power of the evergreen god tree, they could only wipe out a few ordinary demon race and provide some protection for the remaining wizard ox tribe members who were still bitterly holding on. From a certain perspective, they had already done enough. Without them, the wizard ox tribe would have been wiped out long ago, and the evergreen god tree would not have been able to grow steadily until now. But this was their limit. Defeat was close at hand. Every barbarian was filled with sorrow. The Yulu twins searched the battlefield, wanting to find that figure. Although they felt that they could not stop the current situation with that person's power, they did not have any more hope. But they could not find him. After that figure had been heavily injured, he had not appeared again. Perhaps he was already dead, or perhaps he was hiding somewhere. They would rather that that person was dead than believe that he had run away. Bang! A loud sound suddenly came from the sky. After the sound was heard, the evergreen god tree rustled like it was raining. Countless demon race members that were climbing up fell down. The huge tree trunk suddenly became much cleaner. Hearing this familiar voice, the Yulu twins were shocked. They all looked up. Even though their vision was blocked by the huge tree crown and they could not see anything clearly, they knew that the figure they had been searching for had returned. Chapter 2899. Xianxia reappeared in the air. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if he was an arrow at the end of its flight. The mountains and rivers bell had also transformed into a massive object that floated in front of him. It constantly emitted an ancient and desolate sound. Sound waves surged down the bell, knocking down countless demon race clinging to the evergreen god tree. The weaker demon race exploded into bloody mist before they even hit the ground. Only the slightly stronger demon race could resist. However, even the demon commanders bled from their orifices. Their minds were muddled and they were heavily injured. Only the Demon King level experts could barely hold on. However, they constantly fell to the ground, pulling away from the mountains and rivers bell. The bell rang a dozen times, and the demon race on the evergreen god tree were all purged. Only Moto's massive body continued to rise. The sound waves gathered by the mountains and rivers bell slammed into his body, creating ripples. However, they could not stop him. "Bastard, are you looking to die?" Moto roared angrily. He climbed even faster. Through the layers of leaves, his massive eyes stared in Xianxia's direction. Finally, he passed through all the obstacles and saw the puny barbarian. Moto grinned viciously and reached out to grab him. Xianxia did not dodge, or rather, he could not dodge. The demon saint's casual strike contained the principles of the great Tao. It did not seem fast, but it was the essence of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily dodged. The large hand grabbed Xianxia as if he was an unremarkable bug. Moto brought him in front of him and applied some force. There was a cracking sound. It was the sound of bones breaking. Even with the dragon form secret technique, his body could not withstand the demon saint's brute strength, especially when the demon saint was at his peak. However, Xianxia did not show any pain. Instead, he was calm. Moto was extremely displeased when he saw this. "What other moves do you have? Let's see if you can stop me." Moto snorted coldly. The air that came out of his nostrils formed a gust of wind. "You really do have a move?" Xianxia smiled at him. Moto was speechless. He did not expect this puny barbarian to still have a move up his sleeve. However, his expression quickly became indifferent. No matter what move the other party had, it would not be effective in front of him, who had recovered his peak strength, unless he had the same strength as him. Moto did not say anything else. Moto instinctively had an extremely bad feeling. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, as if something big was about to happen. The demon saint was extremely sensitive to danger, so he trusted his instincts. The power in his hand suddenly increased, but at that moment, Moto's expression changed. His already large eyes widened even more, as if he had seen something inconceivable. An inexplicably powerful resistance appeared in Moto's hand. This resistance gave Moto the feeling that it came from the same source as his demonic aura, but it seemed to be even more ancient. It came from an even more distant era, which shocked Moto. The pitch-black energy spread out from between his fingers like glue, gradually gathering in one place. It gave off an aura that made one's heart tremble. The right eye of the puny barbarian in his hand suddenly turned pitch black. It was like a black hole that could devour everything in the world. When he suddenly met that pitch black eye, Moto was dazed for a moment. He felt uneasy, and his soul trembled. The next moment, his expression changed. He shouted, "Why do you have the aura of an ancient devil?" He finally understood what was going on with this barbarian's aura. It was clearly the extremely pure, ancient demonic chi. The ancient devils were even more ancient existences than he was. They were the ancestors of the demon race, the first creatures born in the demon territory. It was these ancient devils who opened up territory in the demon territory, creating a space for the demon race to exist. After thousands of years of reproduction, the demon race was born. The ancient devils had not gone extinct. To this day, there were still ancient devils living in the demon territory. Every ancient devil was an extremely powerful existence. Even the demon saint had to treat them with respect. But although the ancient devils were powerful, their intelligence was pitifully low. They were like a group of uncivilized beasts. They relied on their instincts to act. Even the great demon god could not command them. In the demon territory, there were very few ancient devils. Not to mention the ordinary demon race. Even the demon saint-level powerhouses might not see an ancient devil in their entire lives. They lived in the worst and most hidden environments. They would not easily appear in public. Moto had been lucky enough to see one once. At that time, he had accidentally entered a place where several ancient devils lived. In the end, he had been treated as an intruder and chased for hundreds of thousands of miles. He had almost died. His memory of the ancient devil's aura was still fresh. How could Moto not be shocked to suddenly see the ancient devil's demonic chi in this world? However, he finally understood why the demonic chi formed by his demon heart did not work on this barbarian. He had the ancient devil's aura inside him, so he could naturally resist the corrosion of his demonic chi. But why was this? How could the ancient devil's aura appear on an outsider? Xianxia did not answer. He did not know if he did not want to answer or if he did not hear him. At that moment, he only felt his soul become restless. After undoing the gold and silver seals on the Dantian, he immediately felt an unimaginable power surge out of the Dantian. It surged through his body. With the support of this power, he could not help but feel like he was omnipotent. It was as if he could pick the stars and capture the moon just by raising his hand. As he obtained this great power, the various evils hidden deep in his heart were awakened and magnified. He gradually lost his mind. His perfect left eye twitched violently, up and down, left and right, as if it was not under his control. However, his right eye, which had turned pitch black, was still empty. It was a stark contrast to the liveliness of his left eye, making it seem even more strange. A pitch-black aura inexplicably swayed in his sea of consciousness. This aura seemed to have a strong, infectious power. Wherever it passed, everything dimmed. The light balls of memories were dyed pitch black, losing their previous colorful brilliance. Xianxia hid his soul on the island created by the colorful soul-warming lotus, relying on this treasure to maintain his last trace of consciousness. It was not the first time that he had become the demon race, but this time it was a little different than before. He found that the power he obtained was even stronger. It was as if he had gradually adapted to the unsealed demonic chi in his body. He was able to exert its effect to a greater extent, but correspondingly, he had to pay a higher price. This was his last resort. He would not dare to use it unless he had no other choice, because every time he used it, there was a real danger of becoming the demon race. He might lose himself, become a demon, and not recognize his own family. But in the face of a demon saint's aggressive pressure, Xianxia had no other choice. His body, which was originally only 6 meters tall, grew even taller after becoming the demon race. The immense power directly pushed Moto's hand away, only stopping when he was 10 meters tall. The short horn on his forehead had also grown a bit longer. Then, Xianxia discovered a phenomenon that gave him a pleasant surprise. The dragon form secret technique seemed to have a restraining effect on becoming the demon race. Even though his sea of consciousness was in chaos, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. This was not only due to the colorful soul-warming lotus, but also because of his dragon form body. He did not understand why this was, but he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with the golden divine dragon origin energy. His dragon form was a secret technique that relied on the golden divine dragon essence power as a foundation. Up until now, he had not even unleashed 1% of its full power. If there came a day when he could unleash the full extent of the golden divine dragon essence power, he would most likely transform into a dragon and roam the myriad worlds of the universe. He would no longer be in his current Dragon Man form, which was only 30 feet tall. The golden divine dragon origin energy had a divine nature, while the ancient demonic chi had a demonic nature. The two were originally opposing existences, but now they were coexisting in Xianxia's body and being used at the same time. This produced an inexplicable phenomenon. Xianxia thirsted for power. The ancient demonic chi gave him an advantage, allowing him to become the demon race. However, he did not want to lose his consciousness. Thus, his dragon form body and the colorful soul-warming lotus protected a trace of clarity in his sea of consciousness, preventing him from completely losing his sense of self. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted from every part of his body. Kai Yang felt as if his whole body was being shattered and then reassembled. This wasn't just the reconstruction of his flesh and bones, but also his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. No one would be able to endure this kind of pain. However, Yang Kai, who had maintained a sliver of clarity, felt it 10 to 20 times more. He had long since surpassed his own limits. He raised his head and roared, his body trembling violently. His left eye twitched even more violently. Moto's expression changed even more. He discovered that no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not close his hand again. He could not crush this unremarkable little bug to death. This outsider had, in an extremely short amount of time, gained the strength to fight against him. Moto could not accept this outcome. He used his feet to stabilize his body, then reached out with his other hand to grab Yang Kai's head. His expression was savage and vicious. Kai Yang's angry roars came to an abrupt end, stopping without the slightest warning. The cracking sounds coming from his body also stopped. As far as the eye could see, he had been completely enveloped by a ball of black chi, making it impossible to see his figure clearly. However, the most bizarre thing was that the pitch-black area around his right eye could be seen clearly. It was extremely abrupt. This was a very unusual phenomenon. Ancient demonic eye. Moto finally discovered what was special about this eye. He was greatly alarmed. Chapter 2900. The ancient devils in the demon territory came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but all of them were strong. Mo Duo knew that there was an ancient devil whose body was incomparably huge. It was like a mountain and had a single eye, that I could unleash an unimaginable divine ability. So, when he saw the abnormality in Yang Kai's right eye, he couldn't help but recall all sorts of memories of this ancient devil. His heart jumped, and he prayed that his guess wasn't true. If it was, then this outsider might really be able to fight him. Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness. The outsider's low chant made Moto feel as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black. The dark clouds above his head disappeared, and the colors around him disappeared as well. The entire world was enveloped in darkness. And in this dark world, a giant eye hung high in the sky. In this pitch-black world, it was the only thing that seemed so unique. Everyone could see it clearly. In this pitch-black environment, every creature could clearly sense that gigantic eye. It was like a black moon that hung high up in the sky, looking down on everything under the heavens. All the members of the demon race couldn't help but stop what they were doing and look in the direction of the eye. Panic appeared on their faces, and then they bowed down in worship. Even the Demon King was no exception. They suddenly became dazed, forgetting what they were doing. Like the other members of the demon race, they looked at the giant eye with worship. The eye hanging high in the sky seemed to have turned this world into a cage. All the members of the demon race who were trapped inside seemed to have lost themselves. Moto was shocked because he realized that things were developing in a direction he didn't want to see the most. That single eye really was the ancient devil he knew had, and this so-called black pupil purgatory was the ancient devil's divine technique. This outsider had actually obtained the ancient devil's black pupil. How had he obtained it? How had he fused with it? Since he had fused with it, why hadn't he been assimilated? All sorts of questions rolled through Moto's mind, but he could not find a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Xianxia's attack arrived. The giant, eye hanging in the sky, suddenly blinked, and then a profound light came from above. Caught off guard, it struck Moto's head. Moto's expression went blank for a moment. Even though he was a demon saint, he could not help but hallucinate after being hit by such an attack. He seemed to have returned to demon territory, sitting in his own palace and enjoying a comfortable life, far away from conflict and slaughter. Such a life made his heart calm and his will to fight gradually lost. The big hand that had been clenched loosened a little. Xianxia took the opportunity to jump out. However, Moto was a demon saint in the end. Even though he was affected by the black pupil, it only took him a short moment to dispel the illusion in his mind. Without any hesitation, he swung his fan-like hand at Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, summoning a war hammer into his palm. He did not care about Moto's attack. He raised the war hammer and smashed it at Moto's head. With a boom, their attacks were effective at the same time. Xianxia's 10-foot-tall body was sent flying by Moto like a rag sack. However, Moto's head was also smashed by the demon weapon warhammer. His head immediately began to bleed, and the enormous force penetrated his body. Looking down at the impact, he could no longer maintain his climbing posture. His enormous body plummeted to the ground like a meteor. With a rumble, the demon race on the ground, who had lost their minds and were still worshipping the black pupil in the sky, were crushed and rolled by Moto's body. A large number of them were instantly killed. Moto stood up, shaking his head. Blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision, but his expression became ferocious. He closed his eyes, resisting the various illusory powers of black eye in the sky. He searched for Xianxia in the darkness. Xianxia had no intention of hiding. After becoming the demon race, his temperament had changed greatly. Even though he had the dragon transformation and the rainbow soul-warming lotus of protecting his soul, the release of the ancient demonic chi and the use of the divine technique still had a huge impact on him. The desire to kill in his heart was magnified infinitely. He only had one goal in his eyes: kill that 300-foot tall demon saint. For this, he would pay any price he could. After being sent flying by Moto's slap, Xianxia quickly stabilized his body. He raised the demon weapon warhammer high and charged at Moto aggressively. He instinctively activated his spatial laws and appeared in front of Moto. With such an obvious attack trajectory, Moto naturally easily grasped it. Moto raised his fist and charged forward. The demon weapon warhammer collided with the huge fist. Violent energy swept out, turning into sharp blades that reaped lives. A large number of the surrounding demon race members instantly died. Moto's fist bones cracked, and Xianxia was sent flying. He spat out blood in midair, cutting a sorry figure. However, he did not seem to feel anything. After stabilizing his body, he pounced at Moto again. In an instant, the two of them were entangled in a fierce exchange of blows. Moto's huge body held some advantage at this moment. Although Xianxia injured him every time, the demon saint's physique was extremely good, so these injuries did not affect him much. On the contrary, every time Xianxia pounced, he would be met with a storm-like counterattack, sending him flying again and again. However, at this moment, Xianxia was like an unkillable cockroach. Relying on the divine technique of the black eye purgatory, even though he was at a great disadvantage, he still fought with Moto to the death, unwilling to retreat at all. The shockwaves from their battle caused the demon race to suffer greatly. Beside the evergreen god tree, millions of demon race members were gathered. When Xianxia used the black eye purgatory, it surrounded them all. Facing the ancient devil's black eyes, they prostrated themselves in worship and fell into all kinds of illusions. They did not know how to dodge or retreat. The shockwaves of the battle caused them to fall in droves. In less than half an hour, half of the millions of demon race members had been killed or injured. Blood flowed on the ground, and corpses piled up into mountains. It was like a true hell. Moto was already furious. He could only watch as the giant tree continued to grow, but he could not stop it. He had never felt so vile before. If possible, he did not want to tangle with Xianxia like this. He only had one goal, and that was to destroy the evergreen god tree so that the giant tree would not block the world path. Before Xianxia had become the demon race, he had not felt that this mission was very difficult. It was just a giant tree that only knew how to grow. He could destroy it with a wave of his hand. However, after Xianxia became the demon race, he found that this mission was almost impossible to complete, unless he could kill that outsider called Wizard Ox first. But if he could kill him, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? After a dozen more exchanges, Moto's body was covered with a dozen wounds of varying sizes. While Xianxia was sent flying, he raised his head and looked up. Then his face turned ashen. This was because he discovered that after delaying for so long, the giant tree was about to reach the bottom of the world path. The giant tree crown was almost about to block off the existence of the world path. Based on the tree's growth rate, in just 15 minutes, it might really be able to block off the world path. Moto roared angrily. Ignoring Xianxia's entanglement, he strode toward the evergreen god tree. When he was 1,000 feet away from the evergreen god tree, he leapt up. His 300-foot-tall body displayed unimaginable agility. In an instant, he leapt several hundred feet into the air and grabbed onto a tree trunk. Then he used his hands and feet to climb up. Before he could advance much, Xianxia mysteriously appeared above his head. The demon warhammer was wrapped in thick demonic chi and exuded an aura that could destroy all things. It smashed down at his head. Moto's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to block. The warhammer smashed into his arm, breaking his bones. Moto's massive body suddenly shrank, almost falling down. However, he was still unwilling to let go, doing his best to stabilize himself. A second hammer came down, followed by a third, a fourth. Boom, 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 boom. Moto was like a punching bag. He no longer had the dignity of a demon saint. The arm above his head had long since been twisted out of shape. It was like a noodle, the bones shattered. In the end, he could no longer hold on and was struck down from the tree by Xianxia. But during the process of falling, he grinned maliciously, because another Moto had appeared in the sky at some point. Although it was not 100 feet tall, it was still a dozen feet tall. This was clearly a clone. No one knew when Moto had created this clone. Even Xianxia did not sense it, or perhaps he could not sense it at all. After becoming the demon race, Xianxia's senses had greatly weakened. He only had one target in his eyes, and his reactions to other things were extremely weak. Moto had used this to easily send his avatar out. At this moment, this clone was standing in front of Black Eye, its hands constantly forming seals as it muttered to itself. An extremely profound aura emanated from its body, making it seem very mysterious. Looking at the clone's posture, it had clearly been in this state for some time, and it was only now preparing to end it. Moto's clone suddenly stopped and raised his hand to point at Black Eye. A dot of light suddenly appeared above Black Eye. This light seemed to have an extremely strong, infectious power. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it occupied half of Black Eye, and it showed no signs of stopping. Xianxia finally felt that something was wrong. He stopped in midair and turned to look at Black Eye. Then he roared and pounced at Black Eye, as if he wanted to stop the light from spreading. But it was too late. When the light filled Black Eye, the light of the entire world returned. The pitch-black illusory world was broken. Xianxia, who was flying away, allowed a miserable cry as if he had been struck by lightning. A large amount of blood seeped out of his right eye. He fell to the ground, smashing a hole in the ground. Chapter 2901. Black Eye Purgatory's divine technique had been broken by Moto. Xianxia suffered a backlash, his blood roiling, his head splitting, and he howled in pain. Moto used this opportunity to finally break free from Xianxia's entanglement. He leaped up from the ground and flew up. In a few short breaths, he had climbed thousands of feet and was about to reach the top of the tree. But at this moment, Xianxia suddenly and strangely appeared in front of him. Holding the demonic warhammer in one hand, his demonic chi surged as he smashed it at him. Moto hurriedly jumped onto a nearby tree and dodged Xianxia's attack. The two looked at each other from afar. Moto's expression was furious. Xianxia was wrapped in demonic chi, so his expression could not be seen. However, his eyes were even more spirited and clear than before. He rested the demonic war hammer on his shoulder and raised his head. He said coldly, "I really have to thank you for letting me regain my senses. Otherwise, I probably would not have been able to break free from that state." Moto's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, "Without Black Eye's divine technique, how can you stop me?" He could also tell that after Black Eye's divine technique had been broken, Xianxia's aura had withered greatly. Although he had regained his senses, he was definitely not his match. Xianxia smiled and pointed at the skyway. "Perhaps I cannot stop you forever, but I just need to delay you for a while." Hearing this, Moto's expression sank. Xianxia was speaking the truth. Even though he was no longer Moto's match, he could still create some trouble for him and delay him. As long as he had this bit of time, the Evergreen God Tree would have a chance to seal the world path. The tree crown was already directly below the world path, completely covering it. As long as it continued to grow, it could grow into the world path. "Try it," Moto roared angrily. He stomped on the branch he was on and shot up like a cannonball. In midair, he suddenly punched to the left. Strangely enough, Xianxia actually appeared right in front of his fist. It was as if he had bumped into it. Xianxia's face was filled with shock as he was caught off guard by this punch and was sent flying. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. The instant he was sent flying, he executed the spatial divine technique. With a teleportation, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Moto's head. The demonic chi on the demonic warhammer churned and wriggled as it smashed down at Moto with world-destroying power. "Despicable!" Moto roared. He raised his hand to block. A loud sound rang out. Moto's massive body fell more than 100 feet before stabilizing again. His two window-sized eyes were about to spit fire. After the Black Eye Purgatory was broken, Xianxia's strength had indeed dropped greatly. This could be seen from the power of the hammer. If Xianxia had used this hammer before, it would have been enough to send Moto crashing to the ground. However, Moto had only fallen 100 or so feet. Even so, Xianxia was still the sturdiest obstacle in front of him. If he did not break through this obstacle, he would not be able to break through it. Moto felt that he might not be able to continue forward, but how could he have the time to tangle with this outsider? He had underestimated him. All the demon saint had underestimated him. If they had known that this outsider was so powerful, they would have sent 2 demon saints to deal with him. Moto let out a long howl, wanting to summon helpers. However, he received no response. The other 4 demon saints were currently fighting with the 4 barbarian wizard saints. They were evenly matched, and no one could easily escape. Everything rested on him. Crack! A strange sound rang out. Moto's eyelids twitched, and he looked up. At the entrance of the world path, the enormous tree crown had already surged into the world path. It was being squeezed by the world path's power, and the tree crown began to distort. However, it gradually filled the passageway between the 2 worlds. It was too late. Everything was too late. Moto's heart was ashen, and his entire body was cold. Xianxia laughed loudly. Although he was in a sorry state, his laughter was incomparably savage. This laughter entered Moto's ears. It only made him feel that it was incomparably ironic and mocking, and the suppressed volcanic anger in his chest completely erupted. Xianxia's laughter suddenly stopped, as if someone had grabbed his throat. It was extremely abrupt. Moto's expression also turned cold. He had clearly sensed something. The 2 of them looked up at the same time. Their gazes pierced through the void and reached the depths of the world path. Inside the world path, above the treetop, a black cloud suddenly appeared strangely. The black cloud slowly pressed down. It seemed slow, but it had a very strong, oppressive force, as if nothing in the world could stop it from falling. In the process of falling, the black cloud gradually twisted and changed, transforming into the shape of a big hand, and covered the treetop. "Demon God Master!" Moto exclaimed. "Great Demon God!" Xianxia roared. In the demon territory, the strongest person was Great Demon God. He was an existence even more powerful than the demon saint. It was he who tore apart the barrier of the great world and opened the passageway between the demon territory and this world, bringing destruction and disaster to this world. The demon saint was already powerful enough, so how powerful was Great Demon God above him? Xianxia had been pondering this question before, but he had been unable to come up with an answer. It was just like how he had been unable to imagine the terror of a Dao Source Realm Master when he was still in the Origin Returning Realm. Without reaching a certain level, no matter how rich one's imagination was, it would still be lacking. Great Demon God stood at a completely different height, one that Xianxia could not fathom at all. However, at this very moment, he easily experienced the horror of the great demonic god. Just a palm formed by the black clouds seemed to be able to destroy a part of the world. It was a power that even the great demonic saints and shamans would tremble in fear. As the gigantic hand pressed down, cracking sounds rang out from the crown of the evergreen divine tree. It was actually unable to continue growing. Instead, it was showing signs of being pressed down. Moto watched this scene without the slightest hint of joy in his eyes, instead filled with fear. Large beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks as his 300-meter-tall body began to tremble. As a demon saint sent to this world by Great Demon God, he had failed in his duty and failed to organize the plan to seal off this world in time, causing Great Demon God to personally suppress it. After this battle, even if the demon race won, he and the other 4 demon saint would not be able to escape punishment. And the punishment of Great Demon God was not something he could bear, even if he was a demon saint. Whoosh, a strange sound rang out. Moto turned his head to look, and his expression immediately changed. "You dare!" Just as Xianxia was lost in thought, Wuxia actually flew up with a solemn expression and rushed towards the world path. Looking at his posture, it seemed he wanted to block the Great Demon God's attack all by himself. This caused Moto to pale with fright. It was not that he was afraid the Wizard Bull had the ability to do this. Since Great Demon God had already made his move, no matter how strong the Wizard Bull was, he was just an ant struggling. It was just that he could not allow the Wizard Bull to hinder Great Demon God in the slightest. He followed closely behind, wanting to stop the other in advance, but his body was too large and his movements were not as nimble as the other. He could only watch as the other charged into the world path and disappeared. Moto was in a panic. His demonic chi surged wildly as he used his hands and feet to climb up. He had not been able to reach the top of the tree, no matter what before, but now he reached it in less than 10 breaths. Moto had no intention of staying here. He also charged into the world path, wanting to capture Xianxia. The world path was filled with nothingness and chaos, making it impossible to determine one's direction. It gave off an uneasy feeling. Even the demon saint could not easily get rid of this feeling. This was because this was the endless void. No matter how powerful an expert was, if they lost their way here, they could be trapped here forever. An unimaginable pressure came from above. Moto looked up and just happened to see Great Demon God's giant palm pressing down, but that Wizard Bull had disappeared without a trace. That palm was Great Demon God's attack. Even though there was a world between them, it still felt invincible. He did not dare release his divine sense to search for Xianxia's figure here, because the surrounding chaotic streams of space would devour all of his divine sense. Just as he was searching for Xianxia, Xianxia suddenly and strangely appeared beside him, slamming into him like a cannonball. A terrifying power spread out. Moto could not stand steadily and was sent flying. Xianxia stuck close to his waist. The power of space law surged from his body. Chaotic streams of space surged, bringing him and Moto toward that palm. Moto's face was pale. He tried his best to resist, but in this void, where space law dominated everything, he found that he could not break free from Xianxia's push. He was getting closer and closer to Great Demon God's palm. "What are you doing?" Moto was both shocked and angry. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. "I'll lend it to you." Xianxia grinned at him, but Moto clearly did not see it. These words made Moto's face turn green. His massive body began to tremble. He resisted with all his might, almost breaking free from Xianxia's push several times. Xianxia waved his hand impatiently, causing countless streams of turbulent void to appear around him, transforming into ropes that bound Moto. This time, Moto became much more obedient. "Do you know what you're doing?" Moto realized that he could not break free. He could only hope to persuade Xianxia to change his mind. "You'll die too." Xianxia did not say a word. He used all his strength to push Moto toward that giant palm. "Madman! You're a madman!" Moto cursed. "I won't be used by you. It's my honor to die at the hands of Great Demon God. What you're doing is meaningless. You have the ancient devil chi and the ancient devil black eyes. Although you're from the barbarian race, you could be considered half a member of the demon race. Besides, you've already proven your strength. Give up. Great Demon God will forgive you. You'll get whatever you want from the demon race. Why aren't you stopping? If you don't stop now, it'll be too late." Moto continued to roar, the panic on his face growing more and more apparent. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to him. Finally, when Great Demon God's giant palm descended on his head, Moto shut his mouth. He knew that it was too late to say anything now. Even if Xianxia let him go, he would not be able to dodge Great Demon God's attack. Chapter 2902. The giant palm above his head pressed down, and a destructive aura swept over him. Moto sighed, closed his eyes, and thrust out his neck. At this moment, Xianxia's furious roar exploded in his ears. "Why aren't you attacking? Do you want to die?" This roar was like a decree filled with magic. Moto suddenly opened his eyes. Driven by his survival instincts, he activated the power of the demon saint and raised his fist to meet the attack. He suddenly realized that the power restraining him had disappeared, and the space turbulence restraining him had also disappeared, allowing him to unleash his full strength. But the moment he attacked, Moto regretted it. He asked himself, just what was he doing? As a demon saint, he was actually resisting the great demon god? All of his actions were instinctive, without any thought. They were driven by his desire to live. On the brink of life and death, no one could think too much. No matter what, this was the full power of his demon saint strength. At the same time, Xianxia, not far from him, had a solemn expression. He raised the demon warhammer in his hand, poured his demonic chi into it, and smashed it down at the giant palm. Space laws swirled around the demon warhammer. Wherever the hammer passed, the void shattered. Not only that, Xianxia had also mixed in some time laws. At this critical moment of life and death, Xianxia unleashed an attack that surpassed his own limits. This attack was stronger than anything he had ever displayed before. It was an attack he had never imagined before. In the passage between two worlds, one was intentional, the other was unintentional. Xianxia and Moto worked together perfectly, unleashing a stunning counterattack. The giant palm paused for a moment, and then a giant hole appeared in its center. Endless demonic chi poured out of the hole. It flowed in all directions. But a moment later, the giant palm pressed down on Xianxia and Moto, as if it had destroyed two insignificant ants. It continued to press down. Moto's groan was extinguished as soon as it appeared. His 300-foot-tall body instantly collapsed. It turned into pieces of flesh that floated through the endless void. Xianxia also felt like he was shattering. His body had completely disappeared. Only his soul continued to fall, as if it would fall into the endless abyss. Was he dead? Xianxia didn't know what death was like, but if even the demon Saint Moto couldn't block this attack, he definitely couldn't survive. He probably really was dead. In a daze, he suddenly felt like he had forgotten many things, and then he remembered something. He could feel that he was still falling. This kind of falling seemed to have no end, as if it would continue on endlessly. For no reason, he felt his whole body relax, as if he no longer had to think about some things that annoyed him. It was not bad to continue falling like this. Suddenly, the feeling of falling disappeared, and his vision changed. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was already in the middle of a starry sky. He turned his head and looked around. He lowered his head. Then his eyes widened. He saw a massive tree that connected the heavens to the earth. It towered over the battlefield covered in blood and corpses. The majestic tree crown reached into a crack in the sky and was in the process of growing. He saw a few strong humans hiding under the tree to avoid the slaughter of the demon race. He also saw millions of humans and demon race engaged in a bloody battle in the vast wilderness. On the other side of the sky, 8 powerful experts were fighting. These were the saints of the 2 races. They seemed to be evenly matched. He shivered. He suddenly remembered what he had just forgotten and recalled something even more distant. He was the Wizard Ox, the wizard king of the barbarian race's southern barbarian tribe. He commanded an elite army called the Wizard Ox tribe. He was also the Yang Kai, the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the northern territory of the astral boundary. Especially his second identity, he didn't know when he had actually forgotten it completely. When he had just arrived in this world, he would still remember it from time to time. He remembered that he was just a passerby in this world, and that he had only come to this mystic realm to gain experience. But as the war between the 2 races broke out, his memory of this identity became more and more blurry. He gradually got used to the identity of the Wizard Ox. In the end, he completely forgot the name of the Yang Kai. Just now, he had dragged a demon saint and launched a suicidal attack on the great demon god. Was he trying to imitate the sacrifice of the evergreen god tree? If he remembered his identity as the Yang Kai, he definitely wouldn't have been so reckless. After all, this was just the arcane realm. Everything could be just an illusion. But if he looked at this matter with the identity of the barbarian Wizard Ox, it would seem normal. The Wizard Ox would definitely make such a choice. Any barbarian would not hesitate to make such a choice. Even if they would die, as long as there was even the slightest chance of success, their death would be worth it. The only thing he couldn't understand now was what was going on. Was everything here an illusion? Was he really dead? Isn't it amazing? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't expect someone else to be here, but he didn't immediately turn around because he recognized the owner of the voice. He stood in the void and pointed below. Is this all real or fake? It's real, but it's also fake. A petite figure slowly walked to his side and stood still. Her beautiful eyes stared down as she looked at the scene below, together with Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned to look at her and curiously asked, "Answer me. There's falsehood in the truth, and truth in the falsehood." The woman winked at him, looking a little mischievous. This was an expression she had never shown before, which made Yang Kai stunned. Yang Kai continued to look at her and didn't say a word. The woman said, "This battle is real. In ancient times, there was a war between the 2 races. It wasn't much different from what you're seeing now, but the scale was bigger." Yang Kai frowned. "Then what about the Wizard Ox?" "It's because there were countless Wizard Ox in that battle. This land was preserved, and the demon race was forced to retreat." Yang Kai suddenly said, "The Wizard Ox I saw and experienced was just a miniature version." "Yes." Yang Kai said, "I understand. Everything I experienced was just an illusion, but this illusion wasn't an empty fantasy. It was something that happened in ancient times. Moreover, this illusion lasted a little too long. It lasted for a full 2 years." However, Yang Kai believed that this was a war in ancient times. It definitely couldn't have ended in just 2 years. Perhaps it was 20 years, or perhaps it was 2 centuries. It was just that the miniature version he saw shortened the time. "That's right. So congratulations on your contribution in this battle." The woman smiled. Yang Kai sneered. "I'm already dead. There's nothing to congratulate me about. It's just that you're in this world. You're still alive." The woman smiled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I want to see the final result of this battle." The woman nodded and stretched out a hand. A moment later, it was as if Yang Kai had become the incarnation of a god. With a single thought, Everything below him could be seen clearly down to the smallest detail. First, it was the passage between the two worlds. After the great demon god's attack destroyed the demons Saint Modo and Wizard Ox's resistance, it continued to press down. However, Modo and Wizard Ox's sacrifice was not in vain. A hole appeared in the giant palm. A large amount of demonic chi leaked out and was absorbed by the surrounding void, greatly reducing the power of the giant palm. Moreover, as the giant palm pressed down, its power decreased. In the end, when the giant palm slammed into the crown of the tree, heaven and earth trembled. The huge treetops suddenly shortened by a bit. Countless broken branches and leaves flew through the air. Countless cracks appeared on the towering tree trunk, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, the evergreen god tree only swayed for a while before stabilizing again. Green light blossomed from every leaf and every branch of the evergreen god tree. An astonishing burst of life energy erupted. The tree crown, which had already entered the passage between the two worlds, suddenly expanded as if it was glowing with the light of spring. It immediately sealed off the crack in the sky. Immediately afterward, countless green lights flew into the sky like fireflies. They rushed into the sealed world passage and disappeared. Soon, the realm path was filled with green light as well. The life essence that the evergreen god tree had gathered for tens of thousands of years rapidly shrank. All of the life energy turned into green light and was used to seal off the world passage. When the world passage was completely filled with green light, the evergreen god tree suddenly shook. The side branches fell one after another, leaving only a bare main trunk. The world passage gradually shrank under an inexplicable force. In the end, it closed and disappeared. The entire process lasted for a very long time. After the world passage disappeared, the evergreen god tree seemed to have lost its life force. The tree trunk that connected heaven and earth turned into fine powder that fluttered in the wind. The evergreen god tree sacrificed itself for a righteous cause. The world passage was finally sealed. When they saw this scene, all of the barbarians cheered in surprise. However, the demon race that was fighting the barbarians looked as if they had lost their parents. After losing their connection to the demon territory, the low-level soldiers and the demon king seemed to be greatly affected. Their strength was greatly reduced, and they could no longer fully display their strength. The barbarians fought back and killed countless enemies. The battle of the holy saints that had been in a stalemate finally changed. The four demon saints were gradually not a match for the barbarians. Under the relentless pursuit of the wizard saints, they fled pathetically. In less than half a day, 2 demon saints were killed on the spot. The other 2 demon saints knew that the situation was hopeless and began to flee. The wizard saints chased after them separately. The demon saint either died or fled. The demon race below could not do anything. The battle was over, and all that was left was to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 2903. Xianxia retracted his gaze and let out a soft sigh. He had already foreseen the outcome of the war between the two races. Just as he had expected, the barbarian race had won after paying a huge price. The invaders had been exterminated, and as for the 2 great demon saints who had escaped, even if they were omnipotent, there was no place for them to hide in this vast world. In a way, this experience was very successful. Xianxia himself also gained a lot, especially his understanding of the ancient wizard's magic. This was something that no ancient book could compare to. The only flaw was that the wizard bull died. But in that situation, as a wizard bull, Xianxia couldn't think of a better way to deal with the great demon god's attack. Now there was only one last problem left. Xianxia turned his head to look at the petite woman beside him and asked seriously, "Who are you? What should I call you? Or should I call you like before?" "Dai." Dai smiled as if she sensed the dissatisfaction in Xianxia's heart and softly said, "I am a witness to history, a recorder. What you have experienced is only a drop in the ocean that I have recorded. This illusion was created by you?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Dai shook her head, I'm only responsible for witnessing and recording. What kind of illusion one encounters after entering this place is completely the choice of the person undergoing the experience. Yang Kai frowned. I don't remember choosing anything. After entering this place, he woke up as Tsangnan villages on Yo. When did he ever have the chance to choose? Dai smiled. Something in your body will help you make a choice. Yang Kai thought for a bit. Ancient demon chi? Only the ancient demon chi could be related to the illusion of the war between the two races. As soon as he said this, he was shocked. He remembered that he had unlocked the gold and silver seal on the Dantian. He had already become the demon race, but now he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He wanted to check his condition, but now he didn't even have a body. He appeared here in a similar way to a soul and communicated with Dai, so he couldn't check his condition. Butterfly seemed to have sensed his thoughts and said, "Don't worry. Everything is at a standstill here. You can deal with your own difficulties after you get out." Yang Kai nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, "You said that you are a witness to history, a recorder. Can I understand that you are the illusion itself?" Butterfly looked at him with bright eyes and said, "You're really smart." "That's right. I am this illusion itself." Yang Kai said, "Everyone who comes here will experience different illusions, right? What I experienced was the invasion of the demon race. The war between the two races. If other people came, they might experience something else." "That's it." Butterfly chuckled, feeling that it was never tiring to talk to smart people. "Furthermore, what you experienced this time was a war between two races. Perhaps the next time you come here, you will experience something completely different. Everything is changing, and everything has its own cause and effect. Does this mystic realm have a name?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm." Butterfly replied, her petite body suddenly turning around and exploding with a bang. Yang Kai was slightly startled, but soon he calmed down and stared at a huge butterfly in front of him with blurred eyes. The place where Butterfly originally stood was now occupied by a five-colored butterfly as tall as a person. This butterfly was brightly colored and gave off a feeling of extreme beauty. It gently flapped its wings, causing fluorescent light to flow around it, dazzling those who looked at it. Butterfly's voice came from the other side. "I am the Thousand Illusionary Butterfly, the master of this mystic realm. So you are the key to opening this mystic realm." Yang Kai suddenly realized. Princess Lan Sun had once told Yang Kai about this before. There were many mystic realms in the five-colored treasure pagoda's fifth layer, some of which required specific keys to open. For example, the great illusionary dream realm she once mentioned required the golden armor heavenly book to open. Star Soul Palace's elder Tan Jun was killed by Yang Kai in Flowing Shadow City. The golden armor heavenly book also fell into Yang Kai's hands, causing some of Star Soul Palace's disciples to be trapped inside the great illusionary dream realm, unable to leave. In order to recover the golden armor heavenly book, Star Soul Palace had no choice but to agree to Yang Kai's request to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda for a month. The key to the great illusionary dream realm was the golden armor heavenly book, and the key to the Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm Yang Kai experienced was Butterfly. It was also the Thousand Illusionary Butterfly she had transformed into. Butterfly chuckled. "Key? I'm not just the key. I just told you I am the mystic realm itself." Yang Kai didn't know what the difference was, but he instinctively felt that this so-called Thousand Illusionary Butterfly was of a higher level than the great illusionary dream realm Lan Sun spoke of. Nodding, he said, "I roughly understand, but since you are the master of this mystic realm, why appear beside me as Butterfly? Are you monitoring me?" Butterfly said, "I can easily see everything in this mystic realm, so there's no need to monitor anything. As for why, I just felt like it. I have been in a deep slumber for many years, and this time I was awakened by you." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with some interest, "So you are saying that there is something special about me to you? Can I take you with me?" After pausing for a moment, he changed his words. "Are you willing to come with me?" If he could take Butterfly with him, then he would be able to control a mystic realm. Moreover, this mystic realm was ever-changing and suitable for any cultivator to enter. He was now the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, so he had to consider many things. Every great sect had its own foundation, such as Star Soul Palace's 5-color treasure pagoda, Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror, Orthodoxy Temple's Astral Winds, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Martial Intent Hall. Each of them had their own irreplaceable role and contributed unimaginable strength to the development of their own sect. The strength of a sect wasn't just limited to having a few masters in charge. It also had to consider the future development and the growth of its disciples. Currently, the High Heaven Palace didn't lack masters. The Monster King was a guest elder, and he was also under Xianxia's command. There were also Emperor Array Masters, Emperor Alchemists, and Emperor Artifact Masters in the palace. There was also a territory crossing space array that connected the north and south, so cultivation resources weren't a problem. Xianxia was still thinking about Tianyan. If he could help Tianyan reconstruct his physical body and free him from the Divine Ascension Mirror, then the High Heaven Palace would have a master on the level of great emperors as a backer. Even if it wasn't a sect of great emperors, it wouldn't be far off. What the High Heaven Palace lacked was a foundation that could help several or even several dozen generations of disciples grow. The Thousand Illusions Dream Realm was undoubtedly an excellent choice. That was why Xianxia really wanted to take it with him. The Thousand Illusions Dream Realm was one of the many sealed realms in the 5th layer of the 5-color treasure pagoda. Butterfly was the key to this sealed realm, so as long as he could take Butterfly away, the High Heaven Palace would have its own sealed realm in the future. As for whether or not Star Soul Palace would discover or stop him, Xianxia didn't think there was anything to worry about. There were many sealed realms in the 5th layer of the 5-color treasure pagoda, and there were some sealed realms that even Star Soul Palace couldn't open or find. If he took one of these sealed realms, Star Soul Palace definitely wouldn't know. What's more, even if they found out, what could they do? This was a benefit that Xianxia had gained from his experience. Star Soul Palace couldn't bully the weak and force him to stay, as that would be a blow to Star Soul Palace's reputation. With this in mind, Xianxia asked. At the same time, his mind was rapidly thinking about how to persuade Butterfly if she refused. He wasn't very confident in this proposal. Sure, Butterfly said softly. What? Xianxia froze for a moment, not having expected Butterfly to agree so readily. The few words of persuasion he had just prepared were immediately swallowed back into his stomach. I said sure, Butterfly repeated. Xianxia was speechless for a moment. Butterfly agreeing so easily made him a little unable to respond. On the other hand, Butterfly saw his concerns and chuckled. I can see the changes and interpretations of history in you, so I need to record them. It's not convenient to stay in this place. Xianxia grinned. I don't know what the future will be like, but I think my future should be very exciting. You may record a lot of things. I hope so. Xianxia stretched out his hand to her, and Butterfly gently flapped her colorful wings, her beautiful body suddenly turning into a stream of light and flying into Xianxia's hand. Xianxia gently grasped it and looked down to find a butterfly-like hairpin in his hand. It was small and exquisite, looking exactly the same as the 1,000 illusionary butterfly that Butterfly transformed into, except its size was countless times smaller. Butterfly disappeared and turned into a butterfly-shaped key that remained in Xianxia's hand. All of a sudden, everything around him began to distort, becoming grotesque and variegated. Then, Kai Yang felt an irresistible suction force pulling him in an unknown direction, as if it wanted to throw him into hell. He couldn't resist and could only guard his mind. With a loud rumble, Xianxia felt as if his soul had traveled through an endless space-time tunnel and arrived at a familiar residence. He opened his eyes and immediately confirmed that his soul had returned to his body. However, his body situation was extremely bad. A rich demonic qi wrapped around him, and his physique was pulsing, transmitting an extremely dangerous aura. This aura impacted his soul, causing it to become turbulent, as if he could be demonized at any time. After becoming the demon race in the thousand illusionary dream world, his body really gave a very realistic response. In other words, although what one experienced in the thousand illusionary dream world was only an illusion, it was still inextricably linked to the person who experienced it. For example, in the current situation, Xianxia had become the demon race in the illusion, which meant that he had really become the demon race. Without time to think too much, Xianxia hurriedly urged the power of the seven-colored soul warming lotus in his knowledge, to protect the clarity of his soul before immersing himself in the sealed world bead and guiding the sealing power of the gold and silver trees in the medicine garden into his body. Gold and silver light quickly gushed out and flowed through his meridians throughout his body. Under the mysterious power of the gold and silver tree, the demonic chi that was surging in his limbs and muscles seemed to have encountered nemesis and was forced back towards the dantian, like a rabbit avoiding the pursuit of a falcon, revealing a sense of panic. Chapter 2904. After spending some time, Xianxia finally resealed his demonic chi and returned to normal. However, this action consumed the sealing power that the Tsang tree had accumulated with great difficulty. In the medicine garden of the small sealed world, the Tsang tree no longer had its gold and silver colors. Instead, it looked a little withered. Obviously, Xianxia had absorbed too much of its power before. Sighing slightly, Xianxia stretched out his hand and took out a jade bottle. A drop of mercury-like liquid slowly rolled in the bottle. Supreme divine water. Xianxia had exchanged this treasure with a master from the Emperor realm who went to Azure Sun Temple to participate in the coronation ceremony a few days ago. He didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Supreme divine water could promote the growth of spirit plants and greatly shorten the growth period of spirit plants. However, this thing was rare and valuable, so very few people could obtain it. With the Tsang tree's sealing power exhausted, Xianxia had to make plans to use this supreme divine water to supplement its consumption. Otherwise, if he was forced to become the demon race again, he wouldn't have any extra sealing power to resolve his crisis. After becoming the demon race several times, Xianxia found that he needed to use more and more sealing power. According to his estimation, he was afraid that he could only become the demon race 2 or 3 more times at most before he could no longer seal the ancient demon chi in his body. At that time, he might be reduced to a demon forever and lose his mind. Perhaps the dragon transformation secret technique was a way to delay it. This time, while becoming the demon race, he maintained the dragon transformation secret technique, so his mind was much clearer than the previous 2 times. It could be seen that the dragon transformation secret technique had some restraining effect on becoming the demon race. At the very least, it could keep him sane. Should I find Zhu Qing and go with her to Dragon Island? There were a lot of dragon blood flowers on Dragon Island. He could collect them and refine them into dragon blood pills, which could help him perfect the dragon transformation secret technique. However, Zhu Qing had gone to the northern frozen earth. So far, there was no news of her, and he didn't know whether she was dead or alive. Shaking his head, Kaiyang didn't want to think about it anymore. Once again, he checked his condition. There wasn't much of a problem with his physical body. After the demonic chi crisis was resolved, he only felt a little weak. This kind of weakness would only require a few days of rest to recover. However, Xianxia was shocked by the injury to his divine soul. In the dream world of 1,000 illusions, although everything he experienced was just an illusion, after all, he participated in it with his soul. Moreover, in that lifelike environment, Xianxia completely forgot his original identity and thought of himself as a wizard. All the damage that the wizard bull suffered would be directly reflected on his soul. The heaven-shaking battle with Moto had already left him heavily injured. At the last moment, the great demon god had struck him across space, causing his soul to scatter. This was an unimaginable encounter. Xianxia suspected that if he didn't have the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, he would have died in the illusion. This was the rainbow soul-warming lotus, a treasure of heaven and earth. It had protected his soul and allowed him to return to reality. If it had been anyone else who encountered such a thing, they definitely wouldn't have been able to wake up at this moment. All illusions had the ability to pass off as reality, let alone a top-level secret realm like the dream world of 1,000 illusions. Only now did Xianxia feel a sense of lingering fear. At the same time, an indescribable exhaustion swept over him, making him want to immediately fall asleep. However, he still remembered that this was the other party's territory. Moreover, he had been in the 5-color treasure pagoda for more than 2 years, completely breaking the agreement with Star Soul Palace. He didn't know what kind of questions he would face after leaving. Opening his palm, the butterfly-shaped key was still in his hand. The cold touch let Xianxia know that everything he had experienced before was not a dream, but had really happened. Butterfly had turned into a butterfly in front of him. Then it had turned into this key. He called out softly, but he didn't get any response. The lifelike butterfly in the illusion had now become a cold, dead object, without the slightest spirituality. Xianxia couldn't even see what was special about it. At this moment, the butterfly key was like a street stall. Other than the novelty of its design, there was nothing eye-catching about it. However, this was still a secret realm. With it, the future development of High Heaven Palace would be even better. Xianxia held it and then put it into the small sealed world bead. Slowly getting up and looking around, Xianxia found that he seemed to be in a somewhat familiar hall. The hall was empty, with only a door emitting a faint light not far away. Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia couldn't remember when he had been to this place. However, the door emitting a faint light should be the exit. He took a deep breath and then walked forward with light steps. Passing through the door, Xianxia's vision blurred and he arrived in another place. Extremely fierce fluctuations of power were fluctuating all around, startling Xianxia. He instinctively thought that he was about to be attacked, but in the next moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Brother Yang, you're out?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. A beautiful and refined face imprinted in his eyes. He couldn't help but be dazed for a moment, as if he still hadn't gotten rid of his identity as a wizard. 2 years was neither long nor short, but in that ancient world, Xianxia had gone through a cycle of life and death from weak to strong. This was an extremely wonderful life experience, diluting his memory of other things. At this moment, the boundary between reality and illusion was blurred. "Princess, Lan Sun?" Xianxia saw the person's face, and a name popped up in his mind. This name gradually overlapped with the figure in front of him, allowing him to finally determine the other party's identity. The smile on Lan Sun's face slowly faded as she obviously felt Xianxia's abnormality and asked worriedly, "Brother Yang, are you injured?" At the same time, Lan Sun also noticed Xianxia's estrangement. This estrangement was not deliberate, but unintentional. It was as if she and Xianxia had just met for the first time, the kind of estrangement that came from not being familiar with each other. This made Lan Sun feel very strange. Although she had never been close to Xianxia, they had dealt with each other several times. Last time, when the golden armored heavenly book was recovered, she was the one who handled it. It stood to reason that Xianxia's attitude towards her should not be like this. All around, majestic gazes focused on Xianxia, scrutinizing him from top to bottom, but they did not find anything special about him. They only felt that Xianxia was too weak and should be seriously injured. This was inevitable. The 5-color treasure pagoda was the foundation of Star Soul Palace. Although the disciples could obtain great benefits by gaining experience in it, it was also accompanied by a certain amount of danger. Every few years, some disciples would fall in it. It was normal for Xianxia to be injured and weak. "It's just a small injury, nothing serious." Xianxia forced a smile as his previous memories slowly recovered, and he gradually got rid of the wizard bull's influence on him. He looked at Lan Sun and asked, "Has junior sister Lan been waiting for me here?" Hearing him call her junior sister again, Lan Sun also showed a smile and said, "I just came out not long ago. I wasn't waiting for you." Xianxia was startled. Junior sister Lan just came out not long ago? He couldn't help feeling a little confused. He had been delayed in the Thousand Illusions dream realm for more than 2 years. So what had happened to Lan's son? She had just come out not long ago. Suddenly, Xianxia seemed to realize something and turned his head to look around. Where are Brother Lei and Brother Xiao? He remembered that many people had entered the 5-color treasure pagoda to gain experience. Originally, the 5-color treasure pagoda had not yet opened, but because of the agreement with Xianxia, it had opened ahead of time, allowing many disciples of Star Soul Palace to benefit from it and enter the pagoda to gain experience in advance. At this moment, many people had already come out and gathered around, whispering in groups of 3 to 5. Those who looked happy obviously had gained a lot, while those who looked depressed probably didn't get any benefits and wasted an opportunity to come here. Seeing Xianxia chatting with Lan's son, many disciples of Star Soul Palace glared at him, wanting to come over and beat him up. Xianxia did not see Xiao or Lei Lei. Lan's son said, "They are still inside and should be coming out soon. The pagoda is about to close, so they will have no choice but to come out." Xianxia was slightly surprised and asked casually, "How long has it been since we entered the pagoda?" Lan's son looked at him curiously, not knowing why he asked such a question, but she still replied, "It's been exactly 1 month." 1 month. Xianxia couldn't believe his ears. He had clearly spent more than 2 years in the Thousand Illusions dream realm, but in this real world, it seemed like only 5 days had passed. Because he remembered that when he entered the 5th layer of the secret realm, there were only 5 days left until the deadline. 1 month referred to the time the 5-color treasure pagoda opened and closed. He subconsciously clenched his fist, but there was nothing there. The Thousand Illusions dream realm had the magical effect of stretching time. Just 5 days had been stretched to 2 years. This was simply incredible. Even in the illusion realm, it was not something that could be achieved by ordinary means. He had thought that the Thousand Illusions dream realm was extremely extraordinary before, but now it seemed that he had underestimated this secret realm. Just the time principles involved made the value of the Thousand Illusions dream realm immeasurable. Xianxia's silence made Lan's son a little worried. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little tired." Xianxia showed a smile, but it was extremely forced. He was really tired. The damage to his soul and physical exhaustion were not things that could be recovered in a short time. He suspected that this fatigue was caused by doing what he had done for 2 years in just 5 days. To avoid letting Lan's son see through him, Xianxia changed the topic. "What are Elder Xiao and the others doing?" As soon as he walked out of the 5-color treasure pagoda, Xianxia noticed that the several Third-Order Emperor Realm Elders of Star Soul Palace seemed to be joining forces to cast a spell on the 5-color treasure pagoda. Looking at the expressions of Xiao Yang and the others, it seemed that this had been going on for some time. Even if they were strong, they could not hold on for much longer. Chapter 2905. Lan's son said, "There seems to be a problem with the 4th layer of the pagoda. Many of the small worlds are broken, which has some impact on the structure of the pagoda. Uncle Xiao and the others must stabilize the pagoda and wait for everyone to come out. Otherwise, once the void shatters, the people inside may be trapped." A drop of cold sweat quietly dripped down Xianxia's forehead as he asked awkwardly, "How could there be a problem with a supreme treasure like the 5-colored treasure pagoda?" Lan's son looked in the direction of the pagoda and shook her head. "I don't know. I've never encountered such a thing before." Xianxia chuckled dryly. "Then my luck isn't very good, encountering it on my first time here." He didn't dare to say too much. Fortunately, his current state was not good, so even if his expression was a bit strange, it wouldn't attract too much attention. There was a problem with the 4th layer of the 5-color treasure pagoda. Many of the small worlds were broken, and Xianxia didn't need to think to know it was related to him. He had used the sealed world bead to devour the world principles of a large number of small worlds in the 4th layer, causing them to break apart. But he hadn't expected such a consequence. Fortunately, the consequences didn't seem to be irreparable or too serious. While the two were talking, a figure flashed in front of the entrance of the pagoda, and Xiao and Lei Ting walked out together. These two had also entered the 5th layer of the 5-color treasure pagoda, but each of them had their own opportunities. At this moment, it was easy to guess what they had gained and lost just by looking at their expressions. Xiao Chun had a smile on his face, brimming with confidence. Clearly, he had gained some benefits on the 5th floor. Lei Ting's face was gloomy and his aura was unstable. It seemed that his injuries were more serious than Yang Kai's, probably due to some setbacks. However, for a cultivator, whether it was setbacks or benefits, they were all necessary experiences on the road to growth. Only those with weak will would be beaten down by setbacks and be unable to move forward. Those with high fighting spirit could often turn setbacks into motivation to move forward, allowing them to go further and further. Xiao Chun and Lei Ting were the last group to come out. After the two appeared, Xiao Yuyang shouted, "Everyone leave this place." Many Star Soul Palace disciples received the order, bowed in the direction of the 4 elders, and withdrew. Yang Kai, Lan Sun, and the others also left. After walking for a short distance, Yang Kai suddenly felt an extremely strong energy fluctuation coming from the void. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw a beam of moonlight coming from somewhere in the Star Soul Palace and striking the body of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. This ray of light was not an attack, but had some other kind of magical effect. After this ray of light appeared, Xiao Yuyang and the others' expressions brightened. The 5-colored treasure pagoda began to stabilize. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He knew that the moonlight was the work of the great emperors. Speaking of which, he had also fought against great emperors in the Thousand Illusions dream realm. The demon Saint Modo was an existence comparable to the great emperors. This could be considered the first time Yang Kai had truly fought against the great emperors. Last time, in the Shattered Star Sea, when the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors of the secular world fought, he had just happened to be there and watched from the sidelines. What's more, at that time, the 2 great emperors could not display their full strength. However, the experience in the illusion was different, even if it was just an illusion. Everything was based on reality. In other words, the power Modo displayed was truly at the level of the great emperors. Yang Kai had used all his means without holding back, but he was still not Modo's opponent. If Modo had not underestimated his opponent in the beginning, giving Yang Kai the opportunity to use his secret techniques, and if he had not focused on stopping the evergreen divine tree, his chances of winning would have been less than 30%. Even so, Yang Kai could not do anything to him, so in the end, he could only rely on shameless methods. He dragged Yang Kai along to resist the great demon god's attack. This was an extremely precious memory and a rare experience. As long as he could absorb the experience of that battle, Yang Kai believed that he would grow even further. At this moment, the great emperor's attack was extremely mysterious, and Yang Kai could not compare it to Modo's, but he could feel that the great emperors of the bright moon were stronger than Modo. Lan Sun also stopped and turned her head to look at the moonlight. Suddenly, she pouted, an aggrieved expression on her face. She had not seen her father for a long time. "Junior sister Lan," Yang Kai suddenly spoke. "This matter is over, so I should take my leave." He had destroyed many of the small worlds in the 4th layer of the 5-color treasure pagoda, so Xiao Yuyang and the others were definitely suspicious of him. When Yang Kai walked out just now, the 3rd stage Emperor Realm Elders had been observing him. However, as long as Yang Kai did not admit to this kind of thing, they could not blame him, so they let him leave. However, Yang Kai still held the butterfly key in his hand, which was the key to the 1000 illusionary dream realm and should have belonged to one of Star Soul Palace's sealed worlds. To put it nicely, this was Yang Kai's opportunity, but to put it bluntly, he had stolen it. Yang Kai had taken someone else's things, so he naturally did not want to stay any longer, lest Star Soul Palace discover something, not to mention he still had matters to attend to. Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai and asked in amazement, "Brother Yang, are you going to leave?" "I have an appointment with someone." "But Brother Yang, you seem to be injured. Do you want to rest here for 2 days before leaving?" Lan Sun asked with concern. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "No need. my injuries are not serious. I just need some time to recuperate. There were no wounds on his body, and the injuries to his soul could not be healed by rest alone. He had the seven-colored soul warming lotus, so he only needed time to heal. Is that so? Lan Sun saw that he had made up his mind and did not urge him to stay any longer, so she smiled and said, "In that case, junior sister will not keep brother here. Brother Yang, please be careful." Yang Kai said, "The elders," Lan Sun smiled slightly. "When they are done, I will tell them." "Many thanks." Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed before turning around and flying out of Star Soul Palace. Lan Sun stood in place and watched his back disappear from sight before leaving. Not far away, Xiao Chun, who had been silently observing the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai identified the direction and flew towards Thousand Leaves Sect. His soul had yet to recover, so he did not fly very quickly. As he hurried along, he recalled the various scenes of his fight with Modo, deducing the various changes in his mind. This trip to the Thousand Illusions Dream Realm had given him a great harvest, and the fight with Modo was just one of the many. Moreover, he had not had time to digest most of the things he had learned, so he needed to spend some time sorting out the memories in his mind. In a trance, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed something and suddenly came to a stop, squinting his eyes as he looked ahead. In the void in front of him, a person was standing high up in the air. This person did not look very old, about 20 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and a handsome face. One of his hands was behind his back while the other was naturally placed on his abdomen. This kind of calm posture did not match his appearance at all. Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious because he found that this person's aura was erratic, and even with his eyesight, he could not see through the depths of this person's cultivation. Even though Yang Kai's soul was injured, his powerful spiritual energy was still there, and the average cultivator of the Emperor realm could not hide in front of him. But just now, he had not noticed anything, and it was as if this person had suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to be on guard. In this kind of situation, either the other party's cultivation was much higher than his, or he had a particularly useful artifact. Yang Kai looked at the other party, and the other party looked back at him with an unfathomable smile. This smile gave Yang Kai a bad feeling, so he frowned and asked, "Friend, do you need something?" The person opened his mouth and spat out a word that caused Yang Kai's soul to leave his body. "Bind." With one word, 10,000 laws followed. Yang Kai's body suddenly tensed up, and he inexplicably felt that the space around him had been imprisoned, as if a thick rope had tied him up, causing his body to become stiff, and even moving a finger was extremely difficult. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. He did not feel that the other party had used any secret technique or divine technique at all. The other party had only casually spat out a word, and it had caused such an effect. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master could not do this, and there was only one kind of person in the world who could do this. And this place was near the Star Soul Palace, so the identity of the person in front of him was obvious. "You?" Yang Kai was both shocked and angry. He never thought that this person would actually intercept him here and even attack him. What is he doing? If he wanted to attack me, he would have had plenty of opportunities when I was in the Star Soul Palace. So why did he have to intercept me outside? What's more, with his identity and status, what good would it do him to act so sneakily? Yang Kai did not understand, but he did not have time to think about it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai's vision blurred as the young man who was 1,000 meters away from him suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, giving Yang Kai a fright. He finally understood what it was like to be shocked by his space divine technique. The two were so close together, but the other party did not make a move. Instead, there was still a calm smile on his face as he quietly looked at Yang Kai. As their four eyes met, his eyes seemed to have transformed into two full moons, blooming with an astonishing light. Under the shroud of this light, everything about Yang Kai was revealed, as if all of his secrets were laid bare before this man's eyes. Yang Kai was furious. Although he knew who the other party was, he would not allow others to pry into his secrets. He could not move his body, and his thoughts were not as fast as usual, but he still managed to launch a powerful counterattack. Pushing his spiritual energy madly in his knowledge sea, the island transformed from the seven-colored soul-warming lotus began to spin fiercely, like a spinning top being whipped, spinning faster and faster, more and more violently. The seven-colored radiance burst out, filling the entire knowledge sea. Above his knowledge sea, moonlight poured down. Originally, everything would be revealed wherever the moonlight passed, but at this moment, the seven-colored radiance swept over and scattered the pure and clear moonlight. The other party let out a soft cry of surprise, obviously not expecting Xianxia to still have the strength to fight back. Chapter 2906. Xianxia let out a muffled groan as blood flowed out of his seven orifices. His already weak face suddenly became as pale as paper, and his body swayed, as if he could fall at any moment. The young man was stunned for a moment and quickly withdrew his divine technique. He had no malice towards Xianxia, but there were some things he needed to investigate. However, it was somewhat inconvenient for him to investigate this matter with his status, so he had come here to intercept him. Originally, he thought that with his own methods, he would be able to capture Xianxia easily, but he did not expect that his counterattack would be so effective. This made him feel quite embarrassed. Since his first move had failed, he could not attack again. His figure fluttered as he retreated 1,000 meters, as if he had never moved. 1,000 meters away, Xianxia glared angrily as he madly urged the power of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, driving his soul to guard his knowledge sea. He would not reveal any of the secrets in his knowledge sea unless the other party defeated him. The other party definitely had the strength to do so, and Xianxia would not easily surrender. This scene was like a rabbit facing a falcon swooping down from the sky. Even if the rabbit bared its fangs, it would not have much effect. The falcon would still catch the rabbit in the air, fly to a high altitude, and then throw the rabbit to its death. The young man looked at Xianxia for a while before suddenly sighing softly and then looking up at the sky, as if he was talking to the air. The weather is good. After saying this, he took a step forward and suddenly disappeared from Xianxia's field of vision. Just as he came without a trace, he also left without anyone noticing. Xianxia maintained a vigilant posture for a long time, his divine sense constantly moving back and forth within a radius of 1,000 meters before he was sure that the young man had really left. It was not until this moment that he breathed a sigh of relief and let down the vigilance in his heart. An unimaginable feeling of exhaustion swept over him like a tide, causing him to involuntarily stagger in midair and almost fall down. Barely stabilizing himself, he reached out to wipe the blood off his face and frowned. That person had suddenly come to intercept him and even used the divine technique to investigate his secrets. In the end, it was all bark and no bite. Xianxia was very puzzled and surprised. Did he come all the way here just to say nice weather? This was obviously impossible. After thinking for a while, the depression on Xianxia's face gradually melted away, and he slowly smiled. The more he smiled, the more carefree he felt. The last layer of worry and burden in his heart was completely put down. He had a rough idea of what that person meant. He had taken the 1,000 Illusions dream domain from the 5th floor of the 5-color treasure pagoda. As the master of Star Soul Palace, the existence that controlled the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the great emperors must have discovered something, but they were unable to fully understand it. That was why he needed to investigate. However, Xianxia was not a disciple of Star Soul Palace and had only entered the 5-color treasure pagoda because of a previous agreement. So neither the great emperors nor the elders could ask Xianxia to take the initiative to explain his experience in the 5-color treasure pagoda. If Xianxia was just an ordinary disciple of the Emperor realm, Star Soul Palace would have used many secret techniques to make him unknowingly reveal the existence of the 1,000 Illusions dream domain. But now Xianxia was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory and the guardian of the Southern Territory, so they naturally could not bully the weak. Sometimes he would frown, sometimes his eyes would widen, and sometimes a smile would appear on his face. He seemed to be immersed in his own world and was unable to extricate himself, not even noticing Yang Kai's arrival. It was only when Yang Kai lightly coughed that he seemed to wake up from a dream. First, he frowned in displeasure, a clear look of anger appearing on his face. Obviously, he was annoyed that he had been tricked, but when he saw Yang Kai, his displeasure immediately disappeared, and he greeted him with a smile. "Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded lightly and casually glanced at the things he was drawing on the ground, discovering that they were somewhat related to the space traversing array. To be able to immerse himself in the world of spirit arrays and appear here, there was no one else in the entire High Heaven Palace other than the Chief Array Master, Nanda June. When Yang Kai sent Bian Yuqing back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, he had asked her to pass a message to Nanda June to come here. Now, it seemed that this Array Master had been here for some time, but Yang Kai had not been able to find him, so he decided to come here and study his own matters. "Have you brought the things?" Yang Kai asked. Nanda June was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and took out a jade slip, handing it to Yang Kai. "Palace Master, I have sealed all the information about the spirit array inside. You can take your time to look at it on the way. However, Palace Master, I have to remind you that this spirit array is a bit evil and vicious. The person who arranged it is definitely not a good person, so you must be careful." "I'll remember." Yang Kai nodded. Nanda June took out another object and spread it on his palm. It looked like a smooth, spindle shape, surrounded by a brilliant light, looking extremely extraordinary, and handed it to Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Nanda June smiled. "Didn't Palace Master ask Ho Yu to refine a flight-type artifact for you? Here it is." So fast. Yang Kai took the flight-type artifact in surprise, feeling it for a moment before showing a shocked expression. An Emperor-grade artifact. It hadn't been long since he brought Ho Yu back to High Heaven Palace, and although he had assigned her the task of refining a flight-type artifact, in Yang Kai's opinion, refining a flight-type artifact would take at least a few years. But how long had it been? It seemed less than half a year, maybe 3 or 4 months. Nanda June smiled. Although Little Ho's character isn't very good, she does have some skill in artifact refining, and our High Heaven Palace doesn't lack materials right now. If we throw a lot of materials at her, how could she not be able to refine anything? Little Ho said that this thing still has room for improvement, so when Palace Master has time, he can help you upgrade it. She's not thinking of running away, is she? Yang Kai smiled slightly, slowly immersing his mind into the flight-type artifact in his hand, showing a look of fondness. Nanda June snorted and gloated. The 3 Monster Kings take turns guarding her. If she dares to run away, they will break her legs. The Monster Kings aren't very nice to talk to. The Monster King's respect was only for Yang Kai, or it could be said that it was because of Tianxing and the Holy Spirit Source. They didn't care about others. What Emperor-grade Array Master, Emperor-grade Alchemist, or Emperor-grade Weapon Refiner? In the eyes of the Monster Kings, there was no such thing as Monster Kings. Whoever had the most power would dominate everything. With the 3 Monster Kings taking turns guarding Ho Yu, she would never be able to escape from High Heaven Palace in her lifetime. Yang Kai's mind flashed with Ho Yu's painful expression, and he couldn't help but laugh. However, Ho Yu lived up to her name as Master Ho. Yang Kai hadn't even started to refine this artifact, but he could already feel that this thing was extraordinary. If he could completely refine it, it should be able to display a good function. However, to Yang Kai, the other functions of this artifact didn't matter. The most important thing was that it could fly. As long as it was fast enough, nothing else mattered. Did Ho Yu give a name? Yang Kai asked. Nanda June thought for a moment, then replied, "Flowing Cloud Shuttle." And she said that if Palace Master didn't like it, he could just give it a name. "Let's call it Flowing Cloud Shuttle." Yang Kai smiled slightly. As he spoke, Yang Kai suddenly took out an item and handed it to Nanda June, saying, "Take this back." "What is this?" Nanda June curiously took it. and found that the item that Yang Kai handed over looked like a rouge box, but it was obviously not an ordinary rouge box. This was because the box had an ancient aura flowing on it. It was obviously a very good artifact. Chapter 29:07 Heavenly Note Treasure Box. Yang Kai reached out and tapped on the box. Immediately, the Heavenly Note Treasure Box emitted a tinkling sound, like a clear spring in the mountains or a ghost in an empty valley. Anyone who heard it could not help but feel refreshed. The tinkling sound continued as the box rose layer by layer, gradually turning into the shape of a pagoda. There were a total of 9 levels, and each level was rotating. Some were up, some were right, some were fast, and some were slow. Different sounds were transmitted, and these sounds gathered together to compose a beautiful melody. Not only that, as the Heavenly Note Treasure Box rotated, a layer of light blue mist began to spread and gradually spread in all directions, filling a large space. The light blue mist was like a star field without any impurities. It made people feel like they were in a star field, and everything around them was beautiful. This is good stuff. Southgate Dajuan's eyes lit up. Although he felt that the Heavenly Note Treasure Box was not very useful to him, for a cultivator below the level of the Emperor Realm, this magical melody could definitely assist in cultivation, making it easier for people to enter a state of selflessness. Cultivating in this state would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. You should be able to use it. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Southgate Dajuan's eyes lit up. In his mind, he had already begun to plan to use the Heavenly Note Treasure Box as the core of the formation, supplemented by a few other secret treasures, to set up a Heavenly Note Palace. This was not difficult for him. Once it was set up successfully, the entire Heavenly Note Palace would be filled with the sound of the Heavenly Note Treasure Box, which would be of great benefit to the disciples who were cultivating in seclusion. Yang Kai was right. This Heavenly Note Treasure Box could only play a greater role in front of an Emperor Array Master like Southgate Dajuan. After being amplified by the formation, the Heavenly Note Treasure Box would definitely be another foundation for the High Heaven Palace. It would be a blessing for disciples below the level of the Emperor Realm. Leave it to me. Southgate Dajuan carefully put away the Heavenly Note Treasure Box, looked at Yang Kai with concern, and asked, "Palace Master, are you all right?" He had noticed earlier that Yang Kai's condition was not good. His face was abnormally pale. He had experienced how powerful Yang Kai was. Even the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory, Mi Chi and Li Jiao, couldn't do anything in front of him. The 3 Great Monster King were even more obedient to him. For such a powerhouse to be so pale, the only explanation was that he was severely injured. The Southgate army couldn't think of anyone in this world who could injure Yang Kai like this. Naturally, they couldn't think of Yang Kai's rich experience in the dream world. Yang Kai shook his head. The Southern Gate army asked again, "Do you need me to accompany you?" "Although I don't know what you're going to do, Palace Lord, but I think it has something to do with that array formation. If I go with you, it will be of some help in breaking the array formation." "No need." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I'm fine, and it's not convenient for me to take you there." He was responding to Xia Shang's request. He was accompanying Hua Yulu to explore an ancient cave dwelling. Hua Yulu had said that she could only find one helper. If he suddenly brought another helper, it might cause some conflict. Yang Kai refused, and the Southern Gate army didn't insist. They reported to him the development of the High Heaven Palace during this period of time, and then returned to the Northern Territory through the spatial array. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. He first took out some spirit pills to repair the soul, and then began to refine the flowing cloud shuttle. He found that he had underestimated the effect of the experience in the dream world on his soul. He originally thought that with the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, no matter how severe the damage to his soul was, it should be more or less healed in half a month. But in fact, more than 10 days had passed, and his soul hadn't improved much. He guessed that this was because his soul was overdrawn. It wasn't just because of the injury in the dream world, but also because of the time distortion. 2 years and 5 days was a huge burden on the soul. It was equivalent to Yang Kai using up 2 years of soul power in 5 days, and he wanted to replenish it. It definitely wasn't something that could be done in 10 days or half a month. Emperor-grade artifacts weren't easy to refine, and Yang Kai's current soul power was somewhat difficult to sustain. However, he still spent a few days to leave a simple imprint of his own on the flowing cloud shuttle. Just like that. It was enough to drive the flowing cloud shuttle, but he couldn't use most of its power. This was enough. For Yang Kai, the flowing cloud shuttle's greatest use was as a means of transportation. He set off again, and after thinking carefully for a while, he determined his destination. After going through the dream world, his memories of the past were a bit blurry. The southern swamp was a dangerous place in the Southern Territory. Although it wasn't as dangerous as the frozen earth in the Northern Territory, there were still many masters who died there every year. What attracted these cultivators to the southern swamp was the rich and abundant precious treasures and the various cave mansions hidden in unknown corners. Rumor had it that a long time ago, the Southern Marsh was the place where the martial artists of the southern region prospered. Countless sects and forces established their own sects here and developed and grew. However, a calamity of the heavens and the earth caused this bustling area to become a marsh, and the martial artists of the southern region gradually abandoned this treasured land. During that disaster, countless sects were destroyed and many cave mansions were hidden. Often, there were cultivators who risked their lives to discover the ruins of ancient sects and the inheritances of masters here, and from then on, they soared to the sky. In the southern swamp, there were also many special spiritual flowers and herbs. These were treasures that couldn't be found anywhere else in the star boundary, and any one of them could be sold for a sky-high price. In front of all kinds of benefits, some dangers could no longer stop the cultivator's pace of exploration. Hundreds of years ago, the southern swamp had become very lively, but as more and more benefits were discovered, this place once again quieted down. However, there were still some people who didn't fear death who came here every few days. Chapter 2908. In the wilderness, after Yang Kai greeted them, for strange gazes immediately converged on him, scrutinizing him. There were 3 men and 1 woman in the group, 2 first-order Emperor Realm Masters and 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters. Each of them was in pairs, and there was a clear separation between them. Before Yang Kai arrived, only Hua Yulu was alone. Although the appearance-changing artifact allowed Yang Kai to hide the paleness of his face, it couldn't hide the weakness of his aura. Furthermore, many of the people present were from the Emperor Realm, so it only took a little investigation for them to know the depth of his cultivation. A first-order Emperor Realm Master. This made the 4 people inexplicably breathe a sigh of relief. One of the short men coldly snorted and said with a displeased expression, "Palace Master Hua, is this your friend? He sure is arrogant. We've been waiting for a long time." He didn't hide his true thoughts at all. Obviously, he was a little annoyed by the long wait, so he bluntly criticized her. Moreover, it was true that Yang Kai didn't arrive at the agreed time. He was delayed for a few days on the road. If it was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he wouldn't say much, but since it was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, he wasn't afraid. Facing the man's criticism, Hua Yulu smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Wu, please calm down. My brother Yang had something to do a few days ago, so he was delayed on the road. This mistress will apologize to you." Although she didn't know why Yang Kai was delayed for a few days and couldn't arrive at the agreed time, she knew that Yang Kai wasn't someone who deliberately missed an appointment. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have asked him for help. As the one who invited him, Hua Yulu naturally had to speak up for Yang Kai. The man coldly snorted, "Your 100-flower palace only has women, so where did this brother Yang come from? I've never heard of a man in your 100-flower palace. Moreover, this brother Yang doesn't have the guts to show his true face? Or does this brother Yang have other motives?" He seemed to dislike Yang Kai very much, and after discovering that Yang Kai was wearing an appearance-changing artifact, he immediately opposed him. Logically speaking, this was a temporary treasure hunting team. There was no need to delve into each other's backgrounds. Each of them had their own ulterior motives. When it came to treasure hunting, they would cooperate if they could. If they couldn't work together, then they would go their separate ways. If they really found some treasure, then they might have to fight. Everyone was well aware of this. Hua Yilu didn't ask who the helpers of the other two were. No matter where they were born, they still maintained this tacit understanding. At this moment, this short man was obviously targeting him. His last sentence was even more suspicious. In the vastness of the star boundary, there were hundreds of millions of cultivators, each with different natures and temperaments. It wasn't strange to wear an appearance-changing artifact in the star boundary, but when it came to this man surnamed Wu, he deliberately magnified the matter, as if he wanted Xianxia to take off the artifact and reveal his true face. Hua Yilu frowned, obviously a little displeased. She was the palace master of 100 Flower Palace, so lowering herself to apologize was already a sign of sincerity. The other party's incessant chatter naturally annoyed her, but the current situation was worse. She and Xianxia were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. The other four were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters and Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. If a conflict really happened, it wouldn't end well. She had the honor of witnessing Xianxia's abilities. At the Azure Sun Temple's coronation ceremony, Xianxia had fought against a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. It was reasonable that Gong Yu would be interested in such a restriction formation and come uninvited. After they understood this point, everyone immediately knew why Xianxia had said those words before. If Gong Yu was here, it would be very helpful for their treasure hunting trip. After all, he was the former family head of the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley. His attainments in the way of array had reached the peak, and few people in the world could be compared with him. If they could get his help, it would be easy to break the ancient formation. Wu Kuangyi pondered for a long time and glanced at Hua Yilu from the corner of his eyes. He was secretly communicating with her through voice transmission. He didn't hide it. Therefore, everyone could see clearly and guess what they were talking about. After a while, Wu Kuangyi said, "Family head Gong, dare I ask, did you come here just for the ancient formation? I think you also know what we are going to do. If we get something good in the ancient cave mansion," Gong Yu said immediately, "the array is the great way for me. It is the only and eternal way." This answer was enough. There were 3,000 great ways in the world, and Gong Yu pursued the way of array. No matter how precious the other things were, they were not as precious as the ancient formation. Xianxia chuckled and said, "Brother Gong just wants to take a look at the array formation and participate in cracking it. He doesn't have any other requests. Of course, if everyone feels that it's inappropriate, Brother Gong just said that he can go back home and won't force everyone. Well, the premise is that someone among us can break the array. Otherwise, we will have to go back empty-handed." He, Wu Kuangyi, and Hua Yilu had been preparing for half a year not only to find a reliable helper, but also to make a lot of preparations for the array. Hua Yilu wanted to go to the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley to ask for advice, but a few months ago, Xianxia took over the array, so Hua Yilu didn't go to the Heavenly River Valley. On Wu Kuangyi's side, the cold-faced man who was invited obviously had some knowledge of the array, because at this moment, Wu Kuangyi was looking at him and seemed to be asking for his opinion. The man called Feng Zhuo was silent for a long time, and then nodded gently. Wu Kuangyi understood and said, "Since no one has any objection, then please come with us, old Master Gong. We'll have to rely on you this time." Well, I will do my best." Gong Yu smiled and stroked his beard. At this moment, Xianxia took a step forward and said, "Are you really the Gong family's patriarch? Can you prove your identity?" Hearing this, everyone's face turned cold, and Wu Kuangyi seemed to be awakened. The reason why he trusted the identity of Gong Yu was that he had heard of Gong Yu and knew that he was the former master of the Gong family. Secondly, Yang Tai's words gave him a preconceived idea, so he didn't doubt it. Now that Yang Kai mentioned it, he suddenly became alert. He had never seen Gong Yu, so he didn't know what Gong Yu looked like. The man in front of him might be Gong Yu, or maybe not. If he was really the former master of the Gong family, he could trust him, but if he was an imposter, then he had to be careful. Thinking of this, Wu Kuangyi leisurely glanced at Yang Tai. Yang Tai was still smiling. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother Yang Kai, you really like to joke. Is there anyone who can impersonate Brother Gong? You asked the wrong question. If you don't understand something, you should ask clearly. What's wrong?" Yang Kai also turned to look at him with a smile on his face. Yang Tai frowned and said, "I guarantee in my name that Brother Gong is Brother Gong, the former master of the Gong family in the Tiana Valley." Yang Kai smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Tai seemed to know that his guarantee didn't have any weight. Before this, he hadn't even met Yang Kai, so how could he guarantee anything? Wu Kuangyi seemed to be a little suspicious, so he said with a bitter face, "Oh, what should we do? Should we go to the Tiana Valley to verify it?" Obviously, this was impossible. The Tiana Valley was very far from here, and it would take at least 2 months to go there and back. Who had the time to delay? His suggestion was tantamount to not saying anything. The more Yang Tai said, the more suspicious Wu Kuangyi became. He kept looking at Yang Tai and Gong Yu, as if he was trying to find some clues. But to his disappointment, Yang Tai didn't look suspicious. Although Gong Yu was being questioned, he was still calm and graceful, showing the demeanor of a big shot. Wu Kuangyi couldn't help but wonder if Yang Kai was a little too careful. Gong Yu said, "Although I have the Gong family's keepsake on me, I don't think it will be useful even if I take it out. Since this little brother has doubts, then this Gong will have to prove himself. But how can I prove it? Little brother, do you have a suitable method?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since it's about arrays, then prove it with arrays. Who here has studied arrays?" When he said this, everyone vaguely understood what he meant. Wu Kuangyi hurriedly looked at Feng Zhuo. Although Feng Zhuo was taciturn, his mind was extremely sharp, and he immediately understood what Yang Kai was thinking. Taking a step forward, he took out a few array flags without a word and threw them into the void one by one, disappearing into thin air. His movements were natural and smooth. Sure enough, he had studied arrays, and his attainments were extraordinary. Gong Yu's smile didn't fade. He seemed to have guessed Feng Zhuo's plan and let him do as he pleased. Under Feng Zhuo's actions, a large part of the void suddenly became distorted. When he threw the last array flag into the corresponding position, Gong Yu's position suddenly changed and he disappeared. Everyone used their divine senses to investigate, only to find that there was an array blocking them. They couldn't see anything with the naked eye. "Oh, so Brother Feng Zhuo is also proficient in arrays?" Yang Tai looked surprised. Feng Zhuo was a man of few words. "I know a little." Then he put his hands behind his back and squinted at his array. This was obviously a trapping array. Although it didn't have any killing power, it could trap someone in a certain position and make them unable to move. If Gong Yu was really the former patriarch of the Gong family, then it shouldn't be too difficult to crack the array. But if he was an imposter, then he definitely didn't have the corresponding knowledge of arrays. This test was simple and clear. Although it couldn't completely confirm Gong Yu's identity, it could at least eliminate everyone's doubts about him. For a moment, everyone focused on the array, wanting to know the final result. Among the 7, she was the only one who was very nervous about this treasure hunt. The others were all in pairs, but Yang Kai completely ignored her. If they really ended up in a conflict while searching for treasures, she didn't know to what extent Yang Kai would be able to help her. She even regretted coming here again. If she had known, she would have given up this opportunity instead of taking this risk. Time passed as she was worried about her gains and losses. The 7 from the Emperor Realm shuttled through the poisonous miasma of the southern swamp. After 4 days, the leader Yang Tai suddenly stopped. Wu Kuangyi's face lit up, and an expectant expression appeared on his face. "Have we arrived?" Gong Yu asked curiously. He looked around, but did not see anything special. Xianxia also stopped thinking and looked around. Like Gongyu, he did not see anything special. However, he was a little concerned about the large poisonous miasma in front of them. The southern swamp was full of poisonous miasma. The 7 of them had been shuttling through the poisonous miasma for the past few days. However, their cultivation was good, and they had a strong resistance to the poisonous miasma, so it was not a big problem. However, the poisonous miasma in front of them was obviously different. Xianxia felt a trace of danger from it, as if they would die if they rushed in. Just as he was about to release his divine sense to investigate, Huayulu hurriedly came to his side and whispered, "Be careful, the poisonous miasma is very poisonous." Xianxia was suddenly surrounded by a fragrant wind, and the tip of his nose itched. He gently nodded. Huayulu suddenly noticed and took 2 steps back with a red face. Xianxia said in a timely manner, "We've arrived. The ancient cave mansion is hidden in this poisonous miasma, but this poisonous miasma is so strong that even the Emperor realm cannot resist it. So, everyone, don't be reckless." In order to prove that he was not lying, he suddenly raised his hand and sent out an attack towards the poisonous miasma in front of them. When the light flashed, a 300-meter-long gap appeared in the poisonous miasma. In the middle of the gap, there was a blackened skeleton lying on the swamp grass. It seemed to have been dead for a long time. Speaking of which, when we found the cave mansion last time, there were 4 of us, and one of us was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But look, he's lying there now. Xianxia pointed at the skeleton and said with a smile. Shen Bingru's pretty face changed when she heard this. Feng Zhua, who had been calm all this time, also twitched his face. Just by looking at the state of the skeleton, everyone thought that this person had been dead for a long time. But after listening to Xianxia's words, they found out that this person had only died half a year ago. However, because the poison in the poisonous miasma was too strong, it caused some unexpected changes to the skeleton. As for the cause of death, there was no need for Xianxia to say anything. Even a second-order Emperor Realm Master could not resist the corrosion of the poisonous miasma, which showed how dangerous it was. The world was big and full of strange things. In front of the ferocious power of heaven and earth, no matter how strong an individual was, sometimes they would appear insignificant. After Xianxia's voice fell, the poisonous miasma that was split by his attack fiercely closed in the middle and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. It was as if there was a mysterious force that kept the poisonous miasma in place, preventing everyone from moving forward. Gongyu frowned slightly and exclaimed, "What a strong poison! Brother Yang, how did you enter the cave mansion last time with this poisonous miasma blocking the way?" Xianxia smiled and said, "It was a coincidence. Everything has its counter. Although this poisonous miasma is strong, there is something here that can restrain it. Just like where a poisonous snake appears, there must be an antidote. And, when the time comes, everyone will know for themselves." He kept everyone in suspense and did not explain too much. Gongyu just smiled and did not take it seriously. "Our time is just right. Everyone will be able to enter tonight, so let's take advantage of this opportunity to rest. We don't know what dangers there are in the ancient cave mansion, but it will be easier to deal with them after resting." Naturally, no one had any objections to his words, so everyone found a place to meditate and rest. Huayulu naturally stayed with Xianxia and took out 2 spirit pills to consume. Although she was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and could travel for a few days at full speed, staying in this poisonous miasma for so long had consumed a lot of her Emperor Qi. Naturally, she needed to take this opportunity to recover. Everyone else did the same. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and said, "Old Patriarch Gong, you are experienced and knowledgeable. This junior has something to ask of you." Gongyu was looking around and turned to look at Xianxia when he heard this, and said with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to say I am experienced and knowledgeable, but I have lived a long time. What does little brother want to ask? If this Gong knows, he will definitely tell you." Xianxia said, "It's like this. I have a friend who obtained a flowing time great emperor fruit. He doesn't know how to take it to maximize its efficacy. Flowing time, great emperor fruit? Yang Tai's eyes lit up, and he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Is it the flowing time, great emperor fruit that can prolong one's life? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Tai's eyes lit up even more. He was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan, but he still couldn't resist the corrosion of the flowing time Great Emperor. In other words, he was old, but he hadn't lived long enough. In the past 100 years, he hadn't been engrossed in cultivation and had only wanted to find a way to live longer. His 100 years of hard work did have some effect and had increased his lifespan by a lot, but he had tried ordinary methods and pills, and none of them worked for him. The reason why he took the risk to come to the southern swamp was to find some precious treasures that could prolong his lifespan. That was how he, Hua Yulu, and the others accidentally discovered the existence of the ancient cave mansion. At this moment, when he heard Yang Kai mention the flowing time, great emperor fruit, he was naturally very excited. He had naturally heard of the flowing time, great emperor fruit. It was very useful to him, so it was inevitable that he would care about it. The flowing time, great emperor fruit is a very good thing. Gong Yu stroked his beard and smiled. But little brother, I'm afraid you've asked the wrong person. But since Yang Tai didn't move, the others didn't dare to move either, and they all waited quietly. After waiting for about 2 hours, seeing that the sky was about to brighten, Yang Tai suddenly shouted, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to circulate his emperor's chi and fly forward, following the passage opened by the monster beast. Gong Yu and Shun Bingru, who were already prepared, immediately followed. Wu Kuangyi and Feng Zhua were in a better position and were the second group to rush in, less than 100 feet away from Yang Tai. Kai Yang and Hua Yulu fell behind again. Kai Yang gave her a push, allowing her to walk in front. This action warmed Hua Yulu's heart and increased her sense of security. As soon as the 7 of them moved, they immediately alarmed the monster beast that was swallowing the poisonous barrier. They changed their previous quiet disguise and let out sharp cries that reached everyone's ears. It was like metal rubbing against metal, scratching people's hearts. Not only that, but some demonic beasts also leaped up from the ground, their tongues sticking out as they rolled towards the group. From the looks of it, they seemed to want to drag the group down. When the group rushed into a dry land, the poisonous miasma around them was swept away. The monster beast that had been chasing them suddenly stopped, as if there was something in front of them that made them afraid. They kept wandering around the edge of the poisonous miasma, staring at the group with their huge eyes. "It's good that we're here," Yang Tai said with a smile, obviously relieved. Pointing at the monster beast, he said, "Those things won't chase us." I don't know why. The monster beast that gathered at the edge of the poisonous miasma only stayed alert for a while before collapsing and turning back into 5th or 6th order monsters. They then wandered back to where they came from and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone was looking at the place where they were. This was a dry land. It was extremely unusual for such a place to appear in the southern swamp, because the southern swamp was full of potholes. This land was like an isolated island in the vast sea. The island was not large, only about a few dozen miles in radius. It was surrounded by poisonous miasma that made even the Emperor realm a void. If the group had not entered through the path opened by the monster beast, they would not have had the chance to come here. Yang Tai's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "The ancient cave mansion is here." Although his expression was serious, there was a trace of unconcealable fanaticism in his eyes. Wu Kuangyi's expression was also slightly excited. "Last time, Brother Yang, Palace Master Hua, and I obtained some benefits from it, but we were blocked by a restriction array. This time, we have more people, and with the help of Old Master Gong, it shouldn't be a problem to break the restriction array." Gong Yu smiled modestly. This old man will do his best. Thank you, old Master Gong. Wu Kuangyi cupped his fists and said, I want to remind everyone that when we enter the ancient cave mansion, don't touch anything and don't wander around. We will follow old Master Gong. There are still many remaining restrictions in the cave mansion. Although they have been there for a long time, they're still very powerful. If you accidentally touch them, it may cause unnecessary consequences. When he said this, he glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was deliberately saying it for him to hear. Yang Kai's absent-minded look made Wu Kuangyi's face a little ugly. Okay, we are not children and we know what to do. Let's go. Yang Tai greeted everyone with a smile and led the team to the ancient cave mansion. The order of the team did not change. Yang Kai and Hua Yulu were still at the back. Brother Yang, if there are any treasures, we will take them if we can. If we can't, we won't force you. Just treat it as an eye-opener. Hua Yulu secretly transmitted her voice to him. Yang Kai subconsciously replied, a little absent-minded. This made Hua Yulu worried. No one knew if there were any dangers behind the restriction array. We will find the right way, and maybe we will find something you didn't find last time. Yang Tai's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Brother Gong is right. Let's go. While speaking, he walked out first, and the others followed closely behind. After walking out of the stone cave, there was a deep tunnel in front of them. Just like inside the stone cave, there were some strange stones on the walls for illumination. Although the light was not good, it was better than nothing. Chapter 29:13. A mirror-like artifact suddenly appeared in Yang Tai's hand. It was about the size of a human face, and its function was unknown. Yang Tai formed a series of seals and injected a few strands of Emperor Qi into the mirror. The next moment, the mirror shone brightly and a beam of light shot out from it. The area covered by the beam of light suddenly became clear. This beam of light seemed to have the effect of distinguishing between real and fake. It was obviously a detection artifact. The group of 7 continued forward, occasionally passing by some stone rooms, but they were all empty and did not find anything noteworthy. Moreover, there was not much danger in this ancient cave mansion, so everyone had been extremely safe along the way. However, Yang Tai still could not find the path they had taken last time. Half an hour later, Yang Tai, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped. Seeing him like this, the rest of the group also stopped. What's wrong? Wu Kuangyi asked. Yang Tai said, there seems to be traces of a barrier. Let me take a closer look. As he spoke, he used the mirror in his hand to cover the area in front of them. Wherever the beam of light passed, a faint distortion would appear. It was a little different from normal, but it was not very clear. Yang Tai circulated his Emperor Qi and poured it into the mirror artifact, causing the beam of light to become even brighter. This time, everyone could see more clearly. There were indeed remnants of a barrier in front of them. The barrier, which was originally invisible to the naked eye, was now completely visible under the light of the mirror. They could see with the naked eye that there was a barrier of varying strength in front of them, which seemed to follow some kind of mysterious law and formed a barrier that blocked their path. This barrier was extremely complicated and ancient, obviously from a very long time ago. Wu Kuangyi immediately turned his head to look at Gong Yu. Since they had encountered an ancient barrier blocking their path, it was naturally up to the former patriarch of the Gong family to take action. He was the most knowledgeable about this kind of thing. To everyone's surprise, Gong Yu just smiled slightly and did not say anything. He did not show any signs of taking the initiative to attack. Wu Kuangyi was about to point out when Yang Tai suddenly said, this should be just a small barrier. There is no need for Brother Gong to make a move. We will break it together. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped towards the barrier. Everyone was startled and quickly circulated their Emperor Qi, secretly raising their guard. After all, no one knew exactly what this restriction was for. Rashly touching it was extremely likely to cause some dangerous consequences. Yang Tai's actions were undoubtedly somewhat rash. However, Gong Yu didn't say anything to stop him. Then, he felt a little more relieved. With a boom, a layer of light appeared in front of them. Then, several huge heads suddenly rushed out from the light. Those heads were not human heads, but the heads of strange monster beasts. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were of unique species. No one could recognize which monster beast these heads belonged to. However, what caused everyone's expression to change greatly was that these heads actually had an extremely ferocious aura within them. As soon as the heads appeared, they opened their bloody mouths and bit at Yang Tai. It was so aggressive that it seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Yang Tai was shocked. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the power of the ancient barrier. His Emperor Qi surged as he suddenly uttered a very awkward incantation. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A large golden character suddenly flew out from between his fingers. It was condensed from his Emperor Qi. It flashed and disappeared so quickly that no one could see what it was. Only Yang Kai's expression brightened, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although the divine technique that Yang Tai displayed was like a flash in the pan, Yang Kai was able to see some clues. That large character was clearly an extremely ancient script. He had seen it before in the thousand illusionary dream world when his soul was wandering in the wizard temple. Ancient humans condensed their power into this script, which had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. This was a script that was even more ancient than the existence of the wizard. The wizard temple had recorded it clearly. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that Hua Yulu had said that Yang Tai had learned a secret technique in this ancient cave mansion. However, she did not know what that secret technique was or what its power was. Now, it seemed that the secret technique that Yang Tai had learned was this. This was indeed an extremely powerful secret technique. Yang Tai's cultivation was only at the first-order Emperor realm, but the power of his finger was actually at the level of a second-order Emperor realm master. It seemed that in this life and death crisis, he could not think too much and could only use his most powerful attack to protect himself. It seemed that this cave mansion had existed for even longer than the world that Yang Kai had experienced in the thousand illusionary dream world. No wonder there were ancient exotic treasures here. At the same time, the remaining people also made their moves. In an instant, the power of various Emperor's secret techniques and artifacts fluctuated in this narrow corridor, causing the world energy to tremble. Then, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. The heads that flew out of the light barrier seemed to be aggressive, but in the end, they were all bark and no bite. As soon as they came into contact with Yang Tai's secret technique, they all collapsed. Many of the heads disintegrated as soon as they rushed out of the light barrier, not playing any role at all. With a series of rumbling sounds, everyone's attacks hit the light barrier in front of them. The light barrier only shook for a moment before bursting like a bubble. Heavy breathing could be heard in the corridor, and everyone inexplicably felt like they had just survived a disaster. This barrier really has been in disrepair for a long time. Yang Tai was the first to speak, his expression slightly embarrassed. Everyone clearly saw the situation just now. Indeed, the barrier had been in disrepair for a long time. After being activated, it could not continue and collapsed. Otherwise, the attacks of the heads that rushed out would have been enough to make everyone panic for a while, not to mention the fact that the light barrier had been broken in just one blow. Brother Gong should have seen through it long ago, right? Yang Tai looked at Gong Yu. You should have reminded me, so that this Yang wouldn't have made a fool of himself. Chapter 29:15. The spirit array Gong Yu was going to set up was called the Six Direction Supreme Formation, but no one knew about it before Yang Kai told them about it. The jade slip Gong Yu gave them only contained the method to set up the spirit array and did not explain much. Everyone only needed to circulate their power according to the method and cooperate with others, so it did not seem too complicated. Everyone believed that the jade slip Yang Kai received should be the same. So the question was, how did he know the name of the Six Direction Supreme Formation? Moreover, from what he said, it seemed that this spirit array required the assistance of 6 people to set up, and not a single one could be missing. Everyone turned to look at Gong Yu in unison, only to see him frowning and looking very surprised. Brother Yang is also proficient in spirit arrays? Feng Zhuo looked at Yang Kai with interest and felt that this guy was really hiding his strength. He had done some research on spirit arrays himself. Otherwise, he would not have been invited by Wu Kuangyi. If not for Gong Yu, he would be the one with the deepest attainments in spirit arrays among everyone present, and they would have to rely on his ability to break this ancient spirit array. However, even he did not know anything about the Six Direction Supreme Formation. This formation was obviously an extremely ancient and obscure formation. He did not expect Yang Jiao to be able to see through it with a single glance. This made him secretly admire Yang Jiao. However, to his surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just happen to know about this Six Direction Supreme Formation." He was only proficient in one spirit array, which was teleportation arrays. This was all thanks to Yang Yan's careful guidance and his mastery of the Tao of space. Otherwise, he would have been completely ignorant of the Tao of spirit arrays. Feng Zhuo did not say anything after hearing this, only thinking that Yang Kai was being modest. It was impossible for someone who knew about such an obscure spirit array to not know anything about spirit arrays. Am I right, Family Head Gong? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Gong Yu. Gong Yu's smile disappeared, and he nodded in a deep voice. Yes, this old master is indeed going to set up the Six Directions Supreme Formation, although he had already guessed it. However, when they heard Gong Yu admit it himself, they were still shocked. But what does this have to do with this old man's identity? Gong Yu questioned. This old man is still this old man. Little brother, are you mistaken? Shen Bingru nodded. That's right. Brother Yang, what does this Six Directions Formation have to do with the identity of the Gong family master? Although I don't know much about the Tao of formations from the records in the Jade Slip, this Six Directions unique formation is extensive and profound. It's rare that old Master Gong could explain it so simply and clearly. For someone like me to be able to learn it so quickly, that's not something an ordinary person can do. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He thought for a while and said, well, let's just assume that the identity of the old master of the Gong family is not a problem. That's not the point. Then what's the main point? Wu Kuangyi asked. He was rather impatient, but Yang Kai's serious expression made him realize that the situation was not good. Since it was related to his own safety, he had to ask more questions. The Six Directions unique formation, Yang Kai said to the others, but his eyes were fixed on Gong Yu. Everyone has already read the contents in the Jade Slip, so you should have some understanding of the principle and structure of this formation. What I want to tell everyone is that this formation is called the Six Directions Unique Formation. After we work together to cast the formation, the 6 of us will turn into 6 extremes. As the core of the formation, the old master of the Gong family will dominate the core. The longer the formation is maintained, the stronger his control over the 6 of us will be. Once it reaches a certain limit, he will be able to do whatever he wants. No matter how strong we are, we won't be able to break free from his control. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. They all turned to look at Gong Yu. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Gong Yu's actions were thought-provoking. After the Six Directions unique formation was set up, it could actually control the core of the formation. This was simply unacceptable. Under everyone's gaze, Gong Yu said calmly, "That's why this old man said before that I want everyone to trust me unconditionally. Only in this way can we combine all of our strength to break the formation." Yang Kai snorted. The Six Directions unique formation is not the method to break the formation, but another method. You want us to wait for a blood sacrifice, don't you? Blood sacrifice? Wu Kuangyi was shocked. Although he was only listening to Yang Kai's words, cold sweat still broke out on his back. Yang Kai said with a sinister smile, "Brother Wu, I'm afraid you don't know that breaking this ancient formation is both easy and difficult. In fact, all you need to do is to release more blood. You didn't try this method when you came here last time, did you? Release blood?" Wu Kuangyi's face turned pale, and he asked in shock, "How much blood do we need to release? Who knows? Maybe it's enough to release all of our blood." Yang Kai shrugged, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. Blood sacrifice was not the only way to break the formation, but it was the simplest method. Moreover, the blood of an ordinary cultivator was not enough. The stronger the cultivator, the better the effect. The blood of several cultivators from the Emperor realm was definitely enough. Wu Kuangyi turned his head to look at Gong Yu and asked in disbelief, "Old Patriarch Gong, is he right?" Fang Zhua and Shun Bingru also looked at him with inquiring eyes. As for Hua Yulu, she naturally stood on Yang Kai's side and believed him without a doubt. Among everyone present, only she knew Yang Kai's true identity. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple, she believed that Yang Kai would not harm her. This had nothing to do with her understanding of Yang Kai, but the prestige of the Azure Sun Temple. It was also at this time that everyone understood why Yang Kai suspected Gong Yu's identity. If Gong Yu was really the former patriarch of the Gong family, there was no reason for him to be so cruel. The Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley was still a famous family, and it would not benefit the Gong family if it was destroyed. They secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Yang Kai had some understanding of the Six Directions' unique formation. Otherwise, they would have been cheated. Yang Tai's current state was not quite right, as if he had gone mad. Where was the demeanor of someone from the Emperor realm? He quietly urged the power of his divine soul, and a golden light flashed in his left eye. The power of his divine soul rushed out of his mind, and he shouted in a low voice, "Tell me, what's inside?" "Inside," Yang Tai blurted out, but just as he said a few words, his face suddenly changed. At the same time, Yang Kai groaned, and his face turned pale. His divine soul had not recovered yet. Yang Kai forcibly urged the power of his divine soul again. If Yang Tai had not resisted, it would not have been a big problem, but Yang Tai immediately counterattacked and injured Yang Kai again. "How dare you mislead me?" Yang Tai's face suddenly twisted, and he flew into a rage. He did not want to waste any more time with Yang Kai. He opened his arms, and the sea behind him surged up into the sky, converging into a lifelike water dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward Yang Kai. The dragon's roar reverberated in all directions, shaking the world. A huge dragon's body grew out of the sea, connecting the sky and the earth. It opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow Yang Kai whole. Cold sweat slid down Yang Kai's forehead. Although he knew that all this was the power of the illusory array, he did not dare to take it head-on. He was not in a good state now, and any negligence could lead to irreparable misfortune. So in the face of such a terrifying attack, Yang Kai's first reaction was to dodge. His figure swayed, and he flashed several dozen meters away from where he was standing, but before he could stand firm, the sea under his feet began to swirl violently, and in the blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared for which a water dragon rushed out. Yang Tai sneered, "Boy, give up. You are not this old master's match." Even without relying on the power of this spirit array, Yang Tai was confident that he could defeat Yang Kai, but it would take a little more effort. Now that he had entered the illusory array and was able to control its power, Yang Kai was even less likely to be his opponent. While controlling the two water dragons to chase after Yang Kai, Yang Tai's mouth did not remain idle. "Although I will need a blood sacrifice, I won't necessarily take your lives. You just need to help this old master open the ancient spirit array. If you cooperate now, this old master can spare your life. But if you are caught by this old master, humph. He did not say what the consequences would be, but the threat was obvious. How could Xianxia believe him? Without saying a word, he dodged the attacks of the two water dragons. He was surrounded by danger several times and gradually approached Xianxia. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xianxia's persuasion did not get a response, so he was in a bad mood. With a raise of his hand, two more water dragons emerged from the sea and chased after Xianxia. Xianxia's situation became even worse. He was like a dilapidated thatch hut in a storm that could collapse at any time. But every time, he was able to avoid the water dragon's attacks at the most critical moment, which made Xianxia roar in anger. Xianxia had completely lost the demeanor of the Emperor realm. Since seeing the blood-red door, Xianxia had noticed that something was wrong with him. He was more fanatical than usual, and his mood swings were greater than usual. It was just that he had hidden it before, so it was not obvious, but after entering this illusory array and fighting Xianxia, it became extremely obvious. The 4 water dragons turned into 6, then 8, then 10. When the number of water dragons on the surface of the sea reached 15, Xianxia's clothes began to flutter even though there was no wind, and the Emperor Qi around his body began to boil like boiling water. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Xianxia's figure, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, filled with immense anger. Xianxia could not help but be angry. He thought that with his own ability and the power of the spirit array, he could defeat Xianxia as easily as crushing a conch. But in fact, no matter how dangerous Xianxia's situation seemed, he was always able to escape at the critical moment. The gap between his imagination and reality made Xianxia unable to accept it, and his anger rose steadily. This anger reached its peak after he summoned the 15 water dragons. He carefully controlled the water dragons and chased after Xianxia for a while, finally trapping him somewhere in the sea with no room to escape. With a roar, the huge water dragons shook their heads and swayed their tails as they rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia sneered, "Boy, you should be glad that you are still useful. This old master will not kill you now, but after this, I will let you taste something more painful than death." Xianxia stood above the sea, watching the 15 water dragons crash towards him, as if he had accepted his fate and did not try to avoid them like before, but there was not much panic on his face either. Violent auras rushed from all directions, and before the attacks even arrived, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the 15 water dragons seemed to have cramps. They wriggled a few times and then burst apart like bubbles. They turned into a shower and drifted down from the sky like pearls falling on a banana leaf, splashing and splashing on the surface of the sea with splashing sounds. Xianxia was stunned. His expression twisted as he hissed, "What did you do?" He thought that Xianxia had secretly used some kind of method to break his method of controlling the spirit array without him noticing. But under his perception, he was still the eye of the spirit array, which made him a little confused. Xianxia grinned. "Although I am not very proficient in spirit arrays, I also know a truth. Human strength is sometimes limited, especially for an old man like you." The furious Xianxia's face became even uglier when he heard this. But Xianxia's words also made him understand that the water dragons were not broken by Xianxia's method, but because he had exceeded his own limit, causing the illusion to go out of control. Such a simple matter, he hadn't noticed it until Kai Yang reminded him. He wanted to control the spirit array again, so he decided to be careful this time. After fighting with Xianxia for a long time, he had more or less figured out what he was capable of. This boy was just a little faster, but there was nothing else worth paying attention to. But Xianxia no longer gave him a chance. He had been escaping and hiding all the time, waiting for this opportunity. How could Xianxia not seize it? Xianxia quickly formed a seal with both hands, and an extremely mysterious aura surged out. This trace of demonic nature awakened when he was fighting with Yang Kai, and the demonic qi was born. All of this was just a guess, but Yang Kai could not find a better explanation. If this was the case, then Yang Tai's previous abnormalities made sense. He was the Emperor Realm's disciple, so he had a corresponding temperament. He should not have too many emotional changes, or even excessive fanaticism for something, but it was normal for the demonic spirit hidden in his body to cause trouble. Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. He secretly thought that perhaps it was the demonic spirit produced by the demon race text that allowed Yang Tai to understand the secret behind the bloody door. If this was the case, then what was sealed behind the bloody door was definitely related to the demon race. Yang Tai, you have become the demon race. Yang Kai shouted. Yang Tai turned a deaf ear to him, and the water giant slammed its palm down, setting off monstrous waves as if it wanted to shatter the whole world. Tell me, is there a demon race sealed behind the door? Yang Kai continued to shout, but this time he used the power of his divine sense to send his voice into Yang Tai's ears, so that he could not ignore it. Some of the ancient demon race were very difficult to kill, such as the giant black eye that Yang Kai encountered, which was sealed outside Maplewood City by the ancient Almighty. If what was sealed behind the bloody door was also a demon race, or a part of a demon race's body, then releasing it would definitely not be a good thing. Last time, Yang Kai was lucky enough to seal the ancient demonic qi in Dantian. This time, there would not be any miracles. This time, when Yang Tai heard Yang Kai shout, the water giant's movements paused slightly, and then it immediately became angry. How do you know? How do you know? As if his secret had been exposed, Yang Tai became angry out of humiliation. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The water giant raised its hand again and slapped at Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai stood in place and did not dodge. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming ancient and deep. He used the power of a wizard. After coming out of the thousand illusionary dream world, Yang Kai had always wanted to see if he could still use the witch's abilities. After all, he had cultivated for more than 2 years in that place, so he couldn't just let it go to waste. So on the way here, he did a few experiments. The results of the experiments made him happy. He could freely switch between his Emperor's Qi and Wizard's power. The two powers did not conflict, but the Wizard's power was smaller than his own power, and the Wizard's power was a bit cumbersome to use, not as simple as the various secret techniques now. Yang Kai also noticed that although the Wizard's power could be used, it was not as powerful as it was in the Thousand Illusions dream world. When he used 100% of his power, only 80% of it would be effective. Yang Kai felt that this was because of the laws of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the barbarians could only practice the wizard's power because the laws of heaven and earth were different from today. As time passed, the laws of heaven and earth also changed slightly, and the creatures of each era had their own characteristics. Yang Kai forced himself to use the ancient wizard's power in this era, so naturally, he would be suppressed. This was the general trend, and no one could change it. Yang Kai chanted a spell, and his hands quickly formed a seal. A lightning-like light burst out from his hands, and suddenly spread out in all directions. Demon suppression. At the same time, the light swept across the water giant's body. There was no damage, but the water giant seemed to have been seriously injured. Its fiercely slapping motion paused, and its momentum was completely gone. He turned his head to look at the blood-colored door and let out a howl. No, this can't happen. Previously, under the blood sacrifice presided over by Gong Yu, The blood-colored door had become brighter and brighter, and the ancient spirit array had shown signs of opening. But after it was destroyed by Yang Kai, the blood sacrifice was interrupted and the light gradually dimmed, stabilizing the ancient spirit array again. Yang Tai roared a few times and seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and stared fiercely at one of the masters present, then stretched out his hand to grab him. Yang Tai, don't you dare! Wu Kuangyi roared and wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength to do so and was lifted up by Yang Tai like a chicken. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tai stretched out his hand and slapped Wu Kuangyi several times, then threw him towards the blood-colored door. Wu Kuangyi let out a painful scream and then stopped abruptly. He crashed into the blood-colored door, perhaps because of the impact, or perhaps because of the power of Yang Tai's slaps. Wu Kuangyi's entire body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even his bones were left, and thick blood and minced flesh were all pasted on the blood-colored door. The gradually dimming door glowed again with a glimmer of light. Everyone's expression turned cold when they saw this scene. Wu Kuangyi's death made the rest of the masters feel a sense of sadness. No one knew if Yang Tai's next target would be them. Not enough, not enough, far from enough. Yang Tai seemed to have gone mad. After killing Wu Kuangyi with his own hands, his face showed an extremely vexed expression. He kept muttering under his breath, and his eyes swept over the rest of the people. At the same time, a faint black qi appeared on his body again. It was the demonic qi that Yang Kai was familiar with. Everyone who was caught in his gaze couldn't help but avert their gazes for fear of angering him. Only Yang Kai stared back coldly and sneered. Give up, Yang Tai. Your plan won't work anymore. This barrier can't be opened anymore. You've already fallen into the devil's path, so your death isn't worth pitying. On the other side, Gong Yu, who had been injured by Yang Kai, looked at the demonic qi wrapped Yang Tai in a daze. He pointed his finger at him and said in a trembling voice, he finally realized that something was wrong. The traces of demonic qi on Yang Tai's body were very obvious, so how could Gong Yu not notice it? Only now did he somewhat believe what Yang Kai said before. Yang Tai had really become the demon race. If that was the case, then Yang Tai's promise was not worth a single cent. Thinking of this, Gong Yu's heart was like dead ashes. He took a huge risk to collude with Yang Tai, but in the end, it was just a scam. He did not know what Yang Tai was planning, but he knew that there was absolutely no secret of the ultimate martial arts behind that door. Give up? Yang Tai did not notice Gong Yu. He shouted hysterically, my mission has not been completed. How can I give up? Yang Kai keenly grasped something and frowned. Mission? Is it your mission to open this barrier? Is it the thing behind the door? Who gave you the mission? Did it communicate with you? Yang Tai stopped talking. He seemed to realize that he had said too much. He glanced at the crowd and sneered, a bunch of trash. Even if I sacrifice all of you, it is still far from enough. In fact, if Yang Kai had not interrupted the blood sacrifice, it should have been enough. However, after being interrupted, everything was in vain. Yang Tai was completely crazy. He opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. The demonic qi on his body was so strong for the first time, and it was so dark that it made people tremble in fear. Chapter 29:20. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tai slammed into the blood door. He had used all of his strength and didn't put any protection on himself, so it was easy to predict what would happen to him. With a loud bang, Yang Tai exploded into a cloud of blood mist just like Wu Kuangyi had done before. However, unlike Wu Kuangyi, his blood and flesh didn't scatter on the blood door. Instead, as if they had some kind of life, they slowly squirmed in the air and gradually gathered together and reformed. Everyone, who had just been relieved of a heavy burden, was once again on tenterhooks. They didn't know what this change meant, but everyone's heart was filled with an extremely bad feeling. Yang Kai's intuition was very good. He could feel a trace of demonic aura from Yang Tai's blood mist. It was an aura that made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he had once again entered the ancient world and once again faced the masters of the demon territory. In the blink of an eye, the cloud of blood mist took shape. "This is—" Gong Yu's eyes widened and whispered, "Demon rune." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, the uneasiness in his heart suddenly swelling to the extreme. The blood mist that had taken shape was none other than the demon rune that had appeared when Yang Tai had displayed the divine technique. Under the push of a mysterious force, the blood-red demon rune slammed into the blood door. No one knew what kind of effect the blood sacrifice rune, which was composed of the essence of Yang Tai's flesh and blood, would have on the blood door, but since Yang Tai had done so, he must have had some confidence. The light was so bright that it was almost impossible for people to open their eyes. Just as everyone lost sight of the blood door, suddenly, a series of cracking sounds rang out. Everyone was taken aback. After realizing what this sound was, everyone's face turned pale. The blood door had been opened. The blood sacrifice that had lasted for such a long time was interrupted by Yang Kai. But under Yang Tai's desperate struggle, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. No matter what was inside, it would appear in the next moment. At this moment, Yang Kai pushed his eyesight to the extreme and finally saw a clue. The bloody door was indeed opened. However, only a small crack appeared, and the door was not fully opened. The many restrictions and patterns on the door seemed to still be working, producing a power that was opposite to the demonic characters, preventing the door from opening. At this moment, Yang Kai vaguely saw something fly out from the gap of the door. The light dissipated, and the door closed again. When the dust settled, it was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Everyone was still in a state of shock. They looked at each other. However, someone soon noticed something unusual. What is that?" Shen Bingru's voice trembled as she pointed at the floating object in front of the door. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger and couldn't help but shiver. Unbeknownst to them, a black light the size of a green bean was floating in front of the door. It was too small, and it didn't emit any special aura, so no one noticed it first. What's more, the lighting here was not very good. Shen Bingru had only discovered it by chance. The black light was like a dead object, silently floating there without any abnormalities. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept over it, his expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "Demonic sense, everyone! Guard your minds. Don't be corroded by it. If it corrodes your minds, you will become the demon race." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai had just saved them from the gates of hell, so how could he not? So even though they didn't understand, they instinctively sealed their knowledge, seized, and guarded their minds. Yang Kai's tone softened. "The demonic will still exist. We can't let our guard down at any time, or else." Just as he was speaking, the black light that had been motionless all this time suddenly flew up and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. It was unknown whether it was intentional or just a coincidence. The small remnant of the demonic will made people feel extremely uncomfortable, as if it had chosen Yang Kai. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burning sensation in his right eye. He immediately understood that it wasn't a coincidence that the demonic will chose him. It was driven by instinct. His right eye had fused with the black eye of the troll and had the aura of the ancient demons. The demonic will was a remnant soul of the demon race, so it was natural that it would be attracted to him. He coldly snorted, and the wizard's incantation sounded from his mouth. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A circle of light exploded and swept across the black light that was rushing towards him. The black light that was the size of a green bean was immediately swept back like a fallen leaf in a strong wind. Yang Kai was now an arrow at the end of its flight, so the power he could exert was not great. However, this wisp of demonic will have been sealed for too long. It was just a remnant soul and was not very powerful. It immediately paled in comparison to the wizard's incantation. As if it had sensed that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with, the black light took the opportunity to drift to the side. Its target was Gong Yu. Gong Yu was quite dispirited at this moment. He had been deceived by Yang Kai and had joined forces with him to kill many venerable sovereigns in the Southern Territory. Now that Yang Kai had sacrificed himself and released a demonic wolf from behind the door, it proved that Yang Kai was not lying. There was no ultimate mystery of martial arts behind the blood-red door. There was only Yang Tai's conspiracy. Yang Tai wanted to release all the demonic wolves sealed behind the door, which was why he had borrowed his attainments in the way of a raise. He was the former patriarch of the Gong family. Everything he did was closely related to the Gong family of Heavenly River Valley. After today, the Gong family's reputation would be completely ruined. After realizing this, Gong Yu was disheartened. Although he had heard the conversation about the demonic wolf between Yang Kai and the others, he did not have much of a reaction. It was only at this moment that the demonic wolf floated towards him that Gong Yu made a move. He raised his hand slightly and sent a solid palm strike towards the demonic will. Although he was an array grandmaster, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of this palm was not enough to change the color of the sky, but it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, it was several times stronger than the sorcery technique Yang Kai had just used. He felt that it was enough to sweep away the demonic will and even destroy it. However, something unexpected happened. The palm strike passed through the demonic will and had no effect on it. The bean-sized demonic will pass through the palm strike as if it was nothing. "Be careful," Yang Kai whispered. Although Gong Yu was partly responsible for the current situation, he did not want Gong Yu to be eroded by the demonic will after what happened in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. That was why he warned him. Gong Gui also pulled himself together and used all his means. Although he had been injured by the mountains and river's bell, his strength was still extraordinary even if he went all out. In an instant, he had laid down several layers of impregnable defenses in front of him. The black light passed through these defenses and drilled directly into his head. Everyone was stunned. Gong Yu's eyes widened in an instant. He let out a roar from his throat, as if he had been greatly tortured. That's why he was willing to risk universal condemnation and work with Yang Tai to harm us. Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, as the previous patriarch of the Gong family, how could Gong Yu make such a foolish choice? He was already affected by the demon nature hidden in his body and couldn't maintain his nature. The reason why the demon was able to corrupt him so easily wasn't because Gong Yu's defense was ineffective, but because the demon nature in his body was attracting the demon will, causing it to unconsciously give up resisting. These words, Yang Kai was half speculating and half explaining. The more he spoke, the more he felt that his speculations were correct. The root of everything was that ancient demon rune. Half a year ago, Hua Yulu, Yang Tai, Wu Kuangyi, and Hua Yulu discovered this ancient cavern. The three of them each obtained different benefits. The ancient demon script that Yang Tai learned was simply a trap, a bait to lure him to open the restriction and release the demonic thoughts behind the door. Anyone who learned the ancient demon rune would have made the same choice as Yang Tai. It was because of the essence of the ancient demon rune that Yang Tai was able to establish an inexplicable connection with the demon behind the door. That was why he knew what was behind the door and why he said that opening the restriction was his mission. Hua Yulu listened with a pale face and her tender body trembled. She felt that her luck was good enough. Last time, she had only obtained a small flower drum. If she had learned the essence of the ancient demon rune like Yang Tai, she was afraid that Yang Tai's experience would have been the same as hers. She was a woman who loved beauty, yet she had died so miserably. Not to mention her bones, even her body had been used as a secret technique to open the restriction. This was simply unacceptable to her. Shin Bingru also said uneasily, "Will I also be like Yang Tai, become the demon race?" She also saw the ancient demon rune. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "The essence of the ancient demon rune is not so easy to understand. Yang Tai may have received some help. It doesn't matter if you've just seen it, but I advise you to forget it completely." No one knows what's so magical about the ancient demon rune. Everyone nodded. After exchanging a glance, they sent their soul avatars into their knowledge seas, found memories of the ancient demon rune, and destroyed them. This way, they would forget what the ancient demon rune looked like and would only remember that it was there. Destroying such memories would cause some damage to their soul, but compared to the risk of becoming the demon race, this damage was acceptable. Xianxia did not do this. While everyone was destroying their memories, he had been pondering. After everyone weakly opened their eyes, Xianxia said, "There should be more than one demon rune behind this door. There may be more. We need to do two things now." Hearing Xianxia say that there were more demon runes behind the door, everyone was shocked, but thinking about it carefully, it was possible. Because the restriction on the blood-colored door had not been completely broken, it had only been opened by Xianxia's blood sacrifice, and a demon rune had escaped from it. This restriction had been laid down by an ancient great master, and since it had closed again, it meant that there were still hidden dangers inside. What are the two things? Xianxia asked. After the previous ruckus, Xianxia had faintly become the leader of the group, and none of them had any objections to his decision. The first thing is to find someone to stabilize the restriction array here, in case someone accidentally breaks in and destroys it. Xianxia raised a finger. This concerns the entire southern territory and even the entire star boundary, so we must inform the several large sects in the southern territory and let them work together to think of a solution. Yes, the Gong family needs to make amends, and they're a good choice. Gong Yu had made a mistake, and the destruction of the restriction was caused by him. The Gong family of the Tiana Valley was duty-bound to repair the restriction, not to mention that even if Gong Yu had not caused trouble before, the Gong family would have been the best choice. In the Southern Territory, besides the array grandmasters worshipped by the large sects, they were the most knowledgeable in array formations. Xianxia and the others nodded slightly, thinking that Xianxia was right. Although the exploration of the ancient cave mansion was their business, the consequences were not something they could bear. Even Gong Yu, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was unable to resist the erosion of the demon sense. Once the restriction here was broken, the Southern Territory would fall into chaos, and they might become sinners for all eternity. So I need you to inform the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley. First, tell them what happened here, and second, let them be on guard against Gong Yu. If Gong Yu returns to the Heavenly River Valley, Gong Yu probably won't be so stupid, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I'll go, Hua Yilu volunteered. Although her cultivation was not high, she was still the palace master of the 100 Flowers Palace, and her words carried a certain weight. If she went to inform the Gong family, they would take it seriously. The three of you go together, Xianxia said solemnly. The three of them thought for a while and nodded. They did not know where Gong Yu was now. Maybe he was lying in ambush outside, waiting for them to walk into the trap. If the three of them worked together, they would be able to protect themselves. Who will inform the other great sects? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Without the support of those great sects, it would be difficult to accomplish anything. Even if they invited the Gong family might block the news and prevent it from leaking out. Therefore, they had to invite the masters of those great sects. Xianxia said, "Let me introduce myself again." As he spoke, he reached out and wiped his face, revealing his original appearance. His face was as pale as paper, without the slightest trace of blood. "My name is Xianxia." Xianxia, Shen Bingru frowned and said in surprise, "I heard that Azure Sun Temple appointed a new guest elder a while ago." "That's me." Xianxia nodded. Shen Bingru and Xianxia were in awe and cupped their fists together. "So it's Elder Yang. Forgive us for our lack of manners." It was not until this time that they dared not underestimate Xianxia. Being able to become an elder of a top sect in the Southern Territory, even if it was just a guest elder, was by no means an ordinary person. What's more, it was said that at the coronation ceremony, Xianxia seemed to have exchanged blows with an elder of Star Soul Palace. Chapter 29-22. Gong Yu had already become the demon race, and no one knew if he would come back to destroy the barrier. The spirit array on the blood-red door had been the flowing time Great Emperor for a long time, and had been destroyed by Gong Yu once before. If it was destroyed again, it might really be broken, so Xianxia had to stay here as a precaution. This kind of thing had to be done by Xianxia, and only Xianxia had the ability to do so. After a brief discussion, everyone hurriedly adjusted their breathing and recuperated. Although Hua Yulu and the others were not injured, the blood sacrifice in the Six Directions unique array had consumed a lot of their strength. If they wanted to leave here and go to Heavenly River Valley, they had to recover for a while. Everyone was an Emperor Realm Master, so they always had some precious life-saving spirit pills on them. Now was not the time to be stingy, so they all took them out and took them. Half a day later, Hua Yulu and the others barely recovered 60% to 70% of their strength. They did not dare to delay, and after bidding farewell to Xianxia, they all returned the way they came, ready to leave this ancient cave mansion together. Not long after, only Xianxia was left in the grotto. The surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Only the sound of water dripping from the inverted stone pillars could be heard. Although this trip to the ancient cave mansion was more daunting than dangerous, Xianxia still felt a little scared every time he thought of the dangerous moments. 7 people arrived, but only 4 were intact in the end. Wu Kuangyi was blood sacrificed by Yang Tai, and Yang Tai died by self-explosion. Gong Yu was eroded by the demon's sense, and the remaining 4 were exhausted. Now that he finally had some time to recover, Yang Tai naturally raced against time. After another day, he slowly opened his eyes and silently sensed his current state. When he felt that he was almost ready, he took out his Elder Jade disc. This was what Wen Zishan gave him during the coronation ceremony. This Elder Jade disc not only represented the identity of an Azure Sun Temple Elder, but also had many other benefits. Xianxia slightly urged his Emperor Qi, and the Jade disc floated in the air in front of him. Immediately, he changed his hand seals and constantly pointed at the Jade disc. The Jade disc buzzed, following Xianxia's movements. Hidden messages were sent to the Azure Sun Temple through the Jade disc. This method of communication wasn't perfect. It couldn't explain things that were too complicated, and it was limited by distance. It could only be used within the same territory. However, it was the only method of long-distance communication in the astral boundary. All the major sects had similar methods. After being busy for a while, Xianxia put away the Jade disc, believing that Azure Sun Temple had already received the news. It wouldn't be long before someone came to investigate. He continued to meditate and recover. For more than 10 days, everything was peaceful. Xianxia's injuries were gradually getting better, and the wounds on his spirit were also slowly recovering. Given a little more time, he felt that he should be able to make a full recovery. He didn't let his guard down and kept a portion of his attention on the blood-red door. Not even the slightest movement could escape his observation. On this day, Xianxia was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly had a very strange feeling. It was as if he had faintly comprehended the martial Tao. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This enlightenment came inexplicably and without warning, but it was a rare opportunity for any cultivator. So he immediately immersed himself in it and chased after the deeper level of enlightenment. That inexplicable feeling became clearer and clearer. At this time, the island was surrounded by a poisonous barrier and was sealed off from all sides. It was not time for the monster beast that could merge and become stronger to hunt for food, but after receiving Xianxia's reply, the masters of the several major sects still decided to force their way out and meet up with Xianxia. Xianxia didn't know what kind of method they used, but standing on the island, Xianxia heard a rumbling sound, as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. Immediately afterward, a ray of light shot out from the colorful poison fog and, like a dragon boat riding the wind, broke through the sea of clouds and landed on the island. Powerful auras spread out one after another. and when the light dissipated, a group of more than 20 people appeared. Xianxia glanced around and found a few old acquaintances. Led by Star Soul Palace's elder Xiaoyang, Azure Sun Temple's Gao Shueting, Heavenly Martial Holy Land Shun Wenhao, and Orthodoxy Temple's Fengming were all gathered here. Among the four of them, except for Xiaoyang, who was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, the other three were all second-order emperors. Not long after, everyone arrived at the grotto below. Xianxia waved his hand and cast a wizard spell, releasing a light to illuminate the grotto. He pointed ahead and said, "This is the gate that seals the demonic spirit." Everyone's expression became serious as they looked forward. Yang Tai and Wu Kuangyi died in front of the gate, and their blood and flesh were not cleaned up. It was not that Xianxia was lazy, but he deliberately left them behind. However, what everyone saw now was only dried-up pieces of flesh on the ground, without any trace of blood. All the blood had been absorbed by the gate. Also, I want to tell everyone that when I was meditating here, the demonic spirit behind the gate tried to brand the true essence of a demonic character into my mind. Fortunately, I was alert enough and withdrew in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered the same fate as Yang Tai. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Gao Shueting hurriedly asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" A worried and nervous look appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her concern was obvious. "I'm very sure," Xianxia responded with a serious expression. Xiaoyang's expression became serious as he said, "So, your previous speculation was correct. There is more than one demonic spirit behind this gate. I'm afraid there are more." Xianxia shrugged and said, "Whether there are or not, this place must be completely sealed. That's why we came." Xiaoyang turned to look at Gong Zhen and said, "We will have to trouble family Master Gong with the following matters." Gong Zhen cupped his fists and said, "The Gong family is duty-bound." Saying so, he floated forward and stood in front of the gate, his divine sense surging as he began to investigate the situation of the barrier. Xiaoyang and the others were on high alert, ready for any sudden danger. After a while, Gong Zhen said, "The situation is good. Although the barrier has been here for a long time, the ancient gate must have expected this when it was set up, so there is a self-repairing spirit array. As long as we reinforce it carefully, there shouldn't be any major problems." Hearing his words, everyone relaxed. Gong Zhen continued, "I will need a few days to come up with a plan. During this time, I will have to trouble everyone to guard this place." Xiaoyang said, "Rest assured, Family Master Gong, I will keep watch here." Gong Zhen gently nodded and walked to the side to find a clean place to sit down cross-legged. He then took out many strange things from his space ring, as if he was preparing to deduce something. Xiaoyang turned to look at Yang Kai. Gong Yu was eroded by the demonic spirit and escaped after turning into the demon race. This is a big problem that needs to be solved thoroughly. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Do you have any good ideas? Yang Kai grinned. "I can track his location." Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. "It was the right choice to come to you first. It seems that you were prepared." Yang Kai said, "I hope he didn't find out." As early as when Gong Yu turned into the demon race and left, Yang Kai had already made plans and secretly left a hidden mark on him. At that time, Gong Yu's consciousness was in chaos and he couldn't notice it, so Yang Kai easily succeeded. At that time, Yang Kai told Hua Yulu and the others that he had two things to deal with. The second thing was to hunt down Gong Yu. However, the other three didn't have this ability, so Yang Kai didn't say anything and could only wait here for the arrival of a master. "I will guard this place. I will leave Gong Yu's matter to you." Xiaoyang glanced at the several second-order Emperor Realm Masters. Chen Wenhao said, "Rest assured, Elder Xiao, we will not let you down." The few of them came together to check the barrier on the blood-red gate and to hunt down Gong Yu. They originally wanted to get some useful clues from Yang Kai, but they didn't expect that Xianxia would be able to track Gongyu's location. This made things much easier. With 3 second-order Emperor Realm Masters working together, even if Gongyu had the same cultivation, he wouldn't be a match for them. What's more, Xianxia had already recovered to his peak, so he alone was enough to deal with Gongyu. There's no time to lose. Let's move out now, Xiao Yang ordered. It had been more than a month since the incident, and no one knew where Gongyu had run off to. If they delayed for too long, the mark left by Xianxia might lose its effect or be discovered by him. The few of them didn't say anything else and turn around to leave. Gong Zhen, who was in the middle of his deduction, suddenly spoke up. If possible, I hope that you can bring back the old family head's corpse. He didn't ask them to spare Gongyu's life because he knew that the demon's sense had invaded his body. Even if they spared his life, Gongyu would no longer be Gongyu. The old family head had been wise all his life, but his reputation was ruined in his old age, and even the Gong family was implicated. Gongzhen couldn't help but sigh. The disciples of the small sects couldn't sense much of the profoundness, but the other 3 from the Emperor realm could sense how powerful Feng Ming was. He condensed all of his power into a single point and didn't leak out at all. Under the attack of the spear, the barrier of space was wiped out. The mountain peak shook violently, as if the earth had collapsed. Following that, the building shattered and turned into fine powder. At this moment, Feng Ming frowned as if he had noticed something. Xianxia also quickly shouted, Elder Feng, please show mercy. Feng Ming shook his hand and instantly dispersed more than 80% of the power that he blasted out. He also guided the remaining 20% to the side. With a rumble, the building collapsed, revealing a half-grown old man who was trembling like a sieve and was dumbstruck. The half-grown old man was in a sorry state, and his face was as pale as a sheet. He stood alone in the ruins and was covered in dust. Xianxia frowned and carefully observed the restrained black light. He deduced it was cut off by Gongyu. Gongyu knows that we're hunting him, so he deliberately set up a trap here. The demonic can be cut off? Feng Ming was shocked. Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting's expressions turned solemn. If this was really the case, then the problem was more serious than they had imagined. They all thought that they just had to find Gongyu and kill him. However, if the demonic could be cut off, then even killing Gongyu would not help them. This was because no one knew how many parts of the demonic he cut off and where he hid them. Among the people present, only Xianxia had confronted the demonic directly, so everyone turned to look at him to see what he thought. Based on the information we have, the demonic can be cut off. As soon as he said this, the other 3 people's hearts sank. However, Xianxia changed the topic. There should be a limit to it. This is only half of the demonic will, so it can only be cut in half. Moreover, it should have to pay a price. Even so, it's still quite troublesome. Chen Wenhao frowned. Let's destroy this demonic first. Feng Ming had suffered a loss once, so he was more afraid of this thing than anyone else. Hearing this, Gao Shueting increased the power of the radiant sun mirror. No matter how strange the demonic will was, it could always be destroyed. The current situation had proven this point. Gao Shueting also felt that as long as she increased her power, she would be able to completely destroy the demonic will. Wait. Xianxia raised his hand to stop him. Gongyu has already disappeared. If we want to track him down, we can only start with this half of the demonic will. If we destroy it, I'm afraid we will lose track of him. Feng Ming nodded and said, You're right. Gongyu wanted to use this trick to catch us off guard. He might even make one of us become the demon race. However, he didn't expect to leave behind a flaw. He was really too smart for his own good. Chen Wenhao said, Even so, how can we use this demonic to track Gongyu? Who would dare to casually come into contact with it? The demonic will was too strange. None of the people present in the Emperor realm dared to directly contact it. However, if they didn't do so, they wouldn't be able to track Gong Yu's whereabouts. Yang Kai said softly, "If you trust me, just leave it to me." Gao Shueting was shocked. "You? What do you want to do?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Senior Sister Gao, don't worry. Since I was able to resist the corrosion of the demonic runes in the cave, I can naturally resist the temptation of this half of the demonic will." "Can you really do it?" Gao Shueting looked worried. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Yang Kai's strength, but no one dared to make any guarantees. If Yang Kai was corroded by the demonic will, it would be Gong Yu's wish. "Are you confident?" Chen Wenhao also looked at Yang Kai seriously. Although Feng Ming didn't say anything, it was obvious that he had the same idea. Yang Kai said, "I'm at least 70% confident. Also, don't the three of you protect me?" Chen Wenhao nodded and said, "If you're 70% confident, then this method will work." Gao Shueting stared at him and said, "If you think it'll work, then why don't you give it a try?" Chen Wenhao coughed and said, "I'm not confident, so I can't give it a try. If they wanted to use this half of the demonic will to track Gong Yu's whereabouts, they would have to have deep contact with it and even pry into its inner workings. In this way, they would be voluntarily opening themselves up to the demonic will. This wasn't a joke. Destroy it." Gao Shueting was ready to take action as she spoke. She didn't want to see Yang Kai take the risk. Although Yang Kai said that he was 70% confident, what if he encountered the remaining 30%? Instead of letting Yang Kai take the risk, it was better to cut the chaos and destroy the demonic will. Although Gong Yu's whereabouts were lost, it didn't mean that they couldn't track him down. At worst, they could mobilize all the cultivator in the southern territory to act together. By then, Gong Yu wouldn't be able to hide no matter how well he hid. Chen Wenhao comforted them. Although we don't know why Gong Yu went to the temple, he is undoubtedly walking into a trap. With Temple Master 1 in the temple, Gong Yu can't make any waves. You two don't need to worry. Maybe by the time we get there, Gong Yu will have already been killed. Gao Shueting's worried expression didn't diminish, but she still replied symbolically, "I hope so." Yang Kai observed their expressions and vaguely realized that something was wrong. So he quietly sent a message to Gao Shueting. "What happened to the temple? Is there something I don't know?" Gao Shueting glanced at him and replied, "The temple master is too distracted at the moment. If Gong Yu really causes trouble in the temple master won't be able to do anything." Chapter 29-27. But there's still Brother Chiu and the others. Yang Kai said. Gao Shueting said, "Brother Chiu and the others are quite strong, but I'm worried that they don't know the secrets of the demon spirit and accidentally fell for it. We can't contact them right now, so we don't know what's going on in the temple. You said you saw Gong Yu on Spirit Sword Peak, so why was he there?" "I'm curious about that as well." Yang Kai shook his head. There were many spirit peaks in Azure Sun Temple, but Gong Yu just had to go to Spirit Sword Peak. Yang Kai even suspected that Gong Yu was deliberately taking revenge on him because he had been preventing the demon spirit from coming back to life in the ancient cave mansion. But that didn't seem right either. If it was just revenge, Gong Yu wouldn't take such a big risk. "Senior sister, what did you mean when you said that the temple master was too busy to be distracted?" Yang Kai asked. Gao Shueting pondered for a moment, as if she was considering something. After a while, she answered, "Since you're already a temple elder, there's nothing I can't tell you. Do you remember when I stopped you from using the Divine Ascension Mirror last time?" "Of course I remember. What does that have to do with anything?" Yang Kai didn't understand. "The temple master is related to the Divine Ascension Mirror," Gao Shueting explained casually. "At that time, I told you that someone was using the Divine Ascension Mirror, so it couldn't be disturbed. Do you know who that person was? This was also what Yang Kai found strange at that time. The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's most precious treasure, and it was also the foundation of the temple. It was because of the Divine Ascension Mirror that the souls of the masters in the temple were generally higher than normal. However, it wasn't easy to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror to cultivate. Ordinary disciples needed to make a great contribution to receive a rare reward. And as an elder, every time they entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, they had to pay 3,000 elder contribution points. No one was an exception. Elder contribution points were relatively rare, and 3,000 was not a small amount. Yang Kai was a newly appointed elder. Naturally, he didn't have such a thing. Gao Shueting didn't stop him because he didn't have enough elder contribution points, but because someone was using the Divine Ascension Mirror at that time. At that time, Yang Kai was curious about who this person was, but he wasn't in a hurry, so he didn't ask further. He didn't expect Gao Shueting to bring this up at this time. Who? Yang Kai frowned and asked. He vaguely felt that this person should be an incredible person. This person is closely related to the Hall Master. He was the one who raised and taught the Hall Master. Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai faintly. She didn't mention that person's name directly. Yang Kai's body shook, and the image of a person immediately appeared in his mind. He suddenly realized, it's him. Gao Shueting looked at him curiously and said, "You're much calmer than I expected." Yang Kai vaguely realized something. He asked, "Did that master enter the Divine Ascension world to separate his soul?" Gao Shueting's tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. "How do you know about this?" Even she didn't know about this kind of secret. It was only because when Zishan had unintentionally nagged her a few times that she was able to guess. She didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to tell the truth so easily. No one could have such terrifying deductive abilities, unless Yang Kai knew something beforehand. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. That master became like that because of me. Because of you? Gao Shueting was even more confused now. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. She stared at Yang Kai like a diligent student seeking knowledge about territory that she hadn't explored before. The flowing cloud shuttle seemed to shake slightly, and for a moment, both Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming felt extremely uncomfortable. It was a feeling of desolation and fear, as if they had suddenly arrived in a world without sound or light, a world of nothingness. However, this feeling was extremely short-lived, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the flowing cloud shuttle had already appeared 1,000 kilometers away. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It was rumored that a cultivator proficient in space principles was best at escaping, and now it seemed that the rumor was true. They were all second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but they still couldn't teleport 1,000 kilometers in an instant. They might be able to do it with the help of some special artifacts, but they couldn't do it as easily as Yang Kai. With this divine technique, as long as the surrounding space wasn't sealed, who in this world could stop him? No wonder the great emperors of Flower Shadow Island couldn't do as they wished, even though they were far stronger than the one from Spirit Beast Island. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was as slippery as a loach. If they missed their target, it would be impossible to track them down. The flowing cloud shuttle vibrated continuously, and after each vibration, it would appear 1,000 kilometers away. The people inside the shuttle realized more and more how powerful space principles were. In the beginning, Yang Kai's breathing was steady and his face was calm, but as time passed, he gradually began to feel exhausted. Teleporting with 3 people from the Emperor Realm and an Emperor artifact consumed a lot of his energy. However, the situation was urgent now, so he couldn't care too much. He just wanted to rush back to the temple. Half a day later, he stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and motioned for Gao Shueting to take over the control of the flowing cloud shuttle. Then he sat down to meditate. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming saw clearly that the spirit pills Yang Kai stuffed in his mouth were all emperor pills, and each of them was very valuable. But he chewed and swallowed them as if they were jelly beans. Even though the 2 of them had always been in high positions, This scene made their faces twitch, and they cursed in their hearts. Looking at the flowing cloud shuttle they were in now, it was an Emperor artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Even they didn't have it. They couldn't understand how this brat, who was so young and had only cultivated for a few years, had earned such a huge fortune. Compared to him, they were no different from country bumpkins. How could they have the advantage of being second-order Emperor realm masters? The three of them took turns to control the flowing cloud shuttle, so it didn't consume much energy. They could maintain their peak state at any time to deal with any possible dangers. After Xianxia recovered, he used the Space Divine technique again, greatly increasing his speed. After 3 days, the four of them finally arrived at the Azure Sun mountain range. After scanning the mountain range with their divine senses, they found nothing unusual, and it looked the same as usual. Among the scattered peaks, many disciples of the temple were performing their duties, and there were no traces of them being attacked. This made Xianxia and Gao Shueting, who had rushed back in a hurry, breathe a sigh of relief. The flowing cloud shuttle stopped in front of the sect defending array, and the four of them walked out. Gao Shueting immediately noticed something wrong. There was an inexplicable barrier around the sect defending array. This barrier wasn't very strong, but it was very well hidden. If Gao Shueting didn't have a good understanding of the array, she wouldn't have noticed it. Thousands of feet away, a figure flashed in the void. Xianxia appeared with the others. Everyone had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Xianxia's face was as pale as paper, and his whole body trembled violently. Without the cooperation of others, forcefully bringing others to use the Space Divine ability was extremely taxing on him. Especially this time, he had brought too many people, and all of them had extraordinary strength. In an instant, he was emptied out. At this moment, he had to use all his strength just to stand in place. Teleport. Gong Yu's eyes darkened. He tilted his head and looked into the distance. His face twitched slightly, and his eyes were full of resentment. He was obviously blaming Xianxia for ruining his plan. If Xianxia hadn't interfered just now, the sudden attack alone would have been enough to kill more than half of the people from the Emperor realm present. But it was because of Xianxia's existence that everyone was able to escape safely. Chapter 29:30. Gao Shueting reached out and grabbed Xianxia's arm to prevent him from falling. Xianxia nodded and thanked her. He quickly breathed to calm the blood in his chest. Suddenly, he heard a whimper. Return to Ruins, which looked like a black puppy, whimpered as if it was enduring something extremely painful. It looked extremely miserable. Gong Yu had used some unknown method to control and activate the power in its bloodline. It had been fighting against the people of the Emperor realm for a long time. However, after reaching its limit, it seemed like it was no longer a threat. When it was caught in the divine technique, it was covered in cuts and bruises all over. It was so bloody that it was unbearable to look at. Gong Yu looked at it and seemed to have noticed something. He smiled and said, "Well, it's about time anyway." No one knew what he meant. However, just as he finished speaking, Return to Ruins suddenly retched a few times. Then, its mouth suddenly expanded and turned into a huge mouth. A cold light bloomed from the huge mouth. A man and a spear seemed to have escaped from the abyss. They spun and rushed out. Feng Ming was obviously stunned when he saw the light again. After he was swallowed, He was surrounded by endless darkness. There was no light and no sound. Fortunately, he was not hurt. It seemed like he was just swallowed into a strange world. There was a ray of light in that world. He tried his best to follow the light and finally escaped. Glancing around, Feng Ming made up his mind. He kicked Gui Su, who was standing beside him, retching nonstop. The little black dog was sent flying and disappeared without a trace. Then his spear shot out like a dragon toward Gong Yi, who was sitting at the side. Gong Yi did not dodge in the face of death. He did not even try to resist. His breath had always been weak. He was able to fight against the people of the Emperor Realm because of the strange ability of Return to Ruins. Now, Return to Ruins was useless. Even if he tried to resist, he would not be able to defeat Feng Ming, who was in a rage. He faced the call of death with an indifferent expression, as if he had already seen through life and death. With a chi sound, the thunder wild goose spear pierced into Gong Gui's chest, blasting a hole in his chest. Through that hole, vaguely, one could see the squirming organs inside. Gong Yu was still smiling. It's useless to kill me. Time will prove that I made the right choice. You're all wrong. Deliberately mystifying. Feng Ming snorted coldly and circulated his emperor's chi. A beastly roar came from the thunder wild goose spear. Then, Gong Yu's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. A black light flew out. Feng Ming reacted quickly and pointed a spear at it. After breaking the black light, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to the others and asked, "Are you all okay?" Chun Wenhao's expression turned ugly as he shook his head. "It's all thanks to Elder Yang. Brother Feng, how are you?" Feng Ming shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but I still need to check carefully. That thing is too strange." What did Gong Yu mean by what he said just now? Gao Shueting frowned. She had been thinking about Gong Yu's words, but she couldn't understand them. She just felt very upset, as if something bad was about to happen. No one knew what Gong Yu meant before he died. While everyone was pondering, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar, and the mountains on the ground began to shake and shake. As if something had been broken, a black light suddenly rose from somewhere on Spirit Sword Peak and turned into a stream of light that spread in all directions. Demonic senses? Why are there so many demonic senses? Gao Shueting looked up, and her beautiful face turned pale. These black lights were obviously remnants of demonic senses, just like the ones that had eroded Gong Yu, but there were hundreds and thousands of them. Chen Wenhao frowned a few times and said hesitantly, "Could it be that your excellency is—" He didn't dare to continue, even a little afraid of this extremely powerful secret art from tens of thousands of years ago. Wu Yukong proudly said, "Yes, this king is the heaven-devouring great emperor." Chapter 29:31. Gulp. The sound of many people from the Emperor realm swallowing their saliva could be heard, and all of them put on a defensive posture. For a moment, sadness came from the bottom of their hearts, and they simply didn't know what to do. Gong Yu had just broken through the demon sealing ground hidden somewhere in Lingjian Peak and released many demon senses, and suddenly a guy who called himself the heaven-devouring Great Emperor came. The changes in the Azure Sun Temple on this day were more than what had happened in thousands of years combined. "Where's Wen Zishan? What did you do to him?" Gao Shueting asked in a trembling voice. Wen Zishan should be assisting the great emperors in separating their divine souls. At this moment, Wu Yukong had taken Duan Hongqin's body and ran out, but Wen Zishan was silent. Gao Shueting couldn't help but worry. Who's Wen Zishan? I just crushed a lot of little bugs to death. I don't know if he's one of them." Gao Shueting's pretty face turned pale, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Wu Yukong glanced at the people from the Emperor realm present with a burning gaze. His fingers kept pointing, and his mouth spitting out numbers. 1, 2, 3. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "Wu Yukong, what are you counting?" Wu Yukong laughed. Not bad, not bad. There are actually 9 little bugs from the Emperor realm. I've just escaped, and am still a little weak. You can give me some nutrition. Although your strength is not very good, you can be considered fat." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed dramatically. Everyone present had heard of the heaven-devouring great emperor's name, and they also knew what this evil secret art was all about. It was a secret art that devoured everything. It was rumored that the heaven-devouring great emperor destroyed countless star territory in the hands of the great emperors. Wherever he went, the cultivation stars in the lower star realms all became barren and dead stars. All life was devoured by him, and all life was extinguished. So when they heard Wukong say this, everyone understood what he was planning to do. They couldn't care less about the demon senses that rushed out. Everyone in the Emperor realm secretly urged their Emperor Qi, ready to attack at any time. Wukong's brow furrowed. Suddenly, he grinned. "I'm just joking. Don't be so nervous. I just escaped, so I'm in a good mood and don't kill. So I'll let you go." No one responded to him, and they didn't know what he meant by this guy's Wukong's mouth. Wukong's is his heart. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. His movements were light, but when he opened his hand again, there was a dot of black light in his palm. No one knew where he had captured the black light from. Interesting stuff. The demonic sense that many Emperor Realm Masters were trying to avoid was caught in Wukong's hand, but Wukong was observing it with great interest. The black light obediently stayed where it was, without any intention of corroding him, as if it was dead. This king was able to escape thanks to your help. Well, I'll lend you a hand. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed somewhere. The void shook, as if something had been pierced. It was the sound of the sect protecting Great Array being broken. Xiao Ran had just quietly ordered the activation of the sect protecting Great Array, but it was broken not long after. The entire Azure Sun Temple was like a balloon with a hole in it. All the demon senses trapped in the Great Array suddenly found a vent and escaped through the hole, disappearing without a trace. Kai Yang and the others could only look on helplessly, unable to do anything. Wukong glanced at the crowd again and smiled slightly. "See you next time. This king won't be merciful anymore. Be careful. The outside world is very dangerous." The middle-aged woman raised her eyes and looked at him. "The brat from back then has already become an elder. You all have grown up so quickly. You really are Granny Yu." Yang Kai was shocked. Granny has changed so much. He did not know Granny Yu's real name, only that she was the one who guarded the Divine Ascension Mirror. He remembered that when he came here with Xia Sheng and the others last time, Granny Yu had appeared in front of him in the form of an old woman. Her voice was hoarse and extremely unpleasant to the ears. Later, when he was training in the Divine Ascension Mirror, he was hunted down by Granny Yu's people. Granny Yu controlled a force called the Divine Ascension Country in the Divine Ascension Mirror world and had many powerful subordinates. Yang Kai had escaped death several times at that time. Later, when he left the Divine Ascension Mirror world, he heard that Granny Yu had been imprisoned by one Zishan. After that, he had not heard any news about Granny Yu. Now, it seemed that when Zishan had completely subdued her, and the heavy responsibility of guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror was still in her hands. This time, Wukong had clearly been the one who injured Granny Yu when he escaped. Gao Shuiting's shout came from not far away. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and hurriedly rushed over. In an isolated stone room, when Zishan's body was unscathed, but for some reason, he was sweating profusely, as if he had suffered some kind of attack. "Granny, the Temple Master isn't dead, but he seems to be trapped in the Divine Ascension Mirror and can't come out. Do you have any ideas?" Gao Shuiting asked. Yang Kai supported Granny Yu and walked over. One of them was injured, while the other had consumed a lot of energy. Both of them did not look too good. Granny Yu first looked at one Zishan's condition, then at the changes in the Divine Ascension Mirror. She sighed. "He's not trapped, he's just not coming out. Something must have happened to the Divine Ascension Mirror. What exactly happened outside?" There was no time to explain in detail. So Yongkai simply used his divine sense to transmit all the information he knew into Granny Yu's mind. She fell silent for a moment and reviewed the information, her expression turning cold as she said, "Demons sealing grounds? Demonic sense breaking through?" It seems that the thing that rushed into the divine ascension mirror was a demonic sense. Gao Shueting was shocked. A demonic sense rushed in? Granny Yu nodded. Yes, it rushed into the divine ascension mirror, and then that master suddenly woke up. He injured me and left this place. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. That wasn't the secular master, but the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. Granny Yu's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and she whispered, so that's how it is. I was wondering why that master would attack me for no reason. Demonic sense can actually corrode the divine ascension mirror? Xiao Ran's expression was extremely heavy as he stared at the divine ascension mirror without blinking. In just a short while, the black light on the surface of the divine ascension mirror had increased, and this black light was clearly emitting the aura of a demonic sense. Yang Kai said, the divine ascension mirror is the world of the soul, so the demonic sense's invasion targets the soul. The divine ascension mirror is the nourishment for its growth. You're right. We have to think of a way to stop it. I wonder how the temple master is doing inside. I'll go in and take a look, Yang Kai volunteered. I'll go too. Gao Shueting hurriedly expressed her opinion. Although when Zishan's physical body was fine, Gao Shueting still couldn't relax until she saw his soul. Yang Kai nodded and said to the others, I'll have to trouble you brothers and senior sister to protect us. Chun Xian said, Junior brother Yang, you don't look too good. If Senior is willing, you can shape your body at any time, Tianyin said. Tianyin said, Little friend Yang is indeed a man of integrity. This old master thanks you here. Yang Kai chuckled, Senior is welcome. I obtained the flesh incarnation fruit by chance and didn't deliberately look for it. The boy frowned and interjected, Are you leaving? He looked up at Tianyin with a somewhat irritated expression. Tianyin was silent for a while before saying, I still want to go outside and take a look. The boy sneered, Go, it's best if you die outside. As he spoke, he glared hatefully at Yang Kai, his face full of resentment. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, suddenly understanding that he would not have a chance to subdue the mirror soul. The moment the dragon's roar sounded, Yang Kai's blood suddenly surged, as if it was attracted by an uncontrollable force. He did not make a move just now, but at this moment he looked forward with wide eyes. The red light shone brightly, and a behemoth suddenly appeared in midair. Its body was more than 20 feet long, and it was as majestic as a mountain. It had dragon horns on its head, for claws on its abdomen, and red dragon scales all over its body. It looked like a burning flame. When the dragon tail swung, the wind and clouds changed. Everyone gasped and looked at the behemoth in the sky in a daze, as if they were looking at a high and mighty god. For a moment, many people's hands and feet went soft. Dragon race. The one who came turned out to be a pure dragon race. This was something that no one expected. The dragon pressure spread out, and it was like a tangible force that impacted the Emperor pressure gathered by hundreds of the Emperor Realm cultivators, shattering it into pieces. With a burst of crackling sounds, dozens of the Emperor Realm cultivators joined forces to attack the dragon's body. The giant dragon roared to the sky, and a burst of fire splashed on its red scales. The dragon's body was strong. Although such an attack would not kill the giant dragon, it still made it feel unbearable pain and anger. The dragon raised its head high, and a dragon's breath was spewed out. Like a volcanic eruption, a scorching flame was directly spat out from the dragon's mouth to Spirit Sword Peak. Before the attack arrived, everyone's skin was burning painfully. The dragon's flame seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Even the Emperor Realm could feel a fatal threat from it. Not good. Xianxia's face changed. At the same time, he took a step forward and came directly in front of everyone. The Elder's jade plate was placed in front of him, and as his Emperor Chi surged, he made a series of seals. The Spirit Sword Peak's Spirit Array was activated, directly condensing a layer of protective shield in front of them. This was a defense that mobilized the power of the entire Spirit Sword Peak, but after all, it was rushed and could not fully exert its power. The dragon's flame hit the shield, and the scorching heat suddenly roasted the shield until it was somewhat deformed. Sizzling sounds could be heard, and layers of ripples appeared on the transparent shield as if it was about to melt. Everyone was shocked and almost fled. No one had the confidence to face the terrifying power of the dragon's flame head-on. Lei Hong took a step forward and threw out a punch. It was an ordinary punch. However, outside the shield, there was a sudden crackling sound, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket crashed into the flames. It dashed left and right in the flames, reducing the pressure on Xianxia. This blow was the essence of Lei Hong's cultivation. The strength of a veteran, third-level Emperor Realm Master was evident. The giant dragon twisted its head, and the dragon's flame became more and more violent, as if it could melt the lightning. Enough! Wen Zishan suddenly shouted in a low voice. With one hand behind his back, holding a jade plate, he gently waved his other hand, and a light like a waterfall slashed out, directly cutting the dragon's flame in half. The giant dragon raised its head and hovered high in the sky, looking down at everyone condescendingly. Its huge dragon eyes were full of angry flames, and its big mouth opened and closed, as if it could spit out another dragon's breath at any time. Xianxia withdrew the Spirit Sword Peak's protective shield and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. State your identity and state your purpose for coming here. The Dragon Race. Wen Zishan looked at the red dragon in the sky with a cold expression. He sighed in his heart. The Azure Sun Temple was really troubled. Chapter 29:35. Offending the dragon race was no laughing matter. The dragon race was arrogant and claimed to be the leader of all creatures. If they had known that the newcomer was actually a dragon race, no one would have acted rashly. However, the Crimson Dragon had charged at them at such a sensitive time. Who could restrain their instincts to attack? Attacking a dragon race was an insult to the dragon race. This was definitely a big problem. Fortunately, they didn't know who was the enemy just now. Everyone had many scruples when they attacked and didn't go all out. Otherwise, if they injured a dragon race, everyone present would have suffered. You dare to attack, but don't dare to admit it? The red dragon roared. Lowly ants, you will all die. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people from the Emperor Realm changed drastically. The dragon race was not easy to deal with, and a dragon race in a rage was even more unreasonable. Hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm working together could indeed not be afraid of a giant dragon. But so what if they could beat him? He had Dragon Island behind him. If they really provoked Dragon Island, the entire star boundary would be in chaos. This result was 100 times more serious than the awakening of the demonic consciousness. The red dragon was obviously really angry and was about to attack when he roared. When Zishan's expression was solemn, he secretly decided that even if he really offended Dragon Island, he couldn't let so many people from the Emperor Realm be killed in Azure Sun Temple. He secretly communicated with the temple's sect protecting array, ready to attack immediately if anything went wrong. Wait, Lei Hong shouted in a low voice and stood out. Old thing, you also attacked just now. The red dragon hovered in the sky, his huge body giving a strong visual impact and mental pressure. At this moment, he suddenly bent down. His dragon head was less than 3 feet away from Lei Hong, and his dragon eyes, which were bigger than windows, stared at him maliciously. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for Lei Hong. Lei Hong cupped his fists and said, "May I ask if you are from the legendary Dragon Island in the Eastern Sea? So what if I am?" The red dragon breathed out a hot breath for his nostrils. Lei Hong's body flashed with light. His hair was still a little burnt from the heat. So that's how it is. Lei Hong revealed a look of realization. He smiled and said, "It is rumored that there is a dragon island in the Eastern Sea. There is a giant dragon on the island, but no one can see it. Even so, the dragon island is very famous. It is not inferior to the sex of the great emperors. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes." It was rare to see the great elder of Star Soul Palace flatter someone so brazenly, so the group of people from the Emperor Realm were a little dumbfounded when they heard this. However, these words, which were neither painful nor itchy, had a miraculous effect. Everyone clearly felt that the red dragon's anger had weakened a lot. The huge dragon head moved slightly away from Rayon. It kept nodding its head and said with a voice as loud as a bell, "Heh. This old thing still has some knowledge. You know about our Dragon Island's reputation. Who in the world doesn't know the name of my Dragon Island? What does a mere sect of the great emperors count for?" Rayam let out a dry laugh. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he couldn't show it. He was the great elder of the sect of the great emperors. The word mere from the red dragon's mouth naturally made him uncomfortable, but he knew the nature of the dragon race, so he didn't want to argue about it. He didn't want to add fuel to the fire. The red dragon seemed to be tickled. It was still boasting over there. "My dragon race just doesn't want to fight for fame with you lowly ants." He clearly saw that when he attacked, there was a flash of light on Zhu Lai's body. It was this flash of light that offset the bloodline suppression of his golden holy dragon's origin power. It allowed him to unleash his full strength. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "Surrender obediently and follow me back to the Dragon Island. Nothing will happen. If you dare to resist, you'll have to bear the consequences." "Can you force a cow to drink water?" Yang Kai laughed. He laughed coldly and said, "I'd like to see to what extent this treasure of yours can protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and growled. His handsome body suddenly swelled, and traces of pure dragon's might spread. A faint golden light overflowed from the pores of his body. His 2 hands had transformed into dragon claws, and there were 2 strange little bumps on his head. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai turned into a monster about 20 to 30 feet tall. His appearance looked like a dragon race, but it was a little too much. It was like trying to draw a tiger, but ended up looking like a dog instead. "This is..." Lei Hong's eyes widened as he looked at the sky in shock. Wen Zishan and the others were also stunned. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Hundreds of people in the Emperor Realm were silent. Everyone was shocked beyond words. No one had ever seen such a secret technique that could make a person change so much. Zhu Lai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Dragon transformation ability, dragon transformation ability. That damn girl taught you the dragon transformation ability. Unforgivable, unforgivable." As if Yang Kai had done something unforgivable, Zhu Lai's voice was extremely angry. Now you have no choice but to go to Dragon Island. The dragon transformation ability is not taught to outsiders. From now on, prepare to spend the rest of your life on Dragon Island. As Zhu Lai roared, he had already pounced forward. His 20-feet-long body flashed in the sky and appeared in front of Xianxia in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out dragon's breath. Xianxia secretly frowned. He countered Zhu Lai's attack as he resisted. He did not expect Zhu Lai to react so violently after he used the dragon transformation ability. From what he said, the dragon transformation ability was a secret technique on Dragon Island. However, Zhu Qing did not mention it when she taught him the secret technique. At that time, Zhu Qing was in a hurry to go to the frozen earth to find the remains of the previous dragon race. Before she left, she imparted the pure dragon transformation ability to Xianxia as if on a whim. Only now did Xianxia know that Zhu Qing was taking a huge risk by doing this. The secret of cultivating the dragon transformation ability was exposed. Dragon Island would definitely not let it go. Although Zhu Lai was a dragon race cultivator, there was nothing he could do. This is not a long-term solution. When Zishan sighed, Xianxia said, "Temple Master, you are busy with the demon will and the great emperors. Leave him to me. I can guarantee that he will be obedient within a month." It's good that you are confident, but you have to know when to stop. When Zishan said and left with the others. If there were no ways before, he would definitely find a way to solve Zhu Lai's problem first. But now, for the temple and the entire Southern Territory, the most important thing was to track down the whereabouts of the demon will and the great emperors of the secular world. Wukong had occupied Duan Hongchen's body, and no one knew what he would do. Tens of thousands of years ago, the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors poisoned living creatures. Countless lives withered because of him. Compared to him, the anger and pursuit of the Dragon Island were secondary. In just a few days, the entire Southern Territory was operating in a high-profile manner. The great emperors gave the order to eliminate the demon will, and hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory were mobilized. Xianxia did not participate in it. He stayed on Lingjian Peak for the past few days. Although Lingjian Peak had a place where demons were sealed, the demon will that was sealed in it had already escaped. The ruins left behind were not dangerous or special, so Lingjian Peak was still Xianxia's Lingjian Peak. The mountains and rivers bell had been moved to Lingjian Peak by Xianxia. Zhu Lai's cursing never stopped for a moment, disturbing the peace. Every day, Xianxia would go and teach him a lesson. After losing that special dragon scale, Zhu Lai was no longer Xianxia's opponent. In front of Xianxia, who used the dragon transformation art, he did not even have the ability to reveal his dragon form. The dragon race was resistant to beatings. No matter how hard Xianxia beat him, Zhu Lai could return to his original form the next day. He was also a tough guy. He probably knew that Xianxia could not kill him anyway, so no matter how miserably he was beaten, he never said a word of mercy. More often than not, he just stared at Xianxia fiercely with his unruly eyes, with a posture that said, "What can you do to me?" After half a month, there were gradually reports of success. Many of the demon wills that escaped from Lingjian Peak had been found. After a battle, most of the demon wills were destroyed, and the Southern Territory also suffered a great loss. However, with the gradual understanding of the demon wills, there were many ways to restrain the demon wills, and they would not be easily eroded by it again. However, whether it was Yang Kai, Wen Zishan, or the other people in the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory, they all knew that these destroyed demon wills were not all. The remaining hidden ones were the most troublesome. No one knew who these demon wills were hiding in, and no one knew when they would reveal their true forms. There was still no news of the great emperors of the bustling world in Wukong. Ever since Wukong took over Duan Hong Chen's body and left Azure Sun Temple, it was as if he had evaporated into thin air. No one had seen him since. Just like those hidden demon wills, he had become a thorn in the flesh of the Southern Territory and was in danger of being infected at any time. According to Gao Shui Ting, even the great emperors of the Bright Moon sect were unable to find any useful clues. The great emperors of the Bright Moon sect even left Star Soul Palace to find the great emperors of Heaven's revelations, hoping to seek help from him. Yang Kai entered the Divine Ascension Mirror again and spent 3,000 Elder Contribution points to retrieve Tianyan's soul. It was time to fulfill the agreement between him and Tianyan. Ji Ying had already refined the flesh incarnation pills. When Yang Kai sent the Southern Gate army back to High Heaven Palace, he went to Ji Ying's place and brought all the Emperor pills he had refined back to Azure Sun Temple. It was with these Emperor pills that Yang Kai was able to quickly gather enough Elder Contribution points to use the Divine Ascension Mirror. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Divine Ascension world again. It was nighttime, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. On the high platform of Spirit Sword Peak, there were layers upon layers of barriers and spirit rays. Yang Kai had even activated the peak protecting array in case of any accidents. Tonight was the day that Tianyan would reconstruct his body. Wen Zishan, who had received the news, also came to protect him. He stood at the center of the array with a serious expression. This array was set up by the Southern Gate Army and had the ability to gather and protect souls. After all, Tianyan was only a soul and didn't have a physical body. This was the first time he had left the Divine Ascension world and was brought to the star boundary by Yang Kai. If he didn't have a place to stay, his soul would soon dissipate. The law of heaven and earth in the Divine Ascension world was completely different from the law of heaven and earth in the star boundary. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He calmed his mind and concentrated. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said slowly, "Senior, it's time." It was the time of the day when the yin qi was the heaviest. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A little light bloomed, then spread out and condensed into Tianyan's appearance. Yang Kai had brought Tianyan's soul out of the Divine Ascension world with the help of the Rainbow Soul-Warming Lotus. If it weren't for the Rainbow Soul-Warming Lotus, Tianyan wouldn't even be able to leave the Divine Ascension world. The figure was illusory and translucent, like a yin soul. When the wind blew it away, it was just a soul avatar. As soon as it appeared, Tianyan frowned, as if he felt something uncomfortable. There was a faint pained expression on his face. The heavens and earth buzzed, and a thunderclap exploded. There seemed to be a strong will and power coming from all directions, ignoring the many spirit arrays and the power of the Spirit Sword Peak's great protective array and exerting pressure on Tianyan. An existence comparable to the great emperors had inexplicably appeared between heaven and earth. If the heavens could not tolerate it, there must be a repulsion. Tianyan had obviously expected this. He made a gesture with one hand, and a mysterious force spread out, forming a layer of protection visible to the naked eye outside his body, resisting the repulsive force between heaven and earth. In an instant, thunder roared on Spirit Sword Peak, and electric snakes danced wildly. It was a scene of doomsday, which was extremely terrifying. This movement didn't last long. No one knew what magical means Tianyan used, but the thunder gradually disappeared, and the lightning soon disappeared. The omnipresent repulsive force also dissipated completely. There's not much time, and the heavens are not easy to deceive. Tianyan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. Give me a spirit pill and protect me. Xianxia had been waiting for a long time. When he heard this, he flicked his finger without hesitation, and a milky white spirit pill flew straight toward Tianyan. Tianyan did not open his mouth, but the spirit pill fell into his mouth. The milky white light emitted. At first, it was not obvious, but as time went by, it became more and more dazzling. The entire spirit sword peak seemed to be shrouded in the milky white light. Xianxia opened his eyes wide and used his eyesight to observe carefully. He saw that the body incarnation pill had melted in Tianyan's body, turned into countless tiny white lights, and melted into every part of his soul avatar. A faint trace of vitality suddenly emerged, like a candle in the wind and rain, and seemed to be in danger of being extinguished. Tianyan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated, motionless. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.